So with us today is McGraw-Hill, and they'll be covering government, econ, psychology, some geography products. So I will turn the floor over to them, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks for bringing us together. Put my microphone on here. I'm Mike Gallagher. As Ryan said, I am the sales rep for our area. So it's good to see you. Thanks for coming this morning. We have a lot of exciting information to share with you. So we're going to go first, and it is a lot of information. Take great notes so you can refer back later. It will be recorded as well. We're looking at, government and econ today. Some highlights I want you to look for today. Actively Learn is a platform that sits right by, it's an ongoing library resources that sits right by our curriculum. That's called Actively Learn. Also, we have SmartBook, an adaptive, personalized platform that's going to be right in the students' platform as well. It's going to meet the students where they learn. So it's an adaptive, personalized program for the kids. Also, end of course exam test prep right here for the FCLE, the Florida Civic Literacy Exam. Nadia will speak to this as well. We have a Read Anywhere app, and it's exactly what it sounds like. Kids can download their book, their chapter, whatever they like when they have Wi-Fi. They can access it with no Wi-Fi. On the bus, at home, on any device. Nadia will speak to that as well. Of course, the standards are covered seamlessly throughout the curriculum. We have main idea PowerPoints. And this test prep book will be placed every year for the students. If you have questions, if there's something you don't see, let us know at the end and say, you know, I was really hoping to see this. Do you have it? We probably have it because we only have 30 minutes or so today to present what we do have. But we're excited. This is brand new, and I'm looking through it. We think it's great, but it really doesn't matter what we think because you guys gotta make the decision and work with it and live with it. We think it's a program you can grow with, and it's not a short and easy program. It's something that you can grow with. It's robust and comprehensive. So thanks again for being here. I don't want to steal too much of Nadia's thunder. She's about to cut me off, I can tell. So she's coming over. So Nadia, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning. All right, it's still a good morning just because it's cold outside. It's still a good morning. All right, so I'm going to jump right in. Wow. Madness. Lies being told so early in the morning.
Ma'am, are you joining our group? Are you with us?
Yes.
Good morning.
You
How
best
are
stop over
you?
here so you can.
Grab a seat, and I was trying not to.
No
All right,
worries.
well,
You
we
come
just
on
got
in. You
started.
interrupt. Come on in.
Yeah, I want you to be able to.
Wherever you would like.
Yeah, I want you to be able to see the screen, so that'll be perfect. All right,
So
thanks for joining
I want us to
yeah.
get into like a mindset as we look at this presentation. When we think about how our opinions were formed and how we even learned things like financial literacy, it was from our microcosm, right? It was from our house, sometimes our community, but we didn't have the World Wide Web at large as it is now in order to inform. So we really created a program really to meet the needs of today's students, but in order to do that, we have to communicate with today's students. And we did some interviews, and this is what we heard.
It's time. It's
Just in
time
time.
to learn our story. It's time to change the world we see.
I gotta go out and get them more.
Because I want to
Yeah,
open a
yeah.
textbook and see a person that
Is this gonna
looks
look like
me.
this? Is that the format? Like
Teach us what has
soft?
been said. Teach us our history. Because the more we know, the stronger we will be. This is beyond our school. Help each of us stand tall. The more we learn, the more we see. Put us at the center.
How you doing?
Help us form our own opinions.
Thanks for coming in. Econ, government, test prep,
Show us all that we can be.
chapter quizzes.
We're here to listen. Give us multiple perspectives, objectives, and choices. Let us make a difference. Help us leave our mark. Give us all the tools we need. Knowledge is our spark. We're ready for more. We want to discuss our past and future that includes all of us.
So what did we hear from our students? They want all of the information. They want a foundation,
Yeah.
a solid foundation from which they are able to change the world, right?
Oh,
They all
you
want to
know,
be
small
taught.
groups sometimes.
And we didn't just do
You don't
focus
even meet all the
groups of
time.
students,
Like,
we also
yeah,
did it with
kinda-
teachers
kinda
because
ran a
obviously
little
here are the
bit
ones that have to
circles.
teach the students of today. And while McGraw-Hill is a company of educators, like the majority of us have been in the classroom at some point in time, the reality is
Yeah, high school
we're not in
usually don't
today's
ask a
classroom,
lot of
right?
questions
So we
like
have to
middle and
communicate with
elementary. They-
teachers to find out what they
Smaller
want.
is good.
What we heard
so
from
good to see.
teachers was pretty
They know
much
what
what
they
we heard
want,
from the
they're like,
students.
yeah, all right,
Resources
that's
to
good,
reach
that's
all
good.
students, which means you need those differentiated
you in that.
resources
Yeah, I
in
wanna
one
get
place
a
and not have to
workbook.
go into Teachers Pay Teachers or another site to get resources that you need. Addressing the financial literacy, but
Right.
also disciplinary literacy, ensuring that we really have the resources that we need to support our students who are lower level readers, to support our students who, just aren't understanding.
coming right back.
Reading within social studies is very different from just reading a novel, right? Being able to pull out that key information and identify. And you'll see all of these pieces within the content as we move through today. And the most important one that's kind of like in the middle there is ensuring that we're aligned to those standards and we're following our new Florida guidelines around social studies, okay? So we went ahead with that information from our students, information from our teachers. We also incorporated the work of thought leaders in the industry, Jay McTighe, who's known for his work with Understanding by Design, and Dr. Doug Fisher, who's known for his work around literacy, and this is where that disciplinary literacy support is built in through that work with him. What you will have access to with our great suite. So I know you're seeing a lot of images up here, but for both, is anyone teaching sociology in here? No. All right. So for government and econ, you will have that print teacher's edition. For sociology, you will have that teacher manual. And then you'll have a guide to teaching honors, because who wants an entirely separate prep for your honor students? But you want to make sure that you're addressing the needs and really ensuring that it's at that level for your honor students, of course, with digital access as well. For the students, they will have a print text as well as an authentically translated Spanish text. Now, because we're a Google partner, you will see that we're able to translate that text into 109 languages online, but know that you do have that authentically translated text for both econ and gov. And then students will have that print version for sociology, still being able to translate that into 109 languages online. This financial literacy support is really huge, and this is where a lot of teachers have been getting excited about our government program, because right now they don't have anything and they're piecemealing. And we're gonna go through this a bit today, but know that you have that prep, and guess what? We know that you don't have additional time. It's still a semester course, still gotta get it done. So this is a student resource that they can use. And if you wanted to use that with your students, it is digital, so you're able to project and support them there as well. And Mike kind of alluded to this, the Read Anywhere app. You'll be able to see that in the program today, but with that app, students are able to download chapter by chapter, not taking up space because it's within their app, and they're able to access it offline. Full functionality, being able to use some of those interactive pieces, highlighting, having that text read to them, all while offline. So, how is this program built? Well, we focus on a 4-part lesson cycle that begins with an introduction. So we're doing some sort of a activity that's going to activate prior knowledge. Students will understand what they're about to learn, why it's important, and how they'll know that they've mastered those skills as they move through. And then they'll either be analyzing a variety, and when I say variety, 4 to 6 primary sources, or in economics, they're focusing on an introduction to an economic perspective. They'll go through a cycle of learn the events and inquiry activity. And this is where it's going to be a back and forth as they move through. Even in sociology, you'll see that. We're not just doing it in silos because we don't teach in silos, right? So we need to ensure that as we give the information, there's an activity to allow students an opportunity to incorporate that and apply it. So you'll see different things from making connections to today, civic participation, the global economy and you. That's where some of that financial literacy is being built throughout. So in econ specifically, I just want to say this so I do not forget. That financial literacy, you will see it kind of called out blatantly with specific chapters, but know that it is throughout the entire text. It is not just in that single chapter. With the activities, we want them to see real-world cases, real-world applications. You're going to see within government that they have a section called Student Voice, and that's where they're seeing their voices as students within that text and applied to their civic duty. At the very end, they are going to wrap up. So this review and apply, it will have a summary of that text, both in English as well as in Spanish. They'll have project-based learning, of course, which you would probably introduce at the beginning, but that's where that wrap-up piece is going to come in. And then they'll have different analytical skills throughout that review. So this is just a broad overview, but let's now take a look into how students are accessing the text. There are 3 ways that they can access the text. Number 1 would be the traditional format. So with that print book, they're able to access. Number 2 will be with that ebook. And specifically for government and econ, we offer this text in on-grade level and approaching online. So you are able to set that for your students. It keeps the same academic and content-specific vocabulary. However, the sentence structure and syntax is adjusted for your lower-level readers. So it's the same content. We're just bringing it at in a level that they will comprehend. And then also SmartBook. SmartBook is that adaptive technology that creates a personalized plan for each student. And you will see all of these pieces live. So to be clear, SmartBook is your ebook online. However, it has highlighted key main ideas and supporting details that you will set as you select those topics and targets. And then it's coupled with adaptive questions that from those questions, that personalized path is created for that student. So their response is going to determine their path based on their level of understanding. All right, so let's jump into econ. Remember, the flow is going to be the same for both government and economics, but we're going to take a look at the economics print. So they come into Unit 2, and at the beginning of that unit, they will have what I like to call a concept map video. And with that concept map video, they'll also have a worksheet coupled with that, and here's an example of one.
Money on the weekends by cutting grass for his neighbors. But what he doesn't realize is that he's also participating in a network.
Notice the closed caption that's happening there, right? So both in English as well as in Spanish. And then you'll have teacher support around that piece as well. Going into the chapter, notice here students are looking at demand, they look at supply, and then in chapter 6, here's where we focus on prices. Going into the beginning of chapter 6, remember how we talked about that 4-part lesson cycle? They begin with that introduction. So what do you want to know? You want to know student background knowledge, right? So you have two options, an option to use a assessing background activity or a pretest. If you decide to give that pretest, know that you will have data online for your class as well as individual student. And what's great about that is there's an item analysis included with that. So now you're able to see the percentage of students that gave that either correct or wrong response. So as you go through that instruction, this data is what's going to drive that. At the beginning, so remember we talked about that review and apply, which it's kind of the wrap up at the end, but you want to introduce that long before you get to the end of that specific chapter. So you have 2 project options. So for your on-grade level, let's just call your general classroom on-grade level, you have that essential, exploring the essential question project. And this project looks at the project goal is to examine one of the chapter's essential question, what factors affect prices? So this one specifically is around the prices of movies, how that was affected by COVID. So you'll see all of this information has been updated. Now, I don't know if you guys know, but during COVID, a lot of the movie theaters decided to offer I guess what you can call bulk prices, so you can rent out an entire movie theater, so it would just be your family, so you're not contaminating anyone else. So just real world examples showing students how prices change, and obviously it was a lot cheaper than having to rent out every single seat. So a perfect application there. And then you also have a hands-on chapter project. If you're familiar with our middle school courses, know that over the years this has changed. So this is a completely different project. It is not the same thing, and it's not that you can't give your honor students both, but this one really focuses on taking it up a notch. You'll see a variety of inquiry opportunities with these hands-on chapter projects. Now, jumping into a specific chapter, remember, we're not teaching in silos, so we have to ensure that we are addressing all of the standards. So you'll see those at point of use within that chapter, but then, of course, we're focusing on the specific social studies benchmarks. At the beginning of the chapter, the left side here, we're looking at the student page. Notice we're introducing students to the essential questions of that chapter. We're explaining very briefly what they're going to learn, why it matters, and how they will know that they've learned that information. Going into that chapter introduction, making that real world connection. Remember we talked about the economic perspectives? Here it is. So students are looking at how crude oil prices affect the price of gas, another real world application. So if they didn't understand that supply demand that happened in the chapter before, another little foundational piece to help them with understanding that content. You as a teacher, you have a complete wraparound. I saw some of you are already dug in there, but you have a wraparound of strategies which are also available online with additional resources to help you kind of ask questions, help students make connection, and really incorporate some more honors pieces. But this piece here is a scaffold. And with the scaffold, this is for your English language learners, knowing those WIDA standards and really applying specific questions, activities. This is not just content that you would read, but also things that you would utilize with your students. And you'll have that for your activities within the content. Now moving further into a lesson. Remember that cycle of learn the events and applying. Notice the standard that we're focusing on here, but remember in chapter 4 and chapter 5 where they learned about supply and demand. Now we're taking it a little bit deeper and they're looking at the quantity supplied and quantity demanded, like how that's all related to price. So from the student page now, they're looking at a specific essential question, not all of the essential questions of the chapter. I feel like I'm in your way every time I move. Okay, perfect. So you'll see that they're focusing now on one essential question, having an activity at the very beginning, and again, another scaffold because sometimes they need sentence frames in order to support them. And I know you all have about 12%, give or take a little, of Spanish-speaking students, so this will be a nice supporting piece within the content. Another video to help students connect, but now instead of this being a concept map video, I'll let you take a look at this one so you can see how students are understanding price and how relative it is to today's students.
Let's look at the music industry, for example. Before the internet made streaming music possible, music was purchased in a physical format, such as vinyl records, cassette tapes, or CDs. The internet made it possible for consumers to buy music online.
Now they might ask you what a cassette tape
Early
is.
on, consumers had the option of buying an entire album digitally or individual tracks. Now people can subscribe to music streaming services. As digital music purchases began to increase, physical CD sales declined. This acted as an incentive to music companies to focus more on streaming services markets and less on making CDs. However, in recent years, music companies also saw the power of nostalgia. Some people want to purchase vinyl records. Because some people are willing to pay higher prices for vinyl records, some record companies are now releasing music both online and on vinyl. The prices people are willing to pay for different music formats is important information for music companies. They use this information to guide their manufacturing decisions. These prices are more than a numerical value. They are signals within an economic system.
So we're taking the content that they're learning in print, applying it with video. We know everybody doesn't learn exactly the same way, and sometimes it takes multiple presentations of information in different formats in order to help with comprehension. And that's where these videos really come in handy. Digging a little bit deeper into the chapter, here you're looking at the student page again. We provide supports at point of use. So know that all of the support that we give doesn't always have to come from the teacher. They're there and available for students, having those graphic organizers, and then also having that reading support, that guide on the side to support them with analyzing, synthesizing, summarizing that information of the chapter. Again, we provide you with additional support. So will every student be good to go with the student page? Maybe not. Maybe you need a little guided reading in there. Maybe you need some vocabulary support. All of that will be in your teacher wraparound of how to enrich or support students throughout that lesson. Now, when we talk about real world connection, sometimes students think of history and they're like, oh God, that was so long ago. Like that has nothing to do with today, right? Here is an example of where we show how rationing, when the government has to step in and make some of those changes, we show how rationing during the war, how it was related to PPE supplies during COVID. So real world connection to help them make that gap and understand that, yes, history is a long time ago, but it's still happening today. And again, you will have those additional support, writing skills, having that honors, taking informed action within the community for your students as well. and then multiple perspectives, which is something that the standards call for, and people kind of look at this from different perspectives, but the truth is multiple perspectives is multiple perspectives, right? So here, because we're talking about price, we're looking at the perspective of the buyer and the perspective of the seller, and how they have different reasons for the price that they set, and why a buyer might not necessarily buy at that price because it's not conducive to their lifestyle. So they get to dig deeper in that and look at things from multiple perspectives, because that is the whole purpose, okay? The chapter wraps up. Here you're looking at the student page to the left where they have that lesson review. Notice what they have: economic reasoning, building social studies skills. So they're identifying, analyzing, drawing conclusions. Opportunity to write within the content is always there, and opportunity to collaborate. So they're integrating all of the information that they've used throughout that chapter, throughout that lesson, sorry, at the chapter wrap up. There are close and reflect pieces that you are also able to add in as a teacher, and then know that you have main idea PowerPoints that you are able to edit. We know teachers want to edit. Know that you're able to customize those if you wanted to go a little bit deeper into that content. So essentially, our students want all of the information, and hopefully you saw with that little snippet of that chapter how we're giving them that opportunity.
So that video where we were talking about the music, is it accessible only on the online version, or is there a link that you can pull up from the textbook?
So you mean the digital book?
Okay. Or
So
is it
in online, I'll show you where you have a lesson presentation, and it's built into that lesson presentation. It's chunking the actual pages of the text, incorporating the technology pieces. So let's say the video comes after, like, the first page.
but
It'll
is
be
that-
in there.
Is it referenced in
Yes.
the actual text?
It is referenced in the actual teacher text. All right, so looking at the digital, that was a good question as we come in. Looking at the digital, when you come in, remember we talked about that Lexile level? It's here, and we're not just saying on or approaching. You'll see those Lexile levels here on the screen. Notice that students at point of use, this is a big one. When you're in that digital text, you don't want your questions on another page. You want it embedded at that point. And you'll see that students are able to answer those questions. They're able to save it. If you assign it, you're able to see their responses. They are able to highlight text. And I want you to pay attention to how, when a student selects, they can highlight all of the content. They can draw a line around. They can add a place mark. They can even add more notes or have that text read aloud to them, just that selection. The vocabulary they'll have in both English and Spanish right there with one simple click. And notice that they can always go back and change highlights or edit their notes as they move through that content. When we talk about ease of use, from that table of contents, they're able to go back to any highlight that they created within the text. Once they click on that highlight, notice the page changes immediately and takes them right to where that highlight is. They're able to go into notes and do the exact same thing. Wherever they took notes, click immediately on that note, and boom, it takes them right to that note. So they're not spending time flipping through the pages trying to find that, and they're also able to download those notes, which will download the highlights as well as the notes that they took. Okay, so they'll have all of that information in one nice clean place. And when they go back to those notes, they're also able to add to those notes as they move through. So maybe they took notes as they moved through on their own, and during instruction, they wanted to add a little bit more based on some information that was shared. Interactive features within the map, so speaking of being able to click right in those pieces and access it, all of our maps are going to be a little bit different. Some will have audio, some will have, I don't want to call it a video, but more motion within it. But students are able to turn these layers on and off. They're able to move through all of it just to help them with focusing on that specific piece of the map. But the features will depend on the purpose of the map. But know that they are able to turn those layers on and off. They can annotate on the map. They can measure distance within the map. They can print. And then they're able to see different map views all throughout that text. So when we talk about interactive, it is fully interactive, not just being able to answer questions within that digital piece. Now, students will have questions around those map pieces as well, but when we think about all of our students that, oops, I did not mean to do that. What I wanted to show you, I'm gonna have to click, bear with me 1 second. Is it playing? Okay, you're gonna have to take my word for it because it's gonna go back and play all of that. So it actually, their students are able to translate that text into 109 languages. They're able to completely translate that information. Now when we go, my brain's not gonna let me do it. It's not, hold on. It's not gonna let me do it. Okay, so it's a little bit smaller, but I just had to go back and show you that it is able to translate into that text. So you can select any of the 109 languages because we're a true Google partner, and it's actually going to change that text. But not only is it going to change the content of the page of the text, it also changes the platform. Okay, so you'll notice that as I go up here and I switch it from English, now when they go into, you know, what did I choose? Portuguese. Notice that the platform also changes as well. So it'll help with navigation of that specific content. They're seeing all of those chapter pieces in detail. And then they also have additional resources to support at that chapter level. All right. Now I can go back live. Everything is going to be broken down by chapter and lesson level. And then remember that launch presentation that you all asked about? That video already in there at point of use. So we kind of chunk things down in two ways. We put it in file folders so that you can see everything, but then we also give you a clean progression and you're able to edit that lesson presentation as well. Okay, back to slideshow mode. We saw that. Okay, we talked about the Read Anywhere app, right? How are your students accessing this content? Do they all have internet access at home? Do they all have a cell phone that has service, right? Some of them do not. And you know what I used to do when I was teaching middle school, the parents would donate their old devices, and that's how we were able to access. Now, I didn't have anything cool like this, it's a little while ago, but know that even with that, offline access through this Read Anywhere app. So here you're seeing the actual app. This is just pre-recorded. Notice that students are able to answer those same questions that they had within their text. They're still able to answer these pieces here. As they move through that text, they will also see all of the highlights that they had within the online. So now we're looking at the government text, but notice that they're still able to see those highlighted pieces as they move through. They can have that read to them. They're able to annotate on it the same way they can within their online text. And once they get back online, it will sync up and save the highlights that they have there. Notice that they're able to zoom completely out, so whether nearsighted or farsighted, they're going to be able to see this content, and they can zoom completely in and notice that it is still crystal clear for students to be able to use that app. So they have access to that content. Now, when we think about all of our students that are in the classroom at one time, are they all on the same pace? Are they all at the same pace? Are they all ready for the information at the same time? Wishful thinking, right? Wishful thinking, we all wish for it. With McGraw-Hill, we provide you with an exclusive piece that's called SmartBook. This is that adaptive piece that I was telling you about that's creating a personalized plan based on that student's pace of reading, based on their pace at understanding content, and they will move through and get that personalized support. As they start, they get the due date, how much time it'll take them to answer, the concepts that they have to move through, and they get to choose between the reading as well as the question. So they can start in either place. Remember, this is their ebook. However, it already has those highlighted supporting main idea and supporting details as they move through. Highlights will vary depending on how you create this assignment. So you get to choose the concepts and the specific targets that students are focusing on. When they move into question mode, they're reminded, hey, listen, focus on progress, and even if you don't get every question right, you can still get 100 because this is a study tool. And in order to submit your answers, you must say if your confidence on this is high, medium, or low. There are 9 different question types: multiple choice, multi-select, true or false, fill in the blank. And as they answer these questions, notice immediate feedback. It's showing them what's right or what's wrong, and they get to move through those questions. As they're moving through the questions, though, if they get 2 questions wrong in the row, they cannot move forward. They now must go back into the text to review the concept, notice the color difference. Now it's blue, letting them know you need to pause here and process this because based on your level of understanding, based on your knowledge, you're struggling with this piece. Now, this is a piece that I really want you to take a look at. I know we're trying to take copious notes as I speed talk here, but even with their fill in the blank questions, notice how I spell concurrent. Completely wrong. Still get the question right. You know why? Because it's paying attention to spelling. So as long as they spell it within the correct phonetic spelling of the word, they will get credit, and it will show them what the correct spelling is. It is really paying attention to the individual students. So when we say adaptive, it's adaptive. And just because they get one question right doesn't mean they're proficient. As a teacher, you can set this as a new assignment or a review from a previous assignment because there's an algorithm to determine when students are most likely to forget. When you select a chapter or chapters, you are also able to select the specific lessons as well as the lesson concepts. So remember those highlights? It's determined by what you check here. Now you don't get to determine the questions because obviously the questions are determined by student response. So they have to prove proficient. Some students might get 9 questions and some students might get 4 based on their level of understanding. Now as a teacher, once you create this assignment, you will get immediate reports. So it's real time that student responses are being filtered into that report. Once you go into this, into that assignment, you could both bulk score it, meaning giving everybody a completion grade, or you can go into that detailed report to determine where do you need to support your students the most. So you will see an assignment progress that's showing completion progress. You will see completion time. What's the average time it's taking my class? But also, for my individual students, what's the accuracy percentage? How much time is it taking them? And then what's the percentage of time they're spending on questions versus on the actual resource to read? And did they recharge? Did they go back in to kind of review that information at some point in time? The learner's metacognition. So what's their confidence level? Are they really understanding this or are they really just guessing this information? And you'll see detailed information there too, as well as challenging concepts. This is a teacher favorite. So as a teacher, you can actually preview the question, right? And remember, you're not going to get every question, but you're getting the general concept of that specific question. So you can review that to see if maybe there was some misunderstanding in terms of how students process that. But also, the major thing is that you're able to download and you will see the number of students with low accuracy. That's where it matters. You have 32 students in a class and 2 students, there's low accuracy on that, just 2 students. That's probably not one that you'll review with the entire class. But definitely, if it's at 20, probably need to spend a little time on that piece. And all of these reports are still given to you for individual students as well. So you're able to print those and use those during data chats. Now, there is a piece within, nothing that I've said here is something that's an add-on. You chose to go with McGraw-Hill, you get everything that we're talking about today. So actively learn. Where do you get your current events and hot topics from right now? Online. Teachers pay teachers. Hodgepodge. All sorts of different resources. What if you can get those resources that were already vetted, aligned to your standards, and you get to pick and choose? See that face? Yeah, let's see how different you feel here. There's a piece called Actively Learn, and this is a supplemental piece that is included in the program, aligned to your standards, and it will continue to grow. So what that means is, as things happen, we continue to add to this folder for the life of the adoption and beyond, because history will continue, and we will continue to provide you with those resources. With Actively Learn, you can choose resources by grade level, so whether you need to remediate or enrich, resource type, Lexile level, and that key one that gave me that face just now, the standard. You can select the standard. These resources are aligned to your government and econ text, so you are able to choose a standard and then select the resource that you wish to use from that. So however you choose to filter these resources, whether it be by type or by standard or by grade level or Lexile, know that you will have the support pieces there for you. Now, from the student experience, we give them a little summary of that text. We want to do a little quick poll quiz there at the very beginning. And then we jump into the reading of the text. Now, I want you to look at the support that's in the right column. These things are already set for you as a teacher, and students are able to read and respond. Here they're focusing on meaning and evidence. If there are additional support pieces within, it's just going to be embedded right there within that lesson. But you were able to tweak, because we know as teachers, We want to make changes as we move through, but know that these are already set for you with full detailed lesson plans, which you'll see in a moment. And the same functionality of the text. They can translate, they can hear it, they can have it highlighted, and they can take notes. You can determine if you want students to be able to share those notes with the class or if that's just personal notes for them. You can turn these features on and off. So the same functionality, giving the opportunity for extension, whether it be for your honor students or your students that in this case where you can see they need a little bit of support around understanding the content. Then we wrap up with some questions as well. Notice immediate feedback. And you as a teacher, complete lesson plan. Complete detailed lesson plan that you're seeing here, the grade level, the Lexile, what to do before the reading, during the reading, what to do after. So everything that you need is set. You just pick and choose it if that's what you want to do, and you can assign that to your class. Within Actively Learn, you will also have detailed reports. So here's where you are able to see from those standards, where are my students falling? So we're ensuring that you have data. These are not just meaningless resources, but they're resources to support you, and you can see how they support as you move throughout. This is going to enhance your core social studies. So like I mentioned, here are a variety of those resources, whether it be a DBQ, simulations, whether it's level to support your lower level readers, or extensions for your honor students with those research projects. Now, I know we kind of touched on this before we got started. That FCLE prep, it just added in, right? It's another piece now that needs to be covered. We need to provide students with support, and we do that both in a print and digital format. Long story short, we are providing the 4 domains, support around the 4 domains that students are tested on. So in this digital sample, you'll see at the beginning, we provide you with the student view, and then at the end, we provide you with the teacher answer key within there, just so you see what that looks like in print. But know that we cover the 4 competencies. They'll have a study guide and a practice test, but then we also provide you with a full practice exam that is digital as well, if you wanted to assign that to your students. The intent is for this resource to be a personalized resource, but know that, and I mean like for your students, that's what they will be using, but you also have the ability to use that with your students as well. Continuing on with assessments. You have a variety of summative and formative assessments as you move through this content. But know that we have provided you with your traditional, if you will, right? So you still have your pre-assessments, your lesson quizzes, and your chapter tests in Form A and Form B. So here within the digital, when you go into assessments, you'll see that you have it for every single chapter. When you click into a chapter, you'll see that you have your pre-assessments, your tech-enhanced questions, your Form A and Form B tests, 2 different versions, and then you have a quiz for every lesson. You will be able to fully customize these, or you can use them as is. It's entirely up to you. You can create your own assessment, and if you decided to create your own assessment, you can use McGraw-Hill questions, or you can add questions of your own. And one of the great ones, thinking about your students that have an IEP, where they may have to be able to give oral responses for those questions, know that you can add an audio recording question that will allow students to give a response in, I believe it's 2 minutes. So they'll have up to 2 minutes to be able to respond back. So sometimes it's just nice to switch it up and give students an opportunity to just respond in a different way and to really be able to explain. But know that you can filter these questions down in further detail. So here you see I want to add questions, but now I want to filter it by standard. Or maybe I just simply add the questions here and add them to the other side. We are giving you everything that you need to make this your own, but know that we've also done it for you. Right? And as you filter through, it's easy. You get to see the standards information. You get to determine the view you want to look at it, and then you can simply just add that question. It's just add or not. Add and move on to the next question. Notice you have 22 questions that you can move through, and as you add, it will continue to move on through those questions. So you have full functionality.
Will it save
It's
questions
yes, absolutely. So there's a
there for next year?
yep. As long as you're not wiped from teaching that course. If they pull it from you, well, then it gets wiped, but that's not, you know, as long as you keep that course, it is yours, and all of your information will be there. And know that, like I said, you're able to edit, but you're also able to copy to class. So that's an important piece. When you create this for period 1, know that you can copy it to your others.
Is it able to be printed for like those that have accommodations?
Yes. So you do have, thank you for saying that because I forgot about this book. You do have that chapter test and lesson quizzes already set, but know that you are also able to print a version of that assessment as well. Yep. Reports, standards performance, activity performance, detailed reports for your students. So now you're seeing how the class is doing, how the class is averaging on individual assignments, being able to see that item analysis that we kind of briefly looked at before, being able to see the percentage there. So notice here you're seeing the question, seeing the percentage of student responses there. You're able to see the detailed standard information for that question if the questions were standards-based questions and not ones that you added to the program. And you're also able to view this report. Remember, I talked about being able to see that from a student perspective. So now I can select that for my student, and notice I can download that for a parent-teacher conference. Okay? So I have both class view and student view. And then for your government, notice that you will also have those standards embedded right within and the benchmarks, seeing the class average, the number of questions. So if the class is at 100, but it's one question, hello, not proficient yet, need some more questions around that. But you can also see this with student view. So now I can see how the student is averaging. So this is a good place to get some of that MTSS information in order to support students as they move throughout. So everything you need is within this digital platform. And I know you're probably wondering, well, how am I going to access it all? Know that we are embedded with Canvas. So that means assignment sync and grade passback. Whether you assign it in Canvas, you assign it in the McGraw-Hill platform, the assignments as well as the grades will exist in both places, okay? Doesn't matter where it's completed or where it's assigned, they will talk to each other, okay? So again, assignment sync and grade passback, you can see here I'm going into the course, and those assignments are going to exist here as well. Now, I talked a lot, I spoke pretty quickly, but again, professional development, we will provide you with that for the life of the adoption. So you have two of the people that will be a part of that team that's creating, along with our professional learning director, as well as your district leaders, to really create a plan, whether it be online, live, or in person. Whatever it is that you need, we'll work it out, because we can't build the next best if we're not communicating with today's teachers and today's students, okay? So we'll provide you with that PD, but know that you have reviewer support right now, because we know you want to dig in a little bit more. So as you go online, from that dashboard, once you click that drop down, you'll see reviewer support learn the program. That's going to help you dig in a little bit deeper. Why choose McGraw-Hill? Why? Here are 7 reasons why. Take out your phone, take a picture of this, so that as you review, you're able to dig into these pieces and see if they do exactly what I kind of showed, because I pre-recorded it, right? I promise there were no tricks other than, like, you know, my pauses in my voice. I decided to take off the audio because it was too much. Couldn't talk, right? But notice that inquiry driven. You have those editable presentations that are there that your students can also view. I don't know if I mentioned that. That launch presentation, your students can see that with everything except for, of course, your teacher resources, like anything that's an answer key. Having that FCLE support, that again, you can just guide students to, or you can use within your classroom to support them. That leveled text, and then also having some McGraw-Hill exclusives, Actively Learn. This is a piece that other states and other states, they had to purchase that additional piece. In Florida, we have bundled it and also aligned it to the standards, so we're ensuring that you have exactly what you need. SmartBook, nowhere else, I can promise you, nowhere else is providing you with that adaptive, personalized support, okay? This came from higher ed, so all of the doctors that we see today, if they're under the age of 50, they've used SmartBook, and they've used this to prepare them to be the great doctors that they are today. The Read Anywhere app, offline access, is going to sync right back online. And I've shown you some of these pieces, but also take a picture of this username and password. I say take a picture because these underscores, it's just, you know, you want to make sure you get that right, okay? It is case sensitive. So as you see that capital S, ensure that it's capitalized. And this will allow you to review our content. So with that, I ask that you vote for McGraw-Hill. Vote yes. You'll get all of these rich resources. We'll ensure that you have the PD that you need, and even when your district doesn't have a specific PD day, you will have access to all of the curriculum specialists and Mike, of course, that will be able to give you that support that you need. Now, I know we asked some questions throughout, but did we have any others?
All right, plenty of questions. Please get online. The login information is also in your sample materials. You're not going to break anything. You can use our online stuff now. You can project. You can print off all of those things. Questions. We ran a little bit long. If questions come up, and you can shoot them to Ryan, and Ryan will quickly get them to us. Thanks, Ryan, for bringing us all together today, by the way. Sally Patton, I didn't introduce her. She's a Florida State manager. The reason
She's part
I
of the team.
introduced Sally is you got a team behind you. McGraw-Hill's been around 100 years, over 100 years. Social studies is a really strong program for us. So we're here to support you, make sure that we implement the program with you all so the kids are successful. Really, that's the bottom line. That's what it comes down to. So it's a lot of information. We're first, so remember us at the end when you say, boy, that first one was the best one all day. You could have let us know.
Absolutely.
But, so remember that. Any questions while we're thinking?
All
Nothing.
right, that makes me feel like I did a good
You
job.
did a great job. I forgot to say great job, Nani, because you did do a great job.
All right, well, I hope your day's not too long.
So
Stay
before
warm.
you all get the next group, this is a 5-year commitment. I do like to speak to that. And I mentioned it in the beginning. So as you look at this, don't expect to do everything in the first month of school. This is a program you can grow with throughout the 5 years, and be confident that you're going to get the support from McGraw-Hill along the way. So, following your careful examination of the materials, we ask that you vote for McGraw-Hill Florida Social Studies as your choice for your students and teachers of Okaloosa County. So thank you for your time. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. And we got to go to Bay County.
All right, thank you.
Excuse
Break.
me, Ryan,
We'll
real-
resume
ahead.
at 8 o'clock on the dot. We'll have our next one up and ready to go. Housekeeping, there's bagels and water in the cooler in the back, some orange juice. Restrooms are down the hall to the right, to the left. So get up. National Geographic Cengage, and they're going to cover government, econ, financial lit, geography, psychology. So I'm going to turn the floor over to them.
Very well done. I can't remember what we're talking about most of the time. Thank you guys for coming on a Friday and early morning. We appreciate you serving on the committee, and we thank you for your time. My name is Steve Hagan. I'm the local representative for National Geographic and Cengage, and this is Brock Lachelle. Brock's going to be doing majority of the presentation. We're real informal, so if you have any questions, something comes up, just say, hey, and stop us and ask the question, because that's what we're here for, is to get some discourse back and forth and to make sure that we answer your questions on everything that we talk about. Had a very good question from the gentleman from Baker here. Came up and asked if our programs were soft cover. No. The samples that you received were soft cover because they were first print samples. And as we know, our great state of Florida has a lot of restrictions as far as what they're asking for, especially for social studies. So we wanted to make sure when we do our actual hardcover print that it is the final copy, just for environmental purposes and also just financial purposes for us. So just rest assured, this is what the actual final copy looks like as far as the cover. It meets the NASTA standards, which is what every publisher has to do. So that was a very good question. I'm glad he covered that. Any questions from you guys before we get started? All right, thanks again, and I will turn it over to Brock.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for having us today, and thanks for spending a little bit of your time with us. So to get started, what do you think of whenever you hear National Geographic? What comes to your mind? Yeah? Yeah, a little magazine, right? Tons of them. You still have them? Yeah? You still use them with your class?
No, these are
At the house, okay.
garage
Yeah.
up above.
Yep. Anybody else?
Well, I was going to say, a special my dad made us watch when I was in middle school on Ethiopia, and everybody else got to watch something from school, and we had to watch that. But it's been imprinted.
It has.
Great appreciation.
Okay. Anybody else want to share something they remember about or what comes to their mind about National Geographic? The pictures, right? Right. So whether it is the pictures or the magazines, what did that do to you as a learner, as a student, as an adult? What did that do to you? Did it suck you into whatever that was? I mean, just looking at some of these images that came up on the screen, it engages you, right? Well, that's what we bring with National Geographic. Over 130 years of that National Geographic experience. I know, just thinking back to my first memory of what I remember from National Geographic, it was elementary school. We were in the media center, and at that time there was no media specialist. So basically, we would go in with an adult, and they would say, okay, go get your books. But what would we do as little elementary kids? Run around, horse around, right? But 5 minutes into our time in there, all of a sudden, a video would come on. And what did I hear? That National Geographic intro, right? You'll hear it in a little bit. But as soon as that happened, if you had your book, guess what all the kids did? Wandered right over to that TV, sat down on the floor, and that was it for the rest of the time. So you got your book, but what did that adult in that room know was going to happen whenever they put on those National Geographic videos? Exactly, because they were engaging, weren't they? So that's what you're going to see, and I wanted to play a quick little video here to show you a little bit how we get your students engaged.
If I was an explorer, I would wake up, put on my gear, put on my hijab, binoculars, a hat. I would take my tools to investigate. I'd put on my spacesuit, and then I'd shoot off into the stars. If I was an explorer, I'd climb into a rocket. I'd fly to the sun. I like to go to the places that most people usually don't go to. Explore my city. I'd tell stories to the world with my photos and videos of my experiences, my discoveries. I'd go to depths of space, the bottom of an ocean. If I was an explorer, I wouldn't care about getting dirty. I would discover and analyze different things that have never been seen before. I'll discover new species. I would take my findings back to the lab to build things, create new things. I'd find a cure for cancer. I'd recycle our trash to build buildings. Make the world a better place.
Maybe an explorer is all about understanding this world better.
To show the world a different way of seeing.
To venture into uncharted territory.
My name is Arthur Huang.
My name is Hannah Reyes Morales.
My name is Dominique Demille Correa Gonçalves, and this is what an explorer looks like.
Did anything stand out in that little video to you? Anything. Anything. For you personally, did anything stand out to you?
It didn't look like Baker.
It did not. No.
Kid voices.
The kid voices at the beginning, and what did they turn into at the end? The adults. Your kids can be those explorers, right? As they're learning about these new things. And I just want to preface this with, not all of the titles that you're going to see with what we're presenting today have our explorers in it. But the point of me showing you that video was the engagement. When the students feel engaged, what are they going to do to the content? They're going to absorb it a little bit more, aren't they? And so when we talk about National Geographic, when you were talking about things that you remember from National Geographic, the video that you watched that you at the time thought everybody else is having fun, I bet you she can recall some things from that video. I don't know if I want to say fortunately or unfortunately, but she remembered things from that video. Something stood out to her. And that's what you're going to see across the board whenever you look at National Geographic. So today, we have the task of sharing 5 different titles with you today. So I've tried to put some commonalities together from all 5 of these titles. And share with you what National Geographic is going to bring you with each of those 5 titles. So again, like Steve said at the beginning, feel free to ask questions. We'll focus in on econ and American government. I know those are the major titles that you're looking at, but if you have any questions about any of those titles, feel free to stop and ask. I see a lot of people writing down, you're trying to write down all the titles there. We'll pause and go through them as I bring each of those up. So we're going to start with that American government. But before I do that, if you remember a few things from today, hopefully you remember thinking back to your first memories of National Geographic. Hopefully I sparked some of that. But the first thing that I want you to remember today is what National Geographic does for you. And what we're going to do is inspire your students through all that National Geographic content. Images, videos, our explorers in some cases. But you're going to see how National Geographic can inspire your students with that interactive and lively National Geographic content. So let's start with that American government book. What you're going to get with that American government book to really engage your students. We had somebody talk about those National Geographic articles. You're going to see excerpts pulled from those National Geographic articles, not just because they're National Geographic articles and we think they're great, but because they tie right back to the learning inside that particular chapter. So small snippets of these articles are going to be found throughout that American government book. On our MindTap platform, you're going to be able to access the full article if you really wanted to have it. But the reason why these articles are placed in there is to really engage your students in learning about the content, but then tying it to something else, right? Tying it to real life things. My favorite piece about this is, yeah, we have these great articles, but then these think about it questions. Tying it all together. So here, 50 years of wilderness, look at this think about it question. How do environmental and financial policies, such as those resulting in protective legislation like the Wilderness Act, place limitations on citizens and private industry for the public good. So you can see how we've got this fantastic National Geographic article. It's tying back to the content and then getting your students to think about, how this relates to what they're learning about. Other National Geographic things that you're going to see in that American Government book, in this case online in our MindTap, are all these great National Geographic videos. So you're not going to miss out on having any of those as well. There was a new legislation or standard that was placed in for American Government. So you're going to see the Supreme Court features are placed throughout that American Government book. So you're going to see a lot of those called out. And again, tying it back, getting the students thinking about, in this case, what role did the U.S. Constitution have in the Supreme Court's opinion and decision on those particular cases. So a lot of great content that's going to really engage. And then finally, another one of those Florida statutes bringing in, tying in different philosophies. You're going to see this communist dictators and their regimes feature. And so you'll see that feature throughout that American Government, so the students can compare things that are going on and then looking back to, in this case, some of those communist dictators that are featured. I wanted to highlight a few different things from that American Government book. Again, you're going to see these fantastic 2-page unit openers. Again, those images that you come to love about National Geographic. You're going to see those Florida Sunshine State standards called out. This is a Florida-specific book, so you're going to see those standards called out there for you. You're also going to see these critical viewing questions. I was a teacher, I could spend probably 2 class periods if we just put up an image and then had the students start talking about that. One of the things that I feel like some kids don't get the chance to do is see a lot of different things, and so what our images really do is levels that playing field. So now everybody is looking at this image, and now we can talk about it. But when you look at an image, you bring your own background with it, and when somebody else looks at an image, they bring their background. So it's great to get that discussion going to see different perspectives from that. But that's what you're going to get with those unit openers. And then again, as we switch over to the chapter openers, you're still going to get those great images, like I said, that you come to love about National Geographic. You're going to get the lesson overview, saying what's to be taught in that particular lesson. And then again, a critical viewing question. How many of your students do you think have been able to go to Philadelphia or have been to Philadelphia? Hardly any, maybe none, right? So now you can see, we can almost take them on a field trip to Philadelphia just with those images there. You're going to see our lessons are really chunked for the students to keep them engaged, not overwhelming them with the content. A lot of great images throughout. You're not going to see an overwhelming amount of text compared to pictures. There's a nice balance between those in there. Throughout, you're going to see those historical thinking questions, getting your students thinking about what they've just read or learned in that particular lesson. And then again at the end. So shifting gears a little bit, we're going to jump into economics. We're not done talking about American Government, but I wanted to show you a little bit about the econ and how we still incorporate that National Geographic feel here. So when we talk about econ, again, we're going to see those great National Geographic videos that you'll have access to through our MindTap platform, really engaging your students and connecting them to the content that they're learning. A great feature inside that econ book is connecting to history. So as the students are learning about the topics in econ, adding these connecting to history pieces to tie it back to things that have happened throughout history. Again, just that thinking critically piece, just tying it in there as well. Again, a lot of stuff that you're going to see within all of these is not just to look pretty or to highlight something great from National Geographic, but it really ties back to the content and getting the students to think about what they're learning. Another great feature with inside of the econ is this success skills. Giving your students the opportunity to focus in on some of the things that are going to make them successful in life. Thinking about just things that will help them do better with school or into careers and different things like that, you'll see and how they apply to their real life. You also see movers and shakers, where it highlights prominent people in the industry, or depending on what the topic is being discussed in the book, you'll see some of those individuals that just highlight some of the things that they've done throughout their career and how that relates back to economics. Again, using those critical thinking questions just to tie it all together. Stay with me, shifting gears a little bit to that geography book. This is an older edition. We are releasing a new edition this spring. So I'm highlighting things that are from the older book, but know that if you choose to adopt this book, you'll get the newer one, right? So with our geography book, one of the ways that we really engage your students with this geography book is with those National Geographic Explorers. So your students are going to be able to get introduced to, I think there's about 32 different explorers inside this book. Again, not just because they're National Geographic Explorers, but because they're doing things that the students are learning about. And so we're going to meet one of them right now, Albert Lynn. I'll just play a little snippet.
So here's this guy, one of my dad's friends. He's a scientist. Well, it turns out he lost his toes to frostbite while trying to climb Mount Everest. And it was at that moment that I realized that you could be a scientist while still doing crazy, extreme things. And that's what I wanted to do. All the great engineers of our time are really just explorers, creating things that would push the limits of what we could do. I want to find a way of turning all these tools into mechanisms that help me explore more about humanity, about myself, about where I came from. I'm Albert Lynn. I use cutting-edge technology to solve ancient mysteries. I'm a National Geographic explorer.
And your students will be introduced to a lot of great explorers and their work that they're doing and how that ties back to the content. What you're going to see with that geography book, again, is just that phenomenal, engaging photographs that the students are going to get immersed into. And so here's just a little bit of the unit opener where the students are going to get to meet those explorers. Online, they'll have access to watch those videos. They'll get to read a little bit more about them. They'll be able to see some highlights on how this topic, in this case, we're investigating the geography of the region, and then just a little bit of information about that country or that region, talking about the history. And then how that connects with the culture. So just with that unit opener, it gives the students a great glimpse into that particular region and all those different areas of interest as we start talking about that particular region. One of the things that we didn't even really discuss when we were talking about National Geographics are maps. So of course, you're not going to miss out on any maps as well. So you're going to see a lot of great maps, not just simple, run-of-the-mill, ordinary, we see that kind of map all the time, but lots of different maps. And again, what I love about our maps is even the image vocabulary. So we're looking at the Himalaya mountains on the map, but now the students can see a picture of what those mountains look like. So you'll see that throughout that particular book as well. Another great feature that's inside that geography book are the active options, really to extend the students' learning. So as they're learning about different concepts, you're going to get these active options to really get your students researching different things. And you can see in this case, there's a lot of different options for them on each of these unit projects. There's 3 different activities for the students to either choose from or for you to assign them. Again, shifting gears a little bit more to that personal financial literacy, just trying to show you how what you're going to get with National Geographic can engage your students.
Unit openers set the stage for what is diving into the
You're going to see with those unit openers an engaging story to get the students thinking about those concepts that they're learning about. In this case, with financial literacy, you'll see in the unit openers just a quick little story to really get the students engaged with a real life scenario, highlighting those chapters and the topics that they're going to be learning about throughout that particular unit. You'll also see as they jump into those chapters, you're going to see some...
Teachers will dive into the chapters throughout the chapter.
Give me 1 second. I think we turned off. There we go. Let me back up now. Again, with those chapter openers, you're going to see the teaching resources that are available, what the teacher's going to need to use, as well as this new feature to help the students as they're learning about their own personal finances, things that they can do and things that they shouldn't do. So a little checklist for them to keep an eye on as they're learning about the concepts in this chapter. Another thing that you'll find throughout are these success skills. Again, sort of mirroring some of those other ones that we've talked about, or just some things that they can do that will help them as they go through their careers. And speaking of careers, you're going to see a fantastic feature called Exploring Careers In. I know a lot of high school students aren't even thinking about what kind of jobs they're going to have, how they're going to make that money that they are going to use to buy that fancy car or whatever that house is that they want to get. And so that Exploring the Careers In is a great way to show your students what kind of jobs are out there in some of these career clusters that the Department of Education has sort of focused on. Throughout, you're also going to see checkpoints to really keep those students in line as they're going through that content, just to keep them up to date and see if they're understanding all of those concepts, as well as do the math. So a lot of basic mathematical equations that the students are going to, go through just to keep up with the concepts that they're learning. And then finally, engaging with that psychology book, you're going to see on those chapter openers what we call zoom in, zoom out. And so here we're looking at a little kid looking at some broccoli. So that's like the big picture. But then as we zoom in, we can see the taste buds. So in this case, we're talking about, let me go back, the science of mind. And they were talking about how when you look at an object, it's already giving you an idea of what that's going to taste like. Of course, a great example of that is broccoli. How many of us love to eat broccoli, right? So just again, getting the students engaged with the images, the stories that are being told at the beginning of those chapters, engaging the students with those learning objectives, letting them know what is going to be taught or what they're expected to learn by the end of that chapter. Highlighting those key vocabulary words, keeping those in mind so they can focus in what's important. And then again, just that little story, getting the students engaged with that personal story, that real life scenario of what they're going to be learning about. Again, you're going to see a lot of great graphs and images throughout that psychology book, as well as getting your students prepared for any AP exams. Even if this isn't an AP course, some of those pre-AP students, getting them thinking about those higher level questionings. And you can see in this psychology book that it also deals with those real life problems. So there's a focus with psychology takes on real world problems where the concepts that are being learned are being tied to those real world experiences. Again, just engaging those students in real life examples. So hopefully throughout all 5 of those titles, you can see how using that National Geographic feel, the content, the explorers, the pictures, the images, it really engages and inspires your students to learn. So let's talk a little bit about that digital piece, how we connect you and your students together with our digital piece called MindTap. So you're going to see a little difference as you start exploring these titles. Some of them live on an older version of MindTap that's being updated, and some of them are already moved over to the new update of MindTap. So you're going to see a little difference as we talk about them. But the gist of it is you're going to have things that are pre-made for you. These assignments are ready to be used right out of the box. All you have to do is give your students access to them. But it does allow for you to completely customize that platform to fit the way that you're going to teach your course. You're going to see a lot of standards correlations. You're going to see an embedded ebook that has a lot of great support tools for your students, study tools, as well as assessments. So just highlighting a little bit of what you're going to see with inside that MindTap platform. Looking at a student view with an assignment. Here's an example of a reading assignment. The students are going to be able to get right into that ebook. They'll be able to have the text read aloud to them with our Read Speaker app. What I love about that Read Speaker app is it's not just going to read the text aloud. You're going to see a lot of different settings that allow you to turn things on and off as a student. Things like text highlighting or changing the word color, the text color. You can change those to make it a little bit easier for the students to read. So a lot of different settings that the students have the ability to customize and make their own. Another thing that the students will be able to do inside the ebook is to highlight and take notes. So they'll have 4 highlighting options. They can highlight in any of those. They can take notes throughout, and all that's going to be stored in their study hub, so they can always go back to it, see their highlights, see their notes. They can even print those out. The older version of MindTap looks a little bit different, but it still has the same concept. The learning path is built for them. All the content is there. You can see it's broken down by chapter, by unit. In this case, we're in the personal financial literacy book. And so you can see all of those assignments are broken down for them. I'm going to highlight again that just that reading activity, jumping into the ebook. So it just looks a little bit different from that the American government book, but the same concept. Students can click on those vocabulary words. Those definitions pop right out. No need to go back in and look up definitions. We stay right on that page. If I'm struggling with that word, I can click on the vocabulary word and have the definition pop right up. I can also highlight and take notes. And all of those are going to get stored in the Study Hub app, in this case, for the students to see and gain access to. And again, they can create study guides using all those vocabulary words that they've highlighted or those notes and key terms. But all of that can be stored inside that Study Hub app for them to come back to later on. Again, they still have the access to do the Read Speaker app. It'll highlight in one color, and then each word as it's being read aloud will be in a different color. And they can customize it in this version just a little bit with speeding it up, slowing it down, and changing the voice. But what you're really going to notice is the functionality of both of them, whether you're looking at personal finance or American government or psychology, the functions are going to be the same. It's just going to look a little bit different. The other thing that you have available in both those MindTap platforms is the ability to do assignments. So in this case, just highlighting some of the types of assignments that you can have your students complete. In this case, we've got vocabulary matching, or we have math skills where they fill in the blank, or maybe multiple choice questions. Here's the newer version of MindTap, so you can see it looks a little bit different with those assignments. Again, having multiple choice questions, fill in the blank. In that case, I wanted to highlight for the American government, there's also that Florida Civics Literacy Test Prep that is already built in for you. You'll also have versions, PDF versions, if you needed to print those out rather than have the students complete them electronically. So again, we talked about how with that National Geographic content, we inspire students to learn more, get engaged. We're showing you how that new MindTap platform connects you and your students together with those interactive activities. And so lastly, just want to show you a little bit of the support that we offer for the teachers. You're going to notice with all of them the differentiation strategies that are available. So helping you reach those ELLs, those gifted and talented, those striving readers, or maybe even just highlighting some misconceptions that students may have going into it. But you're going to see a lot of different strategies that you're going to be able to use with those students throughout. A key piece to the high school programs is the focus on college and career readiness. And so you're going to see that throughout just preparing your students for college. You're going to see different things to help them along, just questionings. You can see here with this one for American government, just using leadership skills, but getting your students ready for college or maybe even a career if they're not going into college. So you'll see a little bit of that. And then lastly, I wanted to talk about our support. Our support is offered in a variety of ways, whether it's face-to-face, virtual trainings, but it's not just at the beginning of the school year. It's through the life of that adoption. We also have on-demand resources for teachers, as well as one-on-one support if needed. So as the school year starts, if you have a new teacher that comes on board that has missed that initial training, we do even offer support for those new teachers to catch up and get caught back up where those other teachers have been. So a lot of great support that you'll see throughout that entire length of that adoption, not just right at the beginning. And so to close out, instead of me talking more and more, I thought maybe one of our explorers would do a better job of sort of summarizing what you'll get with National Geographic.
When I talk about passion, passion doesn't necessarily just equal adrenaline. At the end of the day, though, it's really about you. And I think whatever that passion is great. It's just finding it and recognizing it and being able to embrace it and know that, okay, this is who I am, this is my identity, this is what I love. And it doesn't have to be climbing mountains or skiing off of Everest. It can be anything. Really, the important lesson here is that nothing really comes easy, and you have to stick with it in order to kind of achieve anything great. The coolest thing about the National Geographic community, they're all passionate about something, and they've been able to use it to see the world and learn more about the world.
So just to close out, that is our passion. Our passion is to bring this kind of content to students and teachers in hopes that they find their passion. And hopefully this will help your students find their passion, whether it's in American government, in economics, financial literacy, geography, or even psychology. So with that being said, do you guys have any questions?
You said you could print the test in a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way that you could change the test?
Editable, so you also have access, so the assignments that are pre-built inside of MindTap, you do have the ability to customize those and edit the questions. You also gain access to our web bank generator, which is called Cognero. Are you familiar with ExamView? Same kind of thing, it's just web-based. I know ExamView, can I download the software? Am I allowed? All this is now web-based, so you can then use the MindTap assignments as is, or you can go into Cognero and create your own assignments if you wanted to from the question banks that are there. Yep.
Any other questions? You should have your samples at your school. If you don't, if something happened, went to the wrong spot or something like that, get with Mr. Gore. We'll make sure that you have your both physical and digital samples. And again, I reiterate that it will be hardback. Okay, it won't be what you received exactly. All right. Any other questions or? All right, y'all are free to go home for the rest of the day.
You're done.
Mr. Gore's gonna kill me. He's getting tired of me saying that. But seriously, if you have any questions or anything comes up, then go through Ryan and we'll make sure that we answer those. We appreciate your time and letting us talk to you. Thank y'all.
Thank you, guys. School will be on break. Our next one start at 9 o'clock. So from now until 9 is your time to stretch your legs, restroom, whatever you need to do. So. 9 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get started. With us now is Teachers Curriculum Institute, also known as TCI. So I'll turn it over to them. They have the floor.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? So my name's Nathan, forgot my name tag, but it is Nathan. And I was in the classroom teaching for 10 years, mostly world history, US history, and AP government. I did economics in summer school only, so hopefully I can answer questions if you have specific economics questions, but those are my babies, were AP Gov and US history. So I now work with TCI. I taught with all these in my classroom and had such great success with it that I now work on the curriculum side in TCI. So I'm on kind of our content division. I don't write the books like themselves since I'm a teacher, so I do all the fun stuff that goes with it. So I help our teachers that like pilot activities and the questions and all the stuff that goes with the book. So hopefully I can answer content questions. And then Dawn's here, she's your account manager.
So my name is Dawn Smith. I'm a National Account Manager for TCI. Like Nathan, I taught using this curriculum myself. My background's a little bit different. I taught U.S. history, world history, and I did use Econ Alive at the middle grades level years ago and was a national presenter for the National Council on Econ Ed. So go Econ teachers. I'm super excited to have you with us today. And I just want to make sure you know that it's a partnership with us. So it would be Dawn on speed dial if I'm fortunate enough to have you partner with us in this adoption. And I pride myself on my customer support, so any questions that don't get answered today, please make sure those get to us, and if I don't know the answer, I'll find someone who does, which means I'll call Nathan.
If it's a content thing, but if you need more stuff, or if you want to see, another version of a book or any of the pieces that you want an extra piece of, Dawn can help you with getting all that material. So just let her know whatever you're interested in, and we'll get it to you. So like he said, TCI stands for Teachers Curriculum Institute, which is a crazy mouthful, so we just never say it. We just say TCI. And it's all the purple stuff. But like Don was saying, both of us, all the sales team, everybody working for TCI was a teacher. And we're very proud of that fact. So we are a full comprehensive publisher, and we've been in business for 35-ish years now. But we were started by a high school and a middle school teacher who basically were tired of just watching everybody just read out of the book and call that social studies. So we tried to, that's why the name is Alive. So it's History Alive or Economics Alive or Gov Alive. The idea is the book is great. And if you have a sub day or if you just want to just quickly cover the content, you can do book and notes, and that works totally fine. But then every lesson will have a cool activity that goes along with it to get kids caring a little bit more, especially seniors and juniors, really wanting to learn about GovEcon. Because it'd be helpful if we had some people who could have a civic conversation with each other. So that's our goal. We are a medium-sized publisher, so we only do K-12 social studies and K-8 science. But to us, that fits us right kind of at the perfect sweet spot. So we're not this massive publisher that you can never get responses from or can't get anything changed. And we really are able to be very nimble and flexible. And some of the stuff we'll show you today, or a lot of it actually that we'll show you today, is stuff that teachers have requested over the years. So we have won a ton of digital awards for our online platform, for being easy to use for teachers and for parents and students to get on and see the content. So we're very proud of that we might not be as big as some of the monster programs, but we really feel like we're also not like a tiny little one-stop show, and we can be very responsive for you. And we are across the country, so we focus a lot on Florida, and all the programs today, we've created a K-12 Florida book bag. This is the first time that we've been in all K-12 for the adoption. We've done elementary and middle school in the past, but this year we went ahead and did the whole thing. So these are, I would say these are not brand new books, right? These are on the third, fourth edition. So we've really built these up over time to make sure they meet Florida's needs. And then this is the sheet Dawn gave you, the reviewer resources. So this sheet is really just so you can scan that QR code and it'll have all those resources there. So if you don't have your print samples that Dawn had sent earlier, you can see on there every single page of everything. So these links here will link to the whole book for government, the whole book for economics, all the pages for government economics. So anything that you want to see and dig in detail, you can see on that sheet. Or just shoot Dawn an email and say, hey, I want to see, just send me another copy of the book. And she can do that too for you.
And also, since you received or had access to that document through EdCredible previously, we added a digital copy of the rubric packet that I passed out to you as well. So that's also on there.
Yeah, and the goal of the rubric is just because we know you're looking at 9 million things, right? So it's hard to navigate different websites of things that you're not used to. So hopefully the rubric will just kind of point you in the right direction to say, look at the unit project, or look at the this thing called overview, or the biography. So the rubric is not meant, you obviously need to look at stuff on your own when you're filling out the rubric, but hopefully it gives you the general direction of where to look. Okay. Anybody have any trouble getting on or questions on that rubric page? All right then. So we are looking mostly today at government and economics. We also have a geography alive program. So the state is not, we're not formally adopting geography alive, but we have that totally available and has all the correlations for it. So we can, I think that's actually on the form, I believe. We put the geography correlations as well. If not, I have, I know we,
yes, I believe
yeah, I know
so.
we ran the geography correlations. So like that, we can send you those too if you want. But there's lots of districts that use geography as an elective in Florida, our Geography Alive program. So we have that one as well. But those are our three: government, economics, and geography. We do not have a psychology, sociology yet. We've been debating it for years, but haven't ever decided to create that yet. And then, so we would like to know just kind of what you are looking for. So you obviously have 9 million things on the rubric, but what are kind of your top 2, 3 things that you think are important that you'd like us to show you today? So that's what we want to make sure that we are in the right direction here. So if you just want to chat at your table real quick for a couple of minutes, or maybe just a minute, 1 minute to say, what do we want? What do we want to make sure they show us today?
While you're brainstorming for just a moment, I'm going to circulate a set of placards, which you may not have seen in the samples you received already. These are from the World Connections program, but I think it does a nice job of just showing you some of the visuals that you would have that would accompany the program if you chose to, because these are always a big hit with teachers and students. So I'll just let those float around the room. So all of the programs that we offer have those visuals.
And I'll kind of semi-eavesdrop, but then we can share in a second too. So just top 2 or 3 things.
He's never semi-eavesdropped in his life. He's a master. He didn't hear me.
I want to be able to select the questions from the bank.
I failed to ask you what you teach, I think.
Government, economics, personal financial literacy, career planning, and I finally got rid of world history, I hope.
You didn't want one more planning?
I hate it.
Not your one.
Yeah, well, I teach at a K-12 school. There's 2 of them in the
Oh.
county. So, yeah, I got
That's a
kids-
lot.
I got kids from 9th grade to seniors.
Yeah, yeah. Pros and cons with that, but okay, good deal.
The pros is they're out of middle school. I taught middle school for 2 years. That was horrible.
I taught mental school.
All right, so I hope I'm not cutting you off too early, but I've also learned, like, as teachers, we could just talk for the next 30 minutes and you'd be good. So, so maybe one thing at each table, like kind of what's one big thing you want to make sure that we show? Anybody want to start us off? Maybe up front, we'll just kind of go around.
Oh, okay, what we were talking about, a test bank.
Okay.
We can maneuver, to
Yeah.
have different level questions cover
Great.
each standard.
Great.
That I can select, put it in a test, print the
Yeah.
test, because everybody keeps talking about computers. We got a computer lab, and it works sometimes.
Yeah, but I need to print the,
We
yeah.
don't have- we don't have computers.
You can't
Yeah.
rely on it.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have-
Yeah.
we have a couple
Yeah.
cards that
I would put our test bank up against anybody. I find it
Anybody.
really, really easy to use. Like it's, yeah. And like every lesson's going to have like a set of both, like we have these lesson game questions. There's 20 questions that are formative assessment that you can choose if you want to also put them on the real test. Then there's a default summative test, and then you have total control. You can delete the choices, mix them up, print as many copies as you want, and then you can also assign it online if you want it to be auto-graded. So if you are able to get kids to take it online, that's nice, but if not, then hit the print button, and and then you hand it out that way. Yeah.
Yes.
And we've also done, we've been ranking, so like your Florida tests typically use like complexity instead of saying depth of knowledge, but we have depth of knowledge that is basically like very similar to that 1, 2, 3, so you can kind of rank them that way and sort that way to make sure you get the right level questions. Yeah, so that makes it a lot easier, yeah. So, okay, so we'll definitely look at assessment stuff, great. Anything else big that you talked about that you want to make sure? Okay. One thing you guys came up with?
We were talking about like support for ESE and like ELL learners.
Okay, great.
As well, and then just kind of having like sometimes not everyone has technology or computers or internet goes around, just having
Yep.
like some type of physical
Yep.
or the ability to download and print just to.
Yes, definitely. Good. So that equity of that online and print, yeah, that's something that we've worked really hard to do because it's even when districts tell us, we get trapped a lot of times where they're like, oh, we're 1-to-1.
Yeah.
And they aren't really a 1-to-1. Like it'll be like kind of, or when the devices are working, or when we can get them and they're not testing, or so yeah, like or when the internet works, right? So yeah, so that's important. Cool. Okay, so kind of ESE, ELL support, and then also print online. Okay. Anything in the back y'all talked about?
Just more like just the kind of variety of options you have.
Okay.
Because you do have kids that prefer different things, so
And by variety, you mean like different ways to teach it, or?
Materials, different access
Okay.
materials, different things.
Okay.
Because some of the kids like using the digital stuff more, some of
And
them
then other
like
like,
using it more.
yeah, great.
So, and I have like all different levels of kids anyways.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I teach the AP, the honors, and the regular, so
Yeah.
the more I can have, the better.
Great, great. That is helpful. Okay, well, thank you guys for sharing that. So what we are known for, like the Alive part, like I was saying earlier, is that engagement piece, so that every lesson will have some sort of built-in activity. And what we're proud of is that that's how we started 30 years ago, and now we've really moved it also to like a digital engagement. So they can do the online, they can watch the videos, and they have lots of other pieces. So there is like a kind of 2 levels of engagement now that TCI has. And then we'll kind of go through all these different pieces. Everything is built in. So it's truly a comprehensive program. But we like to not think of ourselves as like an old school publisher, right? Like it's like the book is a component, but it's not the only component, which is why we don't like just be like, let's just sit and like flip through the book, because all the pieces work together. So we'll show you how that works in the teacher stuff. So first is the teacher. And the reason that we've been nagging you to log online is because like it really is like that computer is the key thing. So all the teacher materials will be very easily laid out for you online. And it'll tell you step by step what to do for each of the lessons. And I'll show you in a second, you have a couple different options for each lesson. And then if you don't like it, you can edit all the pieces and kind of do what you want with them. So you can either click through, like a new teacher, brand new to the subject, can just like literally just keep clicking the right arrow and it'll just walk them through a lesson. Or you can modify it and tweak it. There is in addition like a print lesson guide. So like this will just print all the content that's online for you and like just walk through those same steps. Most districts don't buy it, but if you do, some districts, if you feel like you have more traditional teachers that would like to print off or would like to plan while they're offline or when they're sitting on the beach or something and take notes, and like so there is that print support for all the directions are also in that teacher guide book. And we have been, and Don can also send you a copy of that for your particular grade if you want. And then the last piece was what Don handed out, the placards. So those placards are, every program has a set similar to that. You can see a couple of them up there. And those are laminated cards that go along with the activities of the lessons. So it's just kind of to do it for you. So it'll be like set up the stations, and there'll be 8 pictures that you'll have, or 8 primary sources, and they'll set those stations up. And it could be that either students go to the station, or it could just be you're here and you get A and you get B, and then we rotate them through, right? But it just kind of gives you the resources so that you don't have to do it all on your own. And again, if you want to add your own, you can, or print extras, you can do that too. So that's teacher stuff. So most of it will be through that teacher account that we'll spend most of the time in, and then lesson guide and placards. And then on the student side, so each program will have a physical textbook, and then every word of this will also be online, right? So like you can either use the physical textbook to go through and teach, or it can be online. And as you're flipping through, so I don't know if you flipped through yours that's been sent to you yet, but you'll notice it's a little bit different. We have like 1 column of text instead of 2 columns that a lot use. Part of that is like Dr. Kate Kinsella's research on considerate text, that especially if you're a struggling reader, it can throw you if there's just like crap all over the sides here, right? So it's like we have like 1 purposeful image that will match with the content of the text. The caption ties to the main ideas. It really is purposefully written. When you read through, especially Gov and Econ, like, they're traditional Gov and Econ programs, but they're written more like a story a lot of times. So that most, like, seniors have a chance of actually, like, caring a little bit and making connections to some of this esoteric content out there about why would I care about, civics or economics, and how does it relate to me? So I would love if you kind of get a chance to kind of just read a couple paragraphs, just pick a part of the book and just read through that, and you'll see it really is, it's a full textbook, but is got more of a narrative and interest style to it. So that's kind of the considerate text here. All the vocab will be listed. There'll be summaries at the back. So really all the resources you need. But one difference that everybody always freaks out about, but is very purposeful, is that they're not like random little section questions at the end inside the book. That is the booklet that you have in front of you called Reproducible Notebook Pages. So what our view is we do not want like this to be the only thing you ever do. So we, instead of just like, here, read 5 and answer section questions and just never think about it, just copy answers from section 5. What those reproducible notebook pages will have, do you mind if I borrow one? Okay. Are you Gov or Econ?
Neither.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. We're all then. That counts. So what these will have is really just a built-in lesson plan for you. So instead of just random questions that are only about content, every one of these, it's a 2-page for each lesson. So if I'm in, chapter 5, then I'll have like money, banking, saving, investing. And each one will have a preview that connects to students' prior knowledge. So it could be a song they listen to or a video they listen to or something that happened in their lives or in their families. So like it's really just connecting so that students can make connections. So there'll be a preview first. Then all these things that say reading notes, those are the section questions, right? So those are the questions that go along, and it'll have the questions, it'll have the graphic organizers that students will fill out. And then finally, there'll be the processing, and the processing is an assessment. So it's show me that you understood what was in those reading notes. So what we're really proud of is that instead of just randomly answering questions, it has a built-in, every chapter will have like that reading built-in lesson plan where you can just hand this one page. So if you have a substitute day or if you need to send something home because somebody was absent and they can't do the in-class activity, they'll still get a higher quality lesson than just randomly answering questions. So they'll actually get a hook and then the notes and then a little assessment at the end. And just with that 2 pages that you hand out. So each chapter will have one of these that goes along with it.
And look at more than one of those if you don't mind to see
Yeah,
the
there's a big
variety,
variety, yeah.
from lesson to lesson.
Yeah. And then so students then at the end of the year, they'll use these to create their notebook, and they'll have a portfolio notebook. And I mean, even with GovEcon, I've had students that came back and literally was like, I still got my econ notebook or my Gov notebook, and it's adorable. But it's like when they actually take ownership of it, it is really neat. It's better for parent support. It's better for students actually caring about what's happening in my classroom. So just to us, this combo to us is much more powerful than just simply having the questions. So that's one of our kind of pedagogy things. Any questions on that? Because it's a little different.
You hid your clicker
Okay.
for yourself.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. That's why I need.
That's what I'm here for.
Usually I have. That's what the students are for. Is to find Mr. Wellborn's clicker. And then everything is in Spanish. So just want to show you a couple places on the online stuff. It's almost impossible to see, but this little button down here, there's literally an English-Spanish toggle. So you just click Spanish, and the entire website will switch to Spanish, and you click English, and it goes back. And so that is our professionally translated Spanish that we spend $1 gazillion, right, to get it translated. So use our toggle button. Use our English-Spanish built in for all your Spanish speakers and support for English learners. The other cool thing, though, is the whole website is HTML5. There's no Flash. There's nothing. Everything can be read using other tools. So if you just use Google Translate, you can switch to any other language. So if you have a brand new student that moves in, it's just one unique language that you have not had before, especially for parents that want to kind of see what are you teaching, then it's really nice to be able to switch the whole website over to whatever that other language might be. So Spanish, use our button, and that would be the best experience. And then you can use other languages that way too. And that's true also for the teacher stuff. So all the slideshows that you use, like we have ready-to-use slideshows that are built in, they'll also be translated for you as well. So that's one support for Spanish. I'll show you more where there's differentiation. So for those English learners, what you'll use, but that's kind of like your default. I just need everything in Spanish. Okay. So stop there for a second. Any questions on the components or kind of what are the pieces that go with it? Is that making sense to everybody? Okay. And then so what we've also tried to do online, there's this really cool View Florida Benchmarks button at the top. So every program will have this at the top, and you click View Florida Benchmarks, and it'll have whatever the Florida course guide is, and each of those benchmarks. So there's like CG 2.4, it'll have the benchmark. And then what's nice is these are all links. So these are links that go straight to that reading section, straight to the activity, or straight to the assessment question. And so you can easily find any one of the individual benchmarks that way and go and make sure that you're covering that content. This is really a big picture planning and a CYA type thing, right? When you're, the whole point is that we have really worked hard to make sure it's all in there, so your average teacher can literally just use it and doesn't have to necessarily go to the page. But if a parent wants to see, what do you cover this? Or if another teacher says, where are we doing 2.4? Then it's a really good resource to find everything. What's cool too is when you go to the page, so when I click on one of these links, also on each individual page are the benchmarks. So each page of the text will have which benchmarks are covered there, so that when students are using that, or if your principal's walking around saying, what are we doing? You can literally be right there. It's going to be on that page. So that was the supports for the benchmarks that we've built in. And I'm very excited on the content side because this is the only state that I've been able to convince our software team to do this for. So bless you, Florida, for letting me do this. So I've been asking for it for lots of other states, but this is the first time that they've let me really build it in at point of use. So don't tell any of your other states. She works lots of places.
All 57 states.
And then we have a nifty, I don't know if do we have any more of those EOC booklets for US
Yes,
history?
I actually shared some back there, but we do.
Okay, if you have, there's a little spiral one. This is the US history version. But we've had 3 or 4 districts that have already chosen us for government.
I'll
and
circulate
they have
another
asked for a version of this for the FCLE test that you'd get. Oh, you've got one there, yeah. So this new kind of like test support booklet, it'll have in it a sample FCLE test. So we've already built a full test using I don't know if you've gone on the website and kind of seen all the crazy different benchmarks from different courses that you are in theory supposed to cover in government and then take for that FCLE course. So that new civic literacy test for the government students, we just want to make sure we build enough support for that. So the districts who have already chosen us for government said they wanted a version of that book. So it'll have study guides for every unit and the answer keys in it. And then so that'll be an extra support that we're working on right now.
If I may interject something, just to make sure you're picking up on what he just said, that goes back to the size of our company and what we're able to do in terms of responsiveness. A district that has chosen us has asked us for something and we're delivering on that. I don't know of anyone else that can or does do that. So just keep that in mind as you're reviewing and things you think of, constructive criticisms or wish list items. What you're doing and what you need in the classroom is truly what matters most to us. So don't hold back on sharing those things today or moving forward.
Yeah, that's why I still work for TCI, because that makes my job fun, is because we actually can be responsive.
Right.
So please do that. And then everything that students take assessment-wise. So if any assessment you give online that you're able to have students do online, whether it's formative or summative, it all goes back to this benchmark report. So obviously it's not quite as critical for y'all since you're not doing the U.S. history test, but it is nice to know I've covered everything. You can be able to show what's there. Are my students on the green or the red? Should I reteach some pieces? So just a really nifty report that you can see either by benchmark. Oh, I should reteach this one because everybody's red in that first column. And you can see by student. So the individual student, oh, he's doing well on the top, and then I should help do more tutorials for someone in the middle there. So that's a nifty report that we have been working on to tie to those benchmarks as well. All right, any other questions on that piece? Doing okay? Okay, and again, just throw out questions. Sometimes I talk kind of fast, so just let me know. So let's look at then like the way that everything is set up. So this is true for all the courses. So I think our screenshots here are from government, but government, economics, geography, they're all set up a similar way, that they'll all have this unit piece. So when you sign in to TCI, you'll see these unit boxes, and you pick a unit, and then every unit will have a couple different elements in it. So the first thing will have a set of projects. So this one has an introduction and an inquiry, and then it'll have all these individual lessons that go with it. So every unit has usually like a little intro video that introduces Gov or economics. There's like a political inquiry or an economic inquiry, and it just is get the students interested and try to connect to like something they might know. Like one of them about like, should we tax soda, or should we it's like just like kind of like practical things. So it'll have like a 1-minute video that kind of gets them excited, and then you'll go through and teach each of the individual lessons. And then the whole goal is to come back to this inquiry project. So in this one for government, it's solving a local problem. And the question is, how can you use the political system to make a difference? So as they do each of the lessons, what they learn, they apply to that inquiry project. So they're totally optional. If you don't have time for one for a certain chapter, you just don't like it, you can skip it. But they really are a great way to get kids engaged in looking at it. So the inquiry project is a neat piece there. And there will be support for that also in the notebook. So just like there are these notebook pages that walk through each lesson, there will also be a notebook page that walks through that inquiry project, and then also has a nice rubric that you can use to assess it. Okay. That's just examples of all of them. I don't know if we need to go over that, but there's a huge variety, right? Like, what's a good legislator? How does the judicial branch work? What are foreign policy issues? So just a wide range of all those kind of key pieces that are there. Okay.
Have you seen something in a
I
news
guess
story
we're watching
and
part of
thought,
the video. We'll
that
watch
needs
5
to change?
seconds.
You're not alone. People from all walks of life and of all ages have thought the same and taken action. For example, in 2017, 16-year-old Jamie Margolin.
Okay, so you get the idea. So like, again, it'll just be like a 1-minute like kind of intro, get them excited about it. Okay? And then inquiry projects, same thing in economics. There'll always be an inquiry project for economics as well. So just, all right, so there's going to always be that unit piece. Again, it's optional, but it's a good way to get kids interested. And then every lesson, so this is every single chapter of the book, will have a full lesson component. So all the pieces are done for you. So it'll give you some options at the top of how to teach the lesson. In the middle, there will be a dive deeper. So lots of cool extra pieces that you can do or extra options that you can do. And then at the bottom will be assessment. So that's what we're going to look through is kind of how those pieces work together in a lesson. And that first piece is how do I teach it? So when you're going through the lesson, you have a reading as the first option. So you could each time just take text and do the notes and use those pieces as kind of your like level 1 intro to TCI. So any teacher can do that, or if you have a sub day, they can do that too. And what's cool about, I talked about a little bit about the way the book was set up, but online you have a lot of other great things that give support for student readers as they're going through. So this is really important, especially for English language students and ESE students. So I just want to show this one live. It's a little easier, I think, than looking at that piece there. So we're just in one of the textbook chapters. Again, you can see those, that's the benchmarks right there. So those are the 2 benchmarks for that section, and you can scroll over and see what they are. And then when you're in this text, you can click on any of the images, and you can blow it up and zoom in. That's obviously not super exciting, but there might be some better ones. You can click on definitions, so that'll just define in text. So that's kind of a nifty thing. And then there's all these reading supports in these buttons. So the first reading support is a reading level. So if you click on the reading level, you have on-level text, and then the B level is a 25% lower lexile. So there's a leveled reader to lower the text for students who need it. The next support is a text-to-speech. So this is Happy Computer Lady.
Enigma 1. Why does popcorn cost so much at movie theaters?
So that is like Computer Lady, like number 6 probably that we've had over the last 5-10 years. So like our promise to you is like as AI technology keeps getting better and better, and it's kind of getting scary the last couple of years or so. So as it keeps getting better and better, we'll just roll those out. So we're not going to like wait. You don't have to buy a new program for that, right? So we just use we always put the whatever our best people are and have them do that. And then we also have narrative text in some of our elementary grades where someone just is reading it. But the reason the text-to-speech is so important is for that differentiation. So when you have learners that are struggling to read, the highlighting the full sentence and then each word as it goes through, that's really the power of like differentiating for English learners. And then I will give you a tip that when I used it in my classroom, I just hit mute, and then I'd have a student read along with it. So they would get the tracking, but then they would get my voice reading it. So that was like one thing that I did. But so that's another support is text-to-speech. Yep.
And it will read in both languages. And also, when you're in your demo access, click on settings and look at the student access. You can control if you are having that accessible to all students, or you can turn it off or on for individual students only.
Oh, sorry.
No, perfect.
So it does work in that one too. Yeah. And then again, that's just that little English-Spanish toggle that you use down there. And then for the English-Spanish toggle and for the other stuff I've shown you, you have total control over that. So that's what Dawn's saying is like, look at those settings, because like you can say, I want to turn, it's all cheating. I want to turn it all off so they just have to read the real text. Or you can say, they should have all the supports. Or you can say, for this one student, I want to give them 2 or 3 of these supports. So every teacher is different as to kind of how they want to use these. And the last one that's actually one of my favorites is this main idea button. If you click that star, it'll highlight in blue just the main ideas for this section. So it really helps zoom in on just like, what's the key thing that I need to read? So between all that, lowering the lexile, leveling the text, the main ideas button, having it read to you, those are all good supports for struggling readers. And again, you can turn them off if you don't want to use them. Okay? And then when you're taking notes, so when students are taking notes, they can use, obviously, the notebook questions, the print notebook questions, but then they can annotate the text as well. So they can highlight in these different colors of text, and you might have them highlight, like main ideas in one color and details in another color, or just the main ideas, and then check the star button to see if they found the right main ideas. So they can highlight all these. They can also add their own notes, so it just pops up a box and they add their own notes. And then all that gets tracked down here in the My Notes section. And so that is just saving all your notes for you. And what's super cool is like you can then just click on the section and it pops you back into that actual place. So long term, like after you've like read through the whole section and you've done your notes, you click on My Notes, it'll have highlights and what you add. And then there's a nice nifty print button up here if they want to print their notes out for that particular lesson. So that's great for studying.
You also have the ability to go and do highlighting or note taking for individual students as well, or clicking with the click of a button in multiple places throughout the online access to see if students have taken notes or highlighted if you've asked them to do so.
Oh, and did I add a student? I always forget to add a student. Let me just add a student real quick, because what Dawn was telling you, like, just tell me like about like that you can actually sign in as every individual student, which is super nifty. So here are some settings here too, even of like controlling all those level A, level B, Spanish text. And then when you have a student, and they are filling out the reading, so this key, so I don't know if you can see it's a key from there, but that little like key button, that says view as a student. So you can always click on that on any page, and you can go in and actually say, I want to see this particular student's thing. So this is great for problem solving. If somebody says, I can't see the question, or I can't do whatever, you're like, well, I can go and see. And it might be that I didn't assign it, or it might be something wrong, or it could be that, no, you really should do the work, it's right there. So this is great support. And also just for parents to be able to see, like, it's like you can help them navigate, because you're like, oh, send the screenshot. This is exactly what your student should be seeing. So any assignments that you give would be right here at the top. So if you said read section 2, it'll be right there at the top for reading section 2. And then they can navigate through. So when they're reading the text, they can do all the highlighting like we described. And then below will be those answers. So those print questions that they had, they could do them online instead. And so when they type the answer, it should say saved. Yep, that bottom in the green here. So that green is saying saved. And then now that's tracking their student work. So you can have students, you always have equity of do it in print or do it online. And they can always choose. And like a lot of times you might have students start it online in class and then finish in print. And it's platform agnostic, which means that's a fancy IT word for it works on a MacBook and a Samsung
Chromebook.
and a Dell computer and your phone. So that, like, we've worked really hard to make sure that no matter what device you're on, you should be able to use it. Or that fancy new flip thing, that'll work too. All right, so when the students are doing those reading then, students can also to play lesson games. So I'll just try this real quick and I'll show you where you can grade all this. So like they can take the lesson game, these are 20 built-in questions, and each of the games have something with them. So here I got blocked out because I got it wrong. I can't see the picture. There's a picture underneath that I'm trying to uncover and then answer a question about that picture. There's one where they try to get the little ship across the ocean. There's one where they try to build a little robot, make a plant. Like, so just little simple games. And students can play these. And for you, though, it's data. Right? So for you, then you get to find out, like, did they get these questions right? Aha, there, I got that one. Okay, so now I'm starting to reveal the picture. And then so as a student, they fill out their notes. They can play the formative assessment games. And then when you go back to your teacher account, so now I'm back at the teacher account, I can go to grades, and then I can see the results here. So this says there's one section in progress, so I can click it here, and I can see what the student did, and I can grade their work right here and put in the notes. Do you remember which one I did? Oh, the intro.
Yes.
So if they have filled out an answer, it's right here. There's an answer key right here, and then you can add like a stamp. If you don't want to type anything, you can just like be like, check, 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 we're just good to go. Or you can put a specific grade if you want to grade, actually give a number. Or you can write comments if you have time for that. So bless you if you do. But I just usually use those stamps and just say completed and you're good to go.
Notice you have flexibility in grading too. You can view by student or by question and then grade every student's answer to number 5. You can choose if you want to see just the ones they've answered and filter out the ones they haven't answered yet. You can choose if you want our answer keys to be visible as you're scoring online or not. So you can really customize this view as well to make it user-friendly for you.
And this really is optional. So a lot of times I let students answer the questions, but I didn't grade it on here. So, I mean, you could certainly still just only grade the print. Like that, to me, was still easier to grade when it was like writing stuff. And then the multiple choice is the part I liked to be graded online. So let me show you where that is. So when you go back to your grades, then on that page, here's the notebook grades, and then this is the game that they were playing. So I can click on here, and you can see, like, those are the answers that I had just tried. So it's almost overkill, but like for every student that plays the game, you can see exactly what choices they tried. It's great for tutorial or for ESC support to see those questions. What's more helpful to me is there's a View Trends button. And when you click the Trends button, it tells you, okay, everybody in the class missed number 1. That's why it's highlighted in red here. So 0% got number 1 right, so I should go back and reteach number 1. So it tells you for the whole class how they do on that lesson game. So that to me is more useful. So every assessment will have that. Whether it's a formative assessment or a summative assessment, you can see those trends as to how the students are doing. Any questions on kind of how students would use that? I mean, so this is really kind of the first option for TCI is, kind of a text focus where you're using the book and you're using the notes that go with it, whether they're print or online, and then you would kind of grade those notes as they go through. Is that all making sense?
Will it sync offline and then sync back?
Yeah, so it'll sync offline like as soon as it comes back, but like I wouldn't have them fill it all out when it's online. Like, so I mean, if it's actually offline, then I wouldn't have them actually fill it out. So that a couple other options that you could use is either use the print questions and have them do that if it goes down. And then also they can print the reading itself. So like there's a print button that they could save it to Drive, or they could just print that out. So like that would be a better like kind of offline access for it. Yeah. Yep. Good question. Other questions on kind of the reading? Okay, so that's always kind of step one with TCI, is to do the reading activity and to do the notes, print or online. There's also some good vocab stuff. I forgot to show you, like there's vocab cards that have these little flip cards that students can use to practice. Like those are nice. We're actually making those where they are editable. So right now it's just the key vocab in the text, but we've had a lot of teachers that have requested, can we add our own vocab terms in or delete some of yours? So like we're making that. That should come, I think, summer this year, is where we'll have those vocab terms. And then built into the slideshows are different drag and drops and like places for students to practice that vocab as they go through. So that's basically like option one. Every lesson has that option, is reading. Option two, every lesson also has an activity. So every lesson has a classroom activity, and this is really the alive part that we're known for, right? There are few kids that come back and say, I mean, the text is really good and the descriptions are really good in the text, but they don't usually come back and say, hey, I just really loved that worksheet that we did. But they do come back for these and say like, oh, are you still doing this thing where we like got up around the room and analyzed these propaganda posters and saw all these crazy things that the different presidential candidates had put up, and talked about these different techniques that they had. So this is an example from government. The part that I love about it is, so you can see a little video of students doing this, but there are built-in slides that will give you all the directions. So it will literally say, get into groups of 4. And you can choose whether you want them in groups of 4 or 5. You just kind of, but at least it lets you know what to do.
Because you can edit the slide deck
Yep.
for the presentation.
Yep.
So you can change all of that.
And then it'll introduce it for you. So it says, we're going to analyze presidential campaign posters to identify persuasive techniques. Then we're going to use what we learned to create a 30-second campaign commercial for a presidential candidate. So the slides will introduce it for you and kind of set things up. And then they will, oh, sorry, let's not watch the whole video. And then it'll say, okay, let's review the advertising techniques you read about in the book. So it'll be a link to the text for the book. And then you can click on each of those individual things and kind of review as a class. Like, all right, what was grandstanding, and what was name calling, and what were these different techniques that some of the candidates might use? And then they practice it together. So it says, let's practice 1. Point out where you see each of these techniques. And see the little orange buttons? Like those are just built-in answer keys that you don't need to use if the discussion's going well. So if students kind of throw out answers, then you're like, great, you just keep clicking through the slideshow. But they're there as a good background. Like if it's all of a sudden like, somebody needs to go to the principal and you get interrupted, you're like, why was I on this slide? Like it's nice to have like details and the answer keys right there for you. So you can click on those. And then we say, so like after they have then gone through and looked at all the propaganda posters, so they go through and look at all those posters, and again, those are going to just be like those nice little placard things that, that are set up. Then you have debrief questions. So it'll have higher level, which techniques do you think were the most important or most effective? Why? Which do you think were the least effective? Why? And then they have to give evidence from those different posters that they looked at as to what was the most effective or least effective that they looked at. Okay. Right. And then that final piece was, now we're going to work together, so you get in teams, and you're going to follow a series of steps to create a campaign commercial for your assigned candidate, and then it just walks you through all those steps. So is that making sense to everybody about how kind of like the activities are set up, like where the slide will give you all the directions? Any kind of questions about how that works? Okay, and then a quick economics example for you. There's one in econ where they're doing supply and demand, and so they get these different headlines. So like the farmer invents a new picking machine. The harvest for apples is half the time now. And then they have to answer, how will this information affect market demand or supply for red delicious apples? So they're going to get these different headlines about effects for supply or demand. And then what I think is super cool is they actually, like you just literally just put a big X on the floor as like it's a big graph. And students stand either as a supply line or a supply curve or a demand curve, and then they step the direction that they think it is. And so then they have to make a justification. Why did we shift to the right or shift to the left? And then justify that based on the different curve that's there. And I think, oh, this is just a photo of students doing it. And then what I love is that, so then after that, you do the traditional econ worksheet, right, where you then like go through and like they draw out all the graphs for it. But it's way, way more effective when they've actually had something kind of bodily kinesthetic connection to it. And so it only takes you like 10 minutes to do. But my econ kids were always like, oh, I finally get it. Like just because I physically was walking to the left or right. It's like a simple thing, but it's like if you just stare at a graph, it just doesn't like doesn't necessarily connect to you. So lots of different options though. They will not all be make a campaign commercial or stand and do supply lanes, right? So like each one is tailored to the content that is in that activity. So we have 6 different strategies, lots of different styles of activities. All right, so that's option 2. So every lesson will have an activity that you can do. And then the third option is a lesson outline. So this will be a very straightforward, like literally like, here are the main ideas of the text. And it just has slides that give you the main idea for each section, and then students open up the notes and they fill in their notes right there. Great if students are absent, great for reteaching, great for differentiation to help English learners to just be very straightforward and have those key contents. The lesson outline is the third option. So to us, that is enough, but we have had teachers request this one final piece, these video activities. So we are in the process of creating these, and basically these are going to be self-paced. Because especially after kind of all the pandemic craziness, like teachers are like, I need some options that students I can just assign, and students can kind of do it on their own, but it's more interactive. So we do have now these self-paced videos where there'll be, and I'll just play like 5 seconds here, the intro, where there'll be some sort of introduction.
It's been 3 years since Jasmine opened her first Guac and Roll taco truck. In that time, Guac and Roll has seen both good and bad times. Right now, it's the good times.
So it introduces some sort of storyline. So you're going to help this girl with her taco truck. And then we'll have students. Oh, sorry. And then how do I escape this? Free me. Okay, and then you're going to have students do a series of activities and answer a series of questions based on that. So like these are graphs from the book. And so it applies that storyline to these graphs. So it helps students interpret, like, how does a pie curve graph work? And they answer this challenge question. And then they answer the second challenge question. All this is getting tracked and sent back to you, just like the other stuff, the games and the assessment questions. So you can see how students did on these questions. And then this one, they apply what they learned. So it's like you go back and reread section 1, and then these are application questions to help you apply it. So this is meant to be kind of a cross between the reading and the classroom activity. So if the students aren't there, or if you want to just have kind of more of a video-based, just assign it to them and have them do it on their own, then that's that last option that you do. So hopefully between all those options that you like, one of those you'll like that you can do for each of the lessons. So every single lesson will have all those options. And then in addition, for future years, there are dive deepers with tons of primary resources, tons of extra readings and things that you can do. I wouldn't stress over those right now because they're just kind of extra pieces. We also have libraries online. And the reason I love these is because we are not going to change the book on you mid-adoption, right? So for the 5 years, like the print book's going to be the same. But the libraries are online, so that lets us grow with you. So we have a great biography library, a civic library, a primary source library, and we keep adding to these over time. So in 5 years, these will not look the same. Like we will keep adding to them. So this gives you just more current resources in the civics library to really connect to current events that are there today. Okay. And with the biography video, one thing Don was talking about, again, like just the responsiveness, we've had a lot of teachers say, can you take these really cool biographies and turn them into a video? And so that's what we've just done is, I think 20 of them we already have in biography. So this is a Susan B. Anthony video that walks through it and teaches. So it's about a 3-minute video that has her information. So that's just kind of like where we can kind of keep growing with you over time. And then last piece is assessment. So when you're assessing, there are lots of formative assessments built in. I already showed you the lesson game that students click on the game questions. Then there's that full summative assessment where you can edit all the questions. And then for all of them, you can see those class trends. This is an example of like the customizing in the assessment. So this is the test builder that you can pick questions from different lessons here. You can pick your questions or questions other teachers created. So other teachers can share with each other. And then what type of question you want. And then do you want to print it or give it online? So you have full control over all editing the questions. And you can even make your own test and then share that out with your entire district. So if you want to share a common assessment in the district or just share with the teacher next to you, that kind of makes life easier when you're sharing assessments. And again, all that data goes back to the benchmark report. So really just see if there's questions that you have. I mean, I have a couple of slides on teacher support, but is there anything else that we missed yet that's important to you that we have not covered? And then we can just run through a couple of these if we have the last minute or two. I just want to stop. Okay. I'll trust you. Okay, well, I mean, both of us had such great success with it that we just are really excited about it. These are just really just the next level of like, there's built-in differentiation. So we have specific tips for each of these groups: English learners, ESE, reading and writing below grade level, advanced learners, just very specific modifications that you can make there. In addition, your access points for your ESE students have not been updated yet by the state. ELA came out last year, so it takes them a couple years to get it updated, but we're going to go ahead and make the same worksheets that we had before for differentiating for those access points. So we're going to go ahead and do that now, and then we'll just update them in a couple years when they're created. So you'll have the built-in tips plus like a worksheet that you can hand out for modifying really easily. And then enhancing learning, I talked about a little bit, like you've got lots of cool extra websites, and I mean, this is really kind of future years of like these outside resources you can use. So we'll keep growing with you as a publisher. It's not going to be like just a dead textbook that you get as you go through. There's a neat Doing Democracy toolkit and a great financial literacy toolkit. So again, those are kind of bigger, long-term things that you'd look at. All the planning pieces you need are online for pacing and for skills toolkits, like lots of cool
Please,
stuff in
in your
there.
demo access, click on that support tab.
Button.
That's where
Yeah.
you'll see a lot of the toolkits that he's not diving deep into right now, but there's some great things there.
And then lastly is like all the rostering we've done for you. We've done this with lots of districts across the country. So whatever your system is for learning management, we can roster everything for you where you don't have to manage your students or anything. And then if student changes classes, it does it automatically for you. So it should be very easy. Oh, and then Dawn's favorite part, right? Like we love training. We started as a PD company. So we love to come and have all the teachers sign in, walk through a lesson, show you all the different activity options that you have. And we can do that live. And then we have great self-paced PD courses that are webinars. And then we have just like a click through, like answer the question and then like learn a little bit more and answer the question. So lots of different training options to get you everything you need. So hopefully you've kind of seen all the pieces that you need. But so have fun exploring and digging in as you go through those online accounts.
One of the biggest compliments I ever received was a student who said, "I never know what to expect when I come in your classroom." And I thought, what a compliment for the content that we teach. So thank you for your time and for giving this a closer look. And if you have any questions or additional needs for your review, don't hesitate to reach out. As I said, I'm assigned to your district, so ask not, have not. We appreciate your time this morning very much.
Yeah, thank you guys for digging through 9 million programs. I remember doing it. It's a lot.
And again, if y'all have any questions after the fact, feel free to email them to me. I'll get the answers from these guys and get it back to the committee. So
Great.
we'll be on break until 10 o'clock, and we'll start off the next one. All right, I've got 10 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get back to it. So with us now is Savis, and I'm going to turn it over to them and let you show what they've got.
Thanks so much. Good morning. I'm Rachel. I'm the Director of Sales here in Savis. Ty Ezel is your local account manager from Bay County, but we also have a presentation at the same time in Bay County today, so we're dividing and conquering. I'm here with Stephanie, who will present to
Good
you
morning, everyone.
Economics and Government. We really appreciate the input that you've given us using our materials over the number of years, and hope that you see some things today that really are new to you, or maybe you didn't even get that far when you were using the materials and like, oh, if I had that and I didn't even know. So we're excited to share what we've done differently and better than our competitors, and some of the things that we've enhanced based on feedback from customers across the state, because Magruder's American Government, really, there's nobody nobody out there that can touch that program. It is the #1 selling program nationally and has been since, what was the first book we saw?
1917.
1917. And I do have an account
Yes,
manager who
ma'am.
has that edition, which is pretty amazing. So thank you guys so much. Stephanie, please share with us what we have to offer.
Thank you. And you all, good morning and welcome to Florida Social Studies Interactive for American Government, Magruder's American Government and Economics. Comprehensive support for you for each semester, that you are delivering instruction for your seniors, getting them ready to graduate and become active citizens at the same time. And speaking of your students, I do want to address the high school senior. 2 years ago, I had one in my home, my daughter. The high school senior, you all at this point, as we all know, they're ready to graduate. I just said it. They're in the mode of, engage me still, please, Ms. Bridges. Give me the content that I need, and at the same time, help me understand what it's going to look like when I file my taxes, when I get a paycheck. They're probably already receiving paychecks, depending on what their lifestyle is, and then going into the world as active citizens. So I want to begin, as Rachel said, with your government text. Since 1917, Magruder's American Government has been published from Prentice Hall to Pearson, and now to Savis. And what you have in front of you is, of course, if you are a government teacher, let's start with your print components. Your teacher's edition that has all of your support that you need, followed by your student edition, and then your primary source and reading guide, giving students those skills that they still need as high school seniors to, of course, analyze the text and digest the information on a deeper level. Now, with Magruder's American Government, what's new to you in this edition, we're keeping case studies, and we'll take a look at these, consistently up to date, current connections to today, to honestly get our students to care more about what we're teaching. Podcasts, those AirPods are going to be in their ears for a more meaningful reason, and then inquiry-based case studies. So we'll take a look at all of those today during our presentation. Next, economics. You have your teacher's edition, your student edition, as well as there on the right side of my screen, a reading and note-taking study guide, breaking down the content and honoring sometimes that crunch for time that you may have inside of your classrooms. Now then, on the Savis Realize platform, there's your personal finance handbook, and I want to go here on my screen to show you what that would look like. You have your access points included, your personal finance handbook, as well as then your personal finance handbook worksheets to print off as you would need them. Just to show you what this personal finance handbook would look like digitally, we're going to begin with our fiscal fitness. And then here on the left side, when I click on menu, there's a notebook digitally for students to interact with, that you are able to see the work that they are completing. So I wanted to show you all what that would look like. Now let's take a look at our components digitally. Everybody clap, because they are in one place. You don't need 2 or 3 different logins. And they live for government and economics on our award-winning digital platform that we call Savis Realize. Students and teachers can access Savis Realize on any device: laptops, Chromebooks, iPads, smartphones, and tablets, with or without the internet. So you can access what you need anytime, anywhere. Now, you have your primary source and reading guide and your notebook, of course, for economics, but do know there's a wealth of printables for you to use as you, honoring you as a professional educator, are organizing your content and lesson plans in your classrooms. Here on my screen is what Savvis Realize looks like digitally when students are accessing it on a smartphone, anytime, anywhere. So if they are at their part-time jobs, at practice, on the bus to and from school walking, or maybe just honestly completing their work on a smartphone. My son wrote a paper his senior year in high school on his phone. Being who I am, I almost flipped my lid, but that's the environment that our students are used to as they are working. Now then, we know that there are students who don't have English as a first language. Here's something, as Rachel said earlier, that we've done differently and better than other programs. On the screen here, you all, your digital text will translate into over 100 languages, giving students what they need as they are digesting the content, and sometimes when you need that extra support, here's a tool that you can access from your digital student book as well. So Savvis Realize, with all of your digital components, does integrate seamlessly with Canvas. The two are speaking to one another, and here's an example on my screen of what that would look like, meaning your resources and content from Savvis Realize inside of Canvas. I'm working my way through instruction. My teacher has assigned what she wants or he or she wants me to complete. I'm going to complete it, turn it in. Here's something we do differently and better than other programs. There's grade pass back with that. So that's one less step that you would have to take with your realized content being inside of Canvas for students to access. All right. So we have a firm foundation with content and resources. Would you all agree that you can access from Magruder's American Government and Economics Interactive? Now, let's take a look at how this unfolds in the classroom. Beginning with, they're on the left side of my screen, I want to start with student-centered instruction. Our students are like 1 or 2 or 3 steps out the door, but we got to keep them engaged. And these are some important content areas that we're teaching as well, government and economics. We'll then move into assessments and standards, what that looks like as you're planning. And then lastly, teacher support, empowering you all to continue to be your absolute best for every student in your classroom. So let's begin taking a look at what we have organized for our students with the student-centered instruction. It does begin with engagement. We hear that word a lot, right? It's 2023. There are different ways we have to engage our students. We're going to meet you where you need to be. Student choice, videos, project-based learning opportunities, case studies. Here's an authentic way to get government and help students understand government in real time in the classroom, as well as a wealth of digital activities. But the content begins to come to life first, if you all would please join me in your student edition. This is where we begin to help students take a look at where they need to be. Now here on my screen, you all have topic 3. Feel free though to go to any topic that you would like to make your way to. I want to give you all some choice in the presentation today. All right. So as we are going to topic 3, here I am in my student book on page 89, the Constitution. Every topic begins with a thought-provoking essential question. What is the right balance of power in good government? We're going to debate that throughout the entire topic as we're continuing to learn what it actually looks like. We start off with the topic launch video that you have the choice to use as a resource to begin to build background knowledge for students before we dive, in this case, into the Constitution. Let's take a look and listen.
These are some of the most recognizable words in American history, the opening to the preamble of the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and to this day, it guides many of the decisions made at the federal and state levels. The framers who wrote the Constitution in 1787 were farsighted. They wanted to create a plan of government that would last. To accomplish this, they made sure the Constitution could be amended or changed if absolutely necessary.
So we're going to dive into what that looks like throughout this entire topic. Some of our students may need more information as to what it means to amend the Constitution and what it takes. So with that being said, I'm going to one page over in my student book, and here's my topic overview. An outline, lesson summary support to show students how one event is going to lead to another. And following that, for government, students are introduced to their case study as well as extension activities that you can build with an inquiry center on the Savvis Realize platform. But to begin these case studies, introducing them at the beginning of the topic for students, we're going to build some background knowledge. Now, this is going to address federalism in this case study as we're working our way through the Constitution. And I want you to take a look at how real life application, by the way, at how this kickoff video is going to set the stage for students to synthesize at the end of the topic as they're building the case study throughout. Let's take a look and listen.
School safety, cell phone laws, the internet, immigration rights, these are all important topics. And if the federal government makes laws about them, then everyone in the country has the same rules to follow. But should students in rural Kansas have to follow the same school safety laws as students in New York City?
So we started off talking about how we can amend the Constitution. Now we're into federalism with a case study. Our students' minds are turning. There's support that you'll use throughout the entire topic for the case studies. And in this case, we want our students to begin to think about this compelling question. You all please don't giggle. Does the division of powers between the states and federal government still work? Students are going to type yes or no, not type, but write their thoughts and expertise on why they think yes or no, and then share their ideas at the end of the topic through a creative visual, working with a partner in a mock conversation or role play, or one of my favorites, a short speech. I still remember Miss Torres for public speaking when I was in high school. Now then, for economics, we're going to start off our topic with a quest. Inquiry-based learning. They are either a civic discussion, a project-based learning opportunity, or a writing opportunity for students. And this, taking a look at free enterprise, for example, and other economic systems, this civic discussion is laissez-faire. We're going to take students through those steps down there at the bottom and help them answer this question. Should the U.S. economy move toward or away from laissez-faire or an economy without government involvement? Now let's dive into the content because our students have something to build. This is purpose for them, accountability and engagement. All right, so notice though, you have a magazine style student edition. We are the originators of that here at Savvis. Very proud to deliver that to you. You'll see that 50-50 text to image layout throughout instruction, embedded digital instruction and skill support how to actually read a chart. Paging through the student book, the text is chunked, giving students the content in manageable pieces, and you'll see that digitally in the student text as well. And at the end of every lesson, I like to bring closure to my lessons. There is a scaffolded lesson assessment where students are either going to put them in groups and have them answer these questions or even deliver them to you so that you can see their individual thoughts and how they've mastered the content. Guiding them into then analyzing primary sources. There's a wealth of primary sources inside of your student book and on the Savvis Realize platform for you to access, giving students the opportunity to lead to mastery that we want to see them demonstrate and providing for them support as they're analyzing these primary sources, deconstructing them, and rebuilding with their own thoughts. They're not just in the student book, they are throughout the digital course, even your landmark Supreme Court cases, and the student edition throughout, not just pulled out in one lesson, but throughout as students are reading the content. Sir, we had a wonderful, what's your first name if you don't mind me asking? Randy. Mr. Randy, we had a wonderful conversation about your smartphone before we started this presentation. You all are smartphone. Don't say that, sir, Mr. Randy, I'm sure you are. Our smartphones mean a lot to us, don't they? Mine's in my purse right now, I'm presenting. They mean a lot to our students too. 9 times out of 10, our students have smartphones. My sisters and I argue, the way we grew up, my parents wouldn't let us have a smartphone now, and that's the truth. I have come from a very traditional household. But our students, 9 times out of 10 have smartphones. There's information that's on them. It's influencing the way that they think, the way that they speak, and the information that they're getting. Let's think about this. What if we could take that information that our students are getting from smartphones or goodness knows where else and make it meaningful for their education. Here is something that we here at Savvis have done differently and better than other programs. We are excited and proud to deliver this to you. First, there are podcasts. These podcasts are daily current events, and they are from a teacher view. You are deciding how you want to integrate these into instruction. Now then, these podcasts can have discussion questions that you can deliver, or they have rather discussion questions that you can deliver in class or digitally. Your students are about to graduate and go into college or a career, digitally on a discussion board on the Savvis Realize platform. You adjust the prompts and decide what students are going to debate and discuss during instruction. Now, I want us to listen to a podcast about digital currency. How many of you all use Apple Pay? Okay. I have my cards finally on my phone digitally. I'm making the shift, but think about how we're making that shift. Let's take a listen.
The other day, I went to get a cup of coffee. Could I get a latte, please?
Of course. For here or to go?
To go, please. I reached for my iPhone. I opened the wallet app.
You're all set.
Do you take Apple Pay?
Yes, I do.
And before my order was even ready, I got an email with a receipt. It seemed fast. The transaction was pretty straightforward. But Chris Giancarlo, who used to be one of the country's top financial regulators, says that when you make a mobile payment, a lot happens behind the scenes.
My mobile device tells his mobile device to inform a whole series of banks to confirm who I am, how much money is in my bank, if there's enough money to move from my bank to his bank.
And there are transaction fees along the way, which add up. They totaled more than $110 billion in 2020.
Thinking about what goes on behind the scenes, how regulated is this? Does it make you feel comfortable? It's on your smartphone. Our students could probably tell us more, but this is what we want them to begin to think. And think about the connection that this has, for example, to economics and to government. Taking a look here on the screen, these current events are updated every single day. And again, you are choosing what you want to use in your classroom as it is related to instruction. There are discussion questions and listening organizers for you to use as that becomes necessary for your classroom. Now, we started off our topic with the topic launch video, but there's still those days and topics when we need to hook and bring our students in and have them lean into instruction and say, Ms. Bridges, what's next? So, to meet you and your students where you are, here's an exclusive feature and another great thing for you all to please write down in your notes. Something that we have called Hook and Inspire, Connections to Today. This is how we're going to get students to actually care about what we're teaching. Now, you all, you're master teachers. These are things that you're probably already doing in your classrooms, but the benefit here is that there's a bank of media resources that we have created for you. I want us to go live on the Savvis Realize platform and think about the beginnings of American government, cryptocurrency, and government power. Ms. Bridges, why are we talking about cryptocurrency and we're talking about the beginnings of the American government? Because at the beginnings of the American government, we figured out that we need to coin money in some way. Think about where we're going with cryptocurrency. Hook and Inspire Connections to Today, join me on the left side of the screen, is organized with an introduction, discussion questions, and links to additional resources. The framers of the Constitution agreed that a single national system was needed in order to provide the nation with a uniform, stable currency. Okay. We're scrolling down. Let's go through the resources. Here are the discussion questions. I want to take a look at number 2, you all. What are potential advantages and disadvantages of having a currency that is detached from any central authority? Think about the number of students in your class that probably play video games. All right? Maybe they're exchanging and purchasing for additional time or coins with these video games with cryptocurrency. As I continue to scroll, here's a rap battle, Hamilton versus Satoshi. Last week tonight with John Oliver, cryptocurrencies. And then speaking to how we have thought about the state of Florida, a Florida connection. Miami competes to become the center of crypto industry. Here's a short podcast for students to listen to. So this is where we've organized that real life connection for our students in the classroom into a bank of media resources for you with teacher support. So now, and I heard you all smile, I want to show you an example. Let's take a look at that rap battle between Hamilton and Katoshi. Let's take a look and listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we gather online as citizens of the world to judge two experts in a critical debate. In this corner, the creator of centralized banking. Make some noise for Alexander Hamilton. And in this corner, the creator of the Bitcoin, the believer in the blockchain. Give it up for Satoshi Nakamoto. Mr. Hamilton, you may begin.
Before we begin, everyone do me a favor. Read a little thing I wrote called a Federalist Papers. I explain how a nation's unlikely to survive without a strong central government to keep it alive. When I launched the central bank, Jefferson called me ill. Now you have my face to thank on every $10 bill. When America was cash-strapped, I pushed past that. Now some sicko makes crypto. Our nation backtracks. Decentralized currency, yes, I invented it. Sure many governments wish they had prevented it.
So you all, this gives your students a way to say, okay, so this is maybe what it looks like, and they can smile and have an element of educational fun in the classroom. By the way, here's a side note for you all to note in your notes. On the Savage Realize platform, there are hip-hop songs connected to instruction with the lyrics and without the lyrics. So if you want your students to create, there's an opportunity for them to engage in that as well. These connections to today are inside of your Teacher's Edition, activities that lead to mastery, taking it then back to instruction with the instructional support you'll have on the Savage Realize platform. Students, do you play online games? If so, you may sometimes wish that virtual currency has real life value. In fact, some virtual assets are real. So your media support with the podcast and connections to today, it exists on the Savage Realize platform. But we know as educators, we have our standards and benchmarks that we have to have our students master. No worries. Connected to every single lesson, there are interactive activities that you can assign to students and have them complete, and I want to show you one. With that being said, connected to this lesson, back on the Savage Realize platform, what you have here is limited government. Now, here's an interactive cartoon. This is a video game controller, Rise of Liberty. Oh my goodness, how do you work this thing? Let's take a look at the left-right movement. It's giving students some background knowledge, or one of my favorites, the characteristics of a leader. This goes into the classroom and into life for students: ethics, honesty, humility, moderation controls. Now, we're not just clicking on these cute little icons here. There's follow-up support that's scaffolded. Students identify bias in this example, apply concepts, and check your understanding, where you're assigning these to students and they are responding to what they have learned through these interactives inside of the content you're delivering in your classroom. But now then, there are those days that we want to see our students' skills and expertise come to life. There's some talented students sitting in those desks, I'm sure. No problem. Active classroom strategies are provided for you as a bank in front of your Teacher's Edition and integrated into instruction. On the upper left side, here we are from economics. Have students do a quick write to create a microblog entry for specialization or for government. Down there at the bottom of my screen, have students create their own image of the circular flow model. I bet you this could get interesting. Replacing the arrows with images of actual examples. And as students are working their way through instruction, we're not going to be there all the time. So here's tutorial support. 21st century skill videos modeling instructional habits that we want to see students display. Let's take a look. We're going to debate a lot in our classes with all of these resources. Am I correct? Let's take a look at students considering and counter opposing arguments. I love this video.
Hey Oliver, I really liked your new report on the muckrakers. It's hard to believe that there was so much corruption in the early 1900s.
Why do you find that so hard to believe? Don't you think there's a lot of corruption today?
No, I don't. I think politicians are a little more honest now because the news media is keeping a closer eye on them. And as far as big business goes, well, I don't think anyone today is selling impure food to make bigger profits.
Brianna, you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Look, Oliver, just saying someone's wrong isn't really a persuasive argument.
So before we begin to have our healthy educational debates in the classroom, students, this is what this may look like. This is demonstrating something we may sometimes say till we're blue in the face, but we have now a resource for us to go to and for our students to consider. So yes, we have all of your student-centered instruction organized beautifully for you with a wealth of media content. Let's now talk about our assessments and standards, how we're going to plan for this student-centered instruction inside of the classroom. And it begins with a Florida consulting author, something we do differently and better than other programs. Mr. Steve Maceda, he's one of our consulting authors, and he is the executive director at the Loufre Institute at the University of Central Florida. And he has vetted and he has reviewed how well we deliver each and every benchmark during instruction in American Government Interactive, Magruders, and in Economics Interactive. Now, you all, as you're reviewing programs, you'll see your benchmarks, and you honestly should, but we've done something differently and better. We've provided you with professional development support to deliver those effectively in the classroom, and I want us to take a quick look and listen at what Mr. Steve Maceda has organized for us.
Hey everybody, and welcome to our brief look at Florida's social studies standards and benchmarks. My name is Steve Maceda, and this video is simply to provide really an overview of, but really perhaps more important than the standards are the benchmarks, because the benchmarks break down the standards and provide more detailed specifics about what should be taught.
So with that in mind, if you all could please join me on the tab book, your teacher's edition. And go to that tab, please, that says NGSSS. Now then, before you even begin, thank you so much, Rachel. Before you all even begin to teach your course, here's your next generation Sunshine State Standards at a glance, giving you a bird's eye view of what's ahead during instruction. On the Savvis Realize platform, you have a civic education correlation to your benchmarks and standards as well. All right? As we are continuing to go through our teacher's edition, please join me on the tab that says Topic Opener. That's your second tab. That organizes each and every lesson, giving you pacing suggestions and the resources that you have in print and digitally on the Savvis Realize platform. In addition to that, what you'll see for every lesson as well are author's notes, giving you background information and myths and misconceptions about some of the content that you're teaching. Think of first-year teachers or even veteran teachers like yourself who want to continue to deliver high-quality instruction. And on the Savvis Realize platform, once again, you have your honors correlation to your Florida benchmarks. Now, when you're planning digitally, there's no need, ma'am, I heard you say I should have been going back and forth in my car, putting my samples in my car. There's no need for you to carry all the time these heavy books. Sometimes on the weekend, we make a mad dash for the door of the parking lot. All right. So with that being said, digitally, you'll always have the ability to search for your standards or through your standards when you're planning on the Savvis Realize platform as well. I want to show you where all of this correlation support is located online. You all, everything that we've organized for you online, it's very intuitive, and you can access it as you need it whenever you want to go to it. So what I'm going to do here on the Savvis Realize platform, we are in Economics Interactive, no problem. You would come here on the left side of your screen, do the same thing for government, click on Florida Standards and Assessment Overview, and here are all of those correlations. A lesson-by-lesson correlation, your access points, for example, you'll have the same thing for Magruder's American Government, and your required instruction. Taking a look at where these components are, bookmark them on your computer or maybe even download them to use as that becomes necessary during your planning. So we know what we need to teach. We have that student-centered instruction. How do we know how well students have mastered what we've taught? Assessments. And we came in clutch for you in Magruder's American Government and in Economics Interactive. One of the writers of the end of course exam in the state of Florida is our consulting author, Dr. Terry Fine. And she has vetted and she has reviewed how well we have organized and deliver each and every assessment inside of Magruder's American Government and Economics Interactive. And we've organized these assessments into an assessment suite, beginning with formative assessments. I love formative assessments because this lets me know along the way, not just at the end of the topic, how well my students are mastering and honestly understanding and being able to apply as we know what we've taught. We have a semester to get our content in. Here are some reading checks identifying main ideas. You'll see those along the way. This is a self-assessment for our high school seniors. Those interactives that we reviewed, even that video game controller, that can be used as a formative assessment. I like your head nod, ma'am. And then lesson quizzes. They are organized for you, bringing closure to the end of each and every lesson. You'll see DOK Level 4 in those quests and in your case studies, again, those civic discussions, inquiry-based opportunities, or writing opportunities with editable rubrics, setting the expectation. And then on the right side, therefore, a more traditional topic test, you do have that support for you as well. Now then, there is a study guide that goes with each and every topic so that students can, accountability, and developing those high school seniors who are about to graduate and go into college or career, giving them their support that they need. Benchmark assessments can happen at certain points during the semester, as well as your end of course. Think of this as your final exam that's organized for you on the Savvis Realize platform. So this entire assessment suite has been organized with a study guide. You can deliver the assessments in print or in digital form. And they are what I call fleximizable. Don't write that word down, it's mine. But they're flexible. You all can use them again. Print, digital, customize them. Are you all familiar with ExamView? Here's where you can create your own assessments. And I always say we still have students who are following IEPs and 504 plans as seniors. So this is a good way for you all to adjust the number of answer choices or even the type of questions. Or if you want to take some of the questions and say, I like to write my own test, Stephanie, that's fine, thank you. Please feel free to do that through ExamView as well. Now, these assessments will guide you. You can deliver them in print or digital form, as we said, and the benefit of you delivering them digitally is that the data is collected for you. Now, we know that there is not an end-of-course test for government or for economics, but we know we need for our students to master the content. We know that we collaborate year after year and say, okay, what worked for you or what didn't work? And as a department, we want to graduate scholars. So this data gives you a view of each standard, even usage time. You can see who's progressing on the assignments and assessments that you're delivering. Question analysis for this, it didn't look too great. This student needs a little help. No problem. Maybe this was a year where we had some challenges with students. There's a student analysis. A performance analysis, something we do differently and better, where you set the breaking point, take a look at an overall score, click Show Performance, and you can group students between who needs remediation or who needs enrichment. And then we take it a step further. Directly here on the Savvis Realize platform, you're able to assign resources for remediation or enrichment. So now then, we know the assessments and standards that we need to deliver, and we can understand how well our students have mastered the content, but how do we empower you to be your absolute best when you're planning? It's not just in a teacher's edition. Remember, every single lesson has been organized for you with that pacing support. And we follow this 4-step lesson organization, beginning there in red with Connect. We're going to build with that media resources or maybe even that topic launch video to get into the topic. Investigate there in blue in multiple ways, not just one way. It's not a cookie cutter program. Synthesize, I love that word because that's what our students are going to have to do in college and in life. Pull from multiple sources to produce something new in life. I'm going there. All right? And then lastly, demonstrate. Show me what you know. Show me you can have a discussion about federalism, that you understand government concepts. We want to produce amazing citizens. And for every single lesson, there are editable presentations. These editable presentations can be downloaded and you can customize them to use in your classroom. This is a great resource to assign to students. Same images and organization that's in your student book, or even a resource for a substitute teacher, or maybe a student that's been out for an extended period of time. Your differentiated instructional support is far and wide. Your multilingual support, all of your WIDA levels are addressed. We can use those sometimes to get some of that language of economics and government to all of our students. Differentiated support there on the right side of my screen, that extra support that we may need. One of my favorite next to formative assessments, a vocabulary builder. Vocabulary is essential in economics and in government, the language of what we're teaching. Support to analyze visuals, charts and graphs, and support to make even deeper connections and evaluate sources that we are using during instruction inside of the student book. Now, differentiated instruction is great, but when it's generic and it doesn't help us plan. And so continuing to do something differently and better than other programs, the differentiated instruction in Economics Interactive and Magruder's American Government is specific to the lesson. It's not just something that says, oh, maybe you should just take an extra worksheet or something, but to this lesson, this is what I would like for you all to deliver. For example, your challenged and gifted, after students have read the chart, ask them to write a short speech on one of the denied powers. That is specific to a lesson as we're talking about powers in the executive branch. Your Quest teacher support, downloadable PDFs, include student instructions for laissez-faire, as we reviewed earlier, for that civic discussion, taking a look at some possible arguments, an information organizer, as students are organizing their information throughout the topic as well. Case study support, yes, developing civic responsibility includes teacher support as well to kick off the case study for government, as we reviewed that video, going all the way into students developing and sharing their view. Reading through the content is great because we have resources, but are all of our seniors reading on grade level? They're not. So here is what we've done differently and better than other programs. Lesson summaries. Let's start there. This is a way that we can have a condensed form of the lesson provided to students. Then the leveled lesson summaries are there for our struggling and reluctant readers. There is audio that goes along with this as well. So now you're continuing to build that bridge to get your students to where they need to be. But continuing to go over and beyond and listening to the feedback that teachers have told us, we are working on the Savvis Realize platform, providing for you the ability to change the reading level of the text. So now you have multiple resources in your hands to get your students to where they need to be. That scaffolded support is provided for you, your vocabulary builder there on the left, as well as guided reading and discussion support, and this example to infer and to draw conclusions, as well as close reading support, your primary source and reading guide, and your reading and note-taking study guide for economics. This is consumable. However, if you're in your classroom and you're working with your students, or if you want to assign these same consumables are interactive PDFs, meaning just like that student book that students can highlight on, annotate, you can respond to the annotations. This interactive PDF gives students the ability to digitally work their way through the content as well. Or as I said, you can project that in the classroom and collaborate as a class. All of your digital components are in one place on the Savvis Realize platform. But Stephanie, there's a lot of resources. Well, no problem. You have the ability to create and share assessments and create and share playlists, as well as upload your own materials that you have created and assign them. At the beginning of every year, I had a geography quiz that my mentor teacher gave me, and it was, I bet you if I went into my garage, I could find it somewhere. But I use that geography quiz at the beginning of every year. You may have something like that you want to use. Upload it to the Savvis Realize platform and assign it to students as well. Now then, before I turn it back over to Rachel, I want you all to continue to lift the hood of this car as you are exploring on your own. So what I want to do is go to the Savvis Realize platform. When you log in, this is what you'll see. On the right side, you'll either choose Economics Interactive Florida or Magruder's American Government Florida. I'm going to go into Magruder's American Government, and this is the page that you'll come to. On the left side is your table of contents. We've reviewed that Florida Standards and Assessment. Celebrate Florida Support. There's all of your topics. Below that, here's that inquiry center that you can add to those extension activities. Here's your social studies reference center. Do y'all remember a Black Line Master box? Mine had transparency. I remember as a student teacher, I was like, what is all of this? Here it is digitally on the social studies reference center. 21st century skill tutorials. There's those videos. Constitution Day resources, biographies, graphic organizers. Here are those hip hop songs we were talking about. Your landmark Supreme Court cases, a social studies core concept center, and support to know your government. All here on the Savvis Realize platform. Moving to the right, you can browse by category, and then when I scroll down, here are those case studies that hook and inspire connection to today and those current events in those podcasts, as well as additional primary sources and your Supreme Court cases. Now then, it is great to have all of the resources in Economics Interactive and Magruder's, but it's even better to have support to deliver them. We are committed for the life of the adoption to providing that for you, to get you started, and as time goes on, when you're growing into and not out of Magruder's American Government and Economics Interactive. Rachel, I'm going to turn it back over to you. You all have a very important decision to make, and we ask that when you do make that decision to choose Savvis, American Government, Magruder's, and Economics Interactive. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie. I know we only have just a couple minutes for questions, but I also believe if we don't get them all, that you can go ahead and send them, and they'll get sent to us, and we will answer any questions that we don't get to today. Before I take questions, I do want you to know in your bag are completed rubrics by course. So if you're having a hard time looking for a specific indicator, we've indicated what page or what digital asset you might want to go to look at that. So those are there for you. What kinds of questions can we answer for you this morning? Oh, sorry. We covered everything. Did you see some resources today that you are excited about having in the programs that you've been using that you think would benefit your students? A couple of good things. And it's also kind of nice maybe not to have to change everything. It's sometimes keeping that familiarity where you've been successful with students, but adding a little bit of additional resources is really the sweet spot. So we hope that you continue to use our Savvis products and that we can support you in the upcoming adoption. So thank you very much. If there are any questions that you don't think about right now, but you want to send them later on, we're happy to get right back to you. Great. Have a great day. I know we're standing between lunch, right? Is lunch next?
Thank you all so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Nice to meet you. We appreciate how organized you are. So well put together.
Yes. I will say this is very well put together. Having my technology
business when it's time to start.
He said it means business.
So I'm going to turn the floor over to E-Dynamic Learning.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome. It's great to be back. My name is Nicole Pestano, and today I'm going to walk you through our personal finance and our psychology course. Now, the first thing I do want to highlight is the EDL difference. We are E-Dynamic Learning. We've been around since 2008, and a lot of you may have not have heard of us, but we've been around through our partners as well. So, for example, Florida Virtual, Edgenuity, they resell our content, and you may have utilized our courses before and not even realized it. And there's many more as well. So the key to us, we want to make sure you have engaging social study resources, and also we have a research-based instructional design. And last but not least, we also include instructional support. Now, in your RFP packets, we also provided information on our integration, so we do have seamless integration. We know that you already pay for a platform, so we want to make sure that we can offer that seamless integration so we can plug into whatever you have as well. And if I'm going too fast, let me know and I can slow down. I am a New Yorker, so sometimes I speak out of context, too fast. So this is me. If you have any questions, there's my email and phone number. We just want to make sure that was there. Now, eDynamic, we are the largest publisher for career-ready and elective courses. So on the screen, you're going to see we do cater to 6th grade going all the way up to 12th grade. We have online courses, so we're considered a complete textbook replacement, and they can access it on the internet. So wherever you have internet, students can get on their courses, depending on how you implement. And the last thing I want to highlight here is that we continuously update our material. So unlike textbooks, you don't have to worry about if something's incorrect. We take care of the legwork for you. The next thing I want to highlight here is that we have platform flexibility. So we are what we call device agnostic. Whether you're a Chromebook district, whether you utilize iPads, computers, some utilize cell phones, which I frown against because it's so small, but you can access our work and our courses from there as well. Now, these are just some of the integration resources that we have. So we do integrate into Canvas, Moodle, Blackboard, Schoology, and a lot more that aren't listed on the screen. Now, moving over for a second, we want to make sure we are catering to flexible learning for students. So with this on the screen, you're going to see that our curriculum allows for most teaching and learning options. So whether you're doing a blended format or whether you want to incorporate traditional learning where they're pulling out the PowerPoints, you can do it that way. Whether it's asynchronous or at a synchronized pace for your students, we fit both molds so you can implement and provide that to your classroom. Now, we also include teacher resources. We want to make sure that we're supporting the educators as well. Throughout the content and this presentation, I'm going to speak about the resources that we do have. You will see pacing guides. We also have ways to implement, whether you're doing blended learning, suggestions, and key terms to help support the teacher as they move through it. We also include student materials as well. You're going to see that we have a breakdown of robust unit elements. And we also include the assessments for students, and those are going to be formative and summative. We also have those checks for understanding as they go through the course, and much more. So the key terms here I want to highlight are simple navigation. We're conveniently organized. It's going to be comprehensive, and it's a consistent learning design that's easy to use for students. And also that support as well. Now, we are considered award-winning curriculum, and that is because, if you look on the screen, we have won the Cody Awards for the past several years. We've been voted the best elective curriculum solution, and also the best college and career-ready solution with our pathways. We also have college and career readiness, but that's a different presentation, a different day. I just wanted to state that for you guys. Now let's move forward to how we rate our content. So I do want to highlight here that our courses and resources are devoid of SEL and culturally responsive learning. So both courses are current and comprehensive. We update it if there's any changes, and we want to make sure we're doing that throughout the year to make sure that it's accurate and factual. Now, while winning awards is an amazing thing, we pride ourselves on our student ratings. I know what you're thinking. What are your student ratings? So student ratings are basically the feedback that students give at the end of every single course. Now here I'm going to highlight both personal and family finance and personal psychology are both written to Florida standards. So we created these courses for Florida. And now students typically give 4.3 out of 5 stars for the personal family finance, and moving over about 4.4 out of 5 stars for personal psychology. We do love to aim for 5 stars, but you know, sometimes students are biased. I didn't like this video, but we want to make sure that we're catering to them as well. Moving over, just want to highlight again, so we do focus on those Florida standards, and we developed this curriculum to make sure that it wraps around directly to Florida. So you're going to see it's about 98%, and we wrote it to those standards and terms, and you should see some of that paperwork with alignment in the RFP package as well. Now moving over to alignments, as a part of this RFP submission package, you'll see a deeper look at those documents that I just stated. And in that, you can see where they fall directly to that Florida standard. So we're going to give the actual standard, the course title. It's going to highlight the unit name, the lesson number, how that standard is taught and implemented throughout the content, then moving over to how it's assessed, and then the standard rating, whether it's fully met, partially met, or not met. We list that in the documentation as well. Now, I want to highlight here how we write our content. So personal and family finance was created by our writing team, and this is Stephanie McKinney, and Stephanie is our lead author. It's also, excuse me, I can't speak today, her expertise is finance, and she wrote finance and economic courses for high school students and college, and she worked in finance prior to becoming a teacher. Now the co-author is also Joseph Williams, and he taught various social studies courses in high school for over 15 to 20 years before educational leadership routes that he's transferred into. Now this is a glance at the units that come in the personal and family finance course. It's going to start off, hold on a second, that shouldn't have happened, let's go back. It's going to start off with American Families and Economy, going to Unit 2, our Economic World, Financial Responsibility, Financial Institutions, Personal Taxation, Insurance, Wills and Contracts, Saving and Investing, Consumer Credit, Managing Personal and Family Finances, going down to Consumer Choices. Now moving over, we want to make sure we're also keeping it relevant. What does that mean? Great question in the back. Wasn't really a question, I just put that in there. But with this, we also incorporate those current topics. So you'll see throughout the course, they're going to have spending habits, so the influence of social media. We also want them to have that metacognition so they can think about their thinking and apply it to the real world with those real world connections. So we also have ease of online shopping, one-click purchasing, online gambling. So you're going to see purchasing methods like Venmo, Zelle, Apple Pay also included with those traditional pieces. Online versus brick and mortar banking and the advantages and disadvantages, they'll learn that as well. Moving over to protecting against identity theft, so highlighting hacking, skimming, phishing schemes. You know those emails, can you please send me over your social? We all get them. Unregulated investments, so cryptocurrency, which is trending now, Bitcoin, and down to do-it-yourself investment apps like Robinhood, Webull, and Acorns. So that's showing you the current and relevant information that we tie in as well. Now moving over, we're going to shift, and we're taking a quick shift to personal psychology. And this one as well as our author, this is Shalise Clough. And Shalise, I have some information on her too, so we can highlight how she wrote this and her background. She's an educational psychologist who taught secondary and post-secondary studies for students for over 15 years. She's also a published author of fiction and nonfiction. Now, our co-author for this course that helped us write it to Florida standards is Carl Neblett, and he holds a master's and has taught psychology and sociology courses for the last 12 years in a post-secondary system. So let's take a glance at what we're going to see in that personal psychology one. So Unit 1 is going to start off with why did she do that? The question of psychology. It's an intro. And I see this keeps going, but I'm going to go back for a second. This is Unit 2, searching for answers, going down to the biology of behavior. And how you learn, we incorporate language and intelligence, development over the lifespan, stress, coping, and mental health. And the last one is psychological disorders. Now on the screen here, you're going to see we also keep that trend of incorporating the current topics here as well. So this is where you're going to see we infuse biology, states of consciousness, dream theory, meditation, hypnosis, and flow. We also hit on memory, traumatic brain injuries like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, cognition and intelligence, so confirmation bias, moving down to overconfidence, conflict resolution, one of my favorites, stress, social media and mental health, and last but not least, resilience. So these are all tools and concepts that our students need to learn to be their best selves. Now, I want to highlight here, not only are we comprehensive, but this is authentic curriculum. So it's curriculum reviewed for relevance and bias. We want to make sure that we have external editorial organizations combing through that content to check for things that we might have missed. So it's all inclusive. We do believe in equity and access, and we want to make sure that each student is considered as they're going through the content. So we also look for the authenticity of the material. So we're not just going to have them write something because they said it's a fact. We want to make sure it's research and it's actual factual information. Now moving over, let's talk about the platform highlights. So you're going to see that we automatically pace out concepts for students. With that pacing design, they're going to have lessons. It's going to be a blend of text and media. So it's not just solid text that you're reading a book, we bring it to life. Now, for example, you're also going to see low and high stake assessments, hands-on activities. You're going to have learning videos, podcasts, and we also include portions for teachers to provide feedback for their students. Now on the screen, this is going to show you the instructional design or the course structure. So courses are organized by units, and that will break down. They'll collapse into the lessons. And then within the lessons, it's also going to include the assessments and those learning activities. Now on the screen, I'm just showing you the layout. So for example, you're going to see when they start the course, we also include the teacher resources. So this shows you how to implement, how to teach that course, additional skills so you can be successful. Moving down, we have a student orientation, and that we recommend that they start before they do any course. It's just getting started and showing them how to be successful as they move throughout the course. Going into the actual unit, it's going to show you once you go to the unit, the breakdown, you'll have the lessons. Then throughout the lessons, you'll also see the unit activities. So critical thinking questions, critical thinking Dropbox, there's activities here. And with that consistent design, we also include flashcards so they can study. It's like a flashcard game, they can see it on the screen. And they also have the quizzes, discussions, and about 2 discussions per each unit as well. Now, continuing with those design highlights, this is going to facilitate that cognitive processing of information. So we do count on backwards planning. I'm sorry, I think I'm hitting it. It's too sensitive. So backwards planning, we chunk that material. So you're going to see it's going to go backwards. It's going to show you decision making and action, so depending on which lesson it is. But I want you to highlight, we give them scenarios. We also provide visuals with those learning concept maps for students as well. Continuing with those highlights, the videos will bring that content to life. So it's going to take it further beyond how you're reading it on the text and show you it in a visual format. I'm so sorry, I don't know why it keeps flipping ahead, but I will go back when I see that. So with this, we also include those closed captions so they can read as they go. They can also replay those videos if needed. And going further, we also have learning supports built in for students so they can follow along. So text-to-speech options, they can adjust the speed or pacing on how that's read. They'll also see translation tools, but let me not speak ahead because I put them in here for you. So moving over, here's some more interactive elements. So these are features that'll engage the learners.
Students control the pace and order they move through the interactive elements.
Okay, that was a nice one. It controls the pace and order. Notice how it came to life and did it itself. It's going to assist with the cognitive processing. So those are the flashcards that I stated there. The presentation has a mind of its own, so we're going to go with it, right? That's life. So here we also have the various assessment opportunities to facilitate the demonstration of knowledge. So critical thinking questions, there's 5 in every unit. You're also going to see with this, the teacher resources will provide suggested answers on how they should do it. Now moving to discussion questions. So you can start a new thread, students can collaborate with each other, and this is monitored by a teacher as well. So if there is something, let's say for example, a child puts something that's not quite in tune to what you're doing, the teacher can delete that and remove it, and they can continue on throughout the lesson too. Now with our activities, notice it's going to dive into who that student is. Required materials are already built into what you have within the course, and they're all online. Now, if there's something additional, it'll tell you, but that's just going to be something like you're recording yourself for this activity.
Links are provided to a simulation to expand student experience and understanding.
So you'll also see in our courses, we do have activities that provide hands-on learning. So going back a second, I'm sorry about the presentation. This is going to show you have 2 of those hands-on activities per unit. This is going to be a live simulation. It's a gamified approach where students are practicing, and for this one is they're practicing budgeting and also having their own apartment. So they're going to budget how much they need to spend, think about transportation, and this is the simulation that they're going to walk through as they do it. So let's keep going. Now, with our assessment opportunities, keep in mind for teachers, we do provide rubrics for all of those assessments and even the open-ended assessments. And teachers can decide how they're going to grade it for students. The majority of the content is auto-graded. However, if there is a constructed response, teachers can provide feedback there as well. And notice they also have those checks for understandings in the actual text as they're going, so they're low stakes and ungraded, and it's also color-coded. So see here, this is a question in reference to saving money. The student selected his answer, it was incorrect, and we suggest the answer nicely instead of breaking that student down with something that's harsh, this is incorrect. We want to reevaluate how we're doing that approach, and we show them that they can retry it and go back to expand on that learning. The next thing I want to highlight here, there's unit quizzes, midterm exams, final exams, and that's going to be machine graded, and it's randomized from a test bank of multiple questions to ensure that it's not repetitive and students aren't getting the same exact answer. Now with this is an example of the teacher feedback feature. This is going to allow them to personalize that learning experience. So if you need to provide feedback to a student, you can do that in an audio, visual, or you can attach or even provide video resources to provide that feedback to students. Now with gradebook and reporting, this will allow you to do that progress monitoring, and it's an easy to use tool which is color coded as well. So it's going to have those heat indicators, so if you look at it at a glance, I can see in yellow that I need to check in with that student because they're at risk. Red is going to show you that they're falling behind as far as their pacing, and green is showing you that they're on target. You'll also see the score. It's going to show you the actual score and the letter grade, depending on the thresholds that you guys set for your students, of course. Moving down to you can see it at a glance, the actual unit description with the assignments and the grade for the units down to the actual assignment and to the lesson. I know it's almost time for lunch. We're almost there, guys. So rich text feature resources. So the lesson plans provide direct instruction, instructional activities, differentiation strategies to cater to all students. And notice those lesson plans can be pulled out for teacher planning. It's going to show those standards that's highlighted throughout the text, objectives, instructional activities, homework if needed for additional practice, a closure activity, and interventions for ELL students or students that just need additional help or accommodations. So here we're going to show you with all of our courses, in the next couple of months, the slides will be available for teachers as well. So if they want to pull it out to do additional activities, they have that at their fingertips. Or if you don't want to access it online, you can pull out your slide deck and go through the lesson as well. So highlighting here, equity, equality, and access is our main focus with eDynamic. We include all students, all learners. So it's inclusive, and we cater to all. And here is a snapshot. I promise you, we are almost done. It's a snapshot of the features that we have for accessibility. And this is going to show you our learning toolbar. With this toolbar, it's going to reinforce literacy and support with tools like a read aloud feature, the dictionary. We also have a Pictionary for students. It's going to show the visual as well. You're going to see a screen mask, translation, a highlighter, and you can adjust the settings for students as well. So we're accessible to everyone. This is going to show you we are WCAG certified. So this is for students to support them that are deaf, blind, hard of hearing, visually impaired, or cognitively impaired. We PACE them as well. And last but not least, we also provide professional development options. So this is from implementation to the start. Unlike others, we want to make sure we're rolling out the white glove treatment. So step by step, if you need assistance, we're here to support you and your teachers. So with this, we also provide information and strategies for blended learning, inquiry-based learning, differentiated instruction, even job-embedded coaching for students. Here is an actual student testimonial for this course. So it's just saying, I'm so happy with my decision to take this class. It was the most interesting, engaging, and fun class I've ever taken. I truly felt more like a hobby than a class because I love to learn about this stuff. And thank you for reviewing our content. I'm going to wrap it up. I can already see my stomach is rumbling, so is yours. So my name is Nicole. This was our presentation. If you do have additional questions, feel free to reach out, and I'll open the floor to you now. Thank you, and thank you to those listening.
I'll ask a question.
Sure.
It comes from a colleague. She's really interested in, I guess it translates to Spanish?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's about 90 translations, but we advertise it as 65 plus because they're constantly adding new ones. So it is linked to how they process that. Think about like Google Translate, and they're also updating depending on dialect. Great question. Any other questions? I see you guys turning. Don't make eye contact. It's okay. Alrighty, well, I will end my presentation, and I thank you guys for listening, and I hope you have a great day. My pleasure. Here you go.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are going to break for lunch now. Actually, we're a little ahead of schedule, so lunch is not in this room. I want to get you out of this room a little bit, get a change of scenery. And so we're going to go out the doors. I've got 1 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to turn the floor over to International Empowerment, and I'll let her present what she brought.
Thanks, Ryan. Hi, everybody. It's so nice to meet you. Thanks for being here today. My name's Adina Applebaum. Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, I know I have you all after lunch, and there's a saying when you go to court, I'm a lawyer, that you always want to get the judge after lunch because they're in a good mood. So I know you've been through a lot today and heard a lot of presentations, so thank you for being here for this one. I really appreciate it. And the other good news I can tell you is we're going to be talking about money, so that's kind of a fun topic, right? So hopefully I'll pique your interest there. And we're going to get started with talking about our agenda for today, what we'll be covering. I'll just say, please interrupt me if you have any questions come up. I like informal discussion. And if it's getting too conversational, I will just get us through the agenda and make sure we have time at the end. So we're going to be covering a little bit about who we are in international empowerment. We're going to be talking about the financial literacy education needs here in Okaloosa County School District. Then we will speak about the vision of the school district and what differentiates us in international empowerment when it comes to personal financial literacy education. Then we'll talk about why this is important and have time for Q&A. Sound good? Okay, so a little bit about us. This is a picture of my husband Mauricio and I. We're the co-founders of International Empowerment. We're based in Virginia, outside the DC area. And we started International Empowerment back in 2018, really from personal experience with financial literacy issues. So when my husband Mao immigrated to the US from Ecuador in 2013, we actually struggled a lot with finances. And here I was at the time studying at Georgetown Law, so some of the best professors in the country, and no one could tell me if he could have a bank account, if he could have a credit card, if he could invest, if he could prepare for retirement, take out a mortgage. And it turned out there were no financial education resources that answer these questions in any of the traditional personal finance textbooks, blogs, podcasts, you name it. So we spent the past 10 years since then really piecing together the financial system and providing and creating resources that would apply to individuals in these situations. So we started off focusing with immigrant families from that background. I happen to be an immigration attorney as well. But the program I have for you today, International Empowerment Financial Education Program, is a general program that does apply to all students. Just wanted to give you an idea of that background, how we got into this work, really from our personal experience. So I use my background as an attorney, but also an accredited financial counselor to provide really practical guidance for people, knowing what we went through, how to make this information as tangible as possible, because we all know with money, this is an area that really affects people's lives for the rest of their lives. And I can't tell you how many people I've talked to who have said, if only I was taught this in school, my whole life would have been different, right? So the opportunity that we have here in Florida with the new law requiring financial education is huge. So a little bit about our mission in the company. Our mission at International Empowerment is to help the world's future leaders, which we view students as future leaders, liberate themselves from societal barriers, which include a lot of financial barriers people face in this country, right, through financial, business, and leadership education so that we can together build a more welcoming world where more people can be included in the financial system and understand how money works so that their lives can be better for themselves and their families. Our values are service, purpose, connection, and impact. And a few honors and awards, just so you all know a little bit about the work we've done. Our curriculum has been positively reviewed and approved by the Association for Financial Counseling and Planning Education, which is a certification body to ensure that financial professionals are providing the highest level of knowledge, skill, and integrity in the profession. I was awarded a Strategic Impact Fund scholarship from this entity, and we were also awarded the 11th Annual Plutus Awards for Best Personal Finance Content for Underserved Communities. Our work has been featured in the New York Times, Forbes, and various media outlets, and I've also been a keynote speaker at many financial conferences and convenings. So why are we here today? Why did we create this program for Florida? Well, when Governor DeSantis passed SB 1054 requiring personal financial literacy education for all ninth graders beginning in 2023, we had several colleagues in the field come to us and say, you all have to create something for Florida because this is an opportunity to help a lot of people, and they know the impact we've been able to make on the lives of the students that we've worked with. So we've worked with over 120 families one-to-one and in group sessions, teaching sessions to teach them the financial system, and we're ready to help more people on a bigger level. And we know also in Florida, it is the state that has the third highest immigrant population, so our curriculum does include that guidance that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world or any other personal finance materials about how those students too can participate. And just to think a little bit about the spirit of this bill that was passed, I'm sure you all are very familiar at this point, but it's really about providing students with the requisite knowledge to achieve financial stability and independence. So for us, that really matches with the practical real-life application we approach personal finance with, where we don't want this to just be an academic exercise. Our curriculum is very much about helping people implement what they're learning as they go through assignments and discussion questions and guidance on how they can actually build a financial plan while they're taking the course to improve their lives. And I love thinking about this quote I read from the former Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, that with personal finance, it's a knowledge of fundamental financial literacy is foundational for not only one's personal finances, but the overall financial health of our state. So this is going to make a huge impact on the Okaloosa County community and the state of Florida if we can provide curriculum that does speak to all students' needs and doesn't leave anybody out of the financial system. So in terms of the needs of Okaloosa County, you all obviously know this way better than I do, right, as an outsider coming in. And I'd love to hear a little bit about what the needs are, if anyone has something to share, especially those of you who are teaching personal financial literacy already. I understand that there is a large ethnically and culturally diverse military population here, right? So for a lot of families from different backgrounds, different socioeconomic and cultural backgrounds that probably need this kind of information that will guide them regardless of what level their family's at financially. I've seen that about 1 in 3 students are minorities, about 1 in 8 are Hispanic or Latino, and that almost 10% of the students here are foreign-born. So these numbers show us there's a lot of folks we want to make sure that aren't left out of this material, that they also have information. I also have read about some of the economic challenges the county has faced with the pandemic, with inflation, unemployment. So another reason we really want to make sure this information is hitting the right people. And next, I'd just love to pose a question if anyone wants to share kind of what the needs are in the community when it comes to financial education. Maybe if I could call on you, sir. I know you mentioned you teach this subject.
My school's not very diverse at all.
Yeah.
We might have maybe a dozen black, we might have maybe a dozen Hispanic kids, and everybody else is homegrown right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's only because we have, especially the Hispanic kids, because we got the 7th Special Forces group, and a lot of them have been buying houses out in our area.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's.
We have 3 separate districts.
Yeah, we really do.
Interesting.
Where Randy teaches,
Yeah.
we have the Niceville section, and then we have the Fort Walton section, and they all look different, and they're all.
Okay.
It's just, it really is. There's no way to describe the district in terms of, the whole district.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely the most diverse.
I was gonna say mine's probably the most diverse. You and Choctaw.
And you have a higher percentage of ELL students.
Yeah, we do.
We have a pretty good number as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because Pryor is our
Yes.
highest ELL, with
Yeah.
350 in the district.
And what are you all using currently to teach this topic, those of you who are touching on it?
She found me a web-based course, and that's what I used this year to teach it.
We're using, Everfi, no, Foolproof.
The foolproof,
Sorry,
it was excellent.
Oh, that's great. And were the students responsive? Were they interested in learning about this topic?
Oh, yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
I made them.
Yeah.
I brought in a couple people from the bank, you know, that go over opening up checking accounts and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So
wonderful.
it was here for me.
Yeah.
No, you have to get the subject matter expert.
Yeah.
But no, the kids, it was well received. I had a realtor come in and talk about buying a house and going through all that.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I tried to hit the top
Yeah.
things that they're gonna need
Yeah.
to prepare them, because my class wasn't just ninth graders. There's a few, but I'd say the majority of mine were juniors and seniors.
Okay. Well, I can only imagine what it's going to look like now that all ninth graders are going to learn this, right?
This is a ninth grade course?
Yes.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's supposed to start officially next year, it's 2023.
In August, yeah. Yep.
It's gonna be required.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So turning to the vision of the school district, from what I saw looking online on the website, we inspire a lifelong passion for learning. This is really, what got us into this subject, because it was a real life issue. And we come from that place in our material and how we deliver this information, because we know that it changed our lives to learn about personal finance. And so that's been probably one of the most rewarding aspects of our work, working with students and their families, is just seeing how excited people got with and empowered with this information. And that is the approach that we come at. This is a really sensitive topic with finances, right? And so coming at it where none of the students feel judged, right? And they can feel empowered to learn a framework that's going to really get them all the foundations of personal finance. And then looking at the county's strategic plan, we saw it says preparing today's students for success within and beyond the classroom. So just wanted to highlight that with this topic in particular, it really is unique from other subjects where this goes way beyond the classroom, right? This affects every aspect of students' lives. Money really touches everything. So we feel a lot of alignment with what you all are focused on and what we're focused on with this. And then what differentiates us here at International Empowerment? So there's no other financial literacy curriculum really in the world that provides guidance that specifically applies to all students from various socioeconomic, ethnic, racial, and language backgrounds, including Spanish-speaking students and students from immigrant families. So our material is designed to be culturally sensitive. That's how we have been trained in teaching personal finance from the very beginning, given the focus, the history that we've had. And our material is available both in English and Spanish, so that English language learner students can also learn this equally. A couple other things that make us unique. We have always been focused on internet-based learning and online virtual learning for this subject. We are an online-focused company, so our lessons are designed to be best received that way. We do have it in print as well, as you all can see, but the online has videos as well, and we are in the process, as I'll show you, of developing a new platform that will be ready by early spring that has the highest accessibility features as well, so that students with disabilities can fully participate. As I've talked about, it's really designed to be practical. Within the modules, there are lessons that have the students directly apply what they're learning, so that by the time they finish the modules and the course, their whole plan has already been built. And some of them will have already opened some of their bank accounts, maybe even credit cards, maybe even investment accounts, just by going through the assignments and applying what they're learning. It's been rigorously tested. So we have been teaching this material with students live for several years now, and a lot of the lessons have actually been created based on common questions that we were getting from students. So for example, there's a lesson in there about how to talk about money with family, right? That's something that has come up with a lot of people in real life. That's a very touchy subject, and we provide some guidance on how to start beginning those conversations. And then professional development and learning opportunities, I'll touch on those in a moment, but just know that it's not just the course and we're out. We have ongoing resources and support for teachers. So in terms of the major tools, we have two primary major tools. It is the student course and then the teacher's guide that some of you have on your table, which tracks the same modules and format of the student course, both online and in print, and we have Spanish available as well, as I mentioned. I'll just note it's not a Google Translate Spanish, it's done by native Spanish speaker, which is important for this topic because financial terms in English are very complicated already and hard for English speakers to learn. So the translation is very specific. Are there any questions so far? Let me pause for a second. Okay, great. So as I mentioned, we're transitioning our platform right now that will have more accessibility features, but this is to give you an idea of the current platform that we have, which you can also see by logging in. In the folders, there's information how to log in and go ahead and see it. Feel free to check it out. So you'll see here the modules with lessons are built in here. You can see an example here right away. When we get into goal-driven budgeting, there's an assignment to start reflecting on your spending, and there's further assignments throughout to help the student build out their budget as they're learning about budgeting. The teacher's guide is very similar. The main difference is there's a lot of guidance for specific scenarios. For example, supporting gifted students on honors classes, parent communication tools, guidance on mathematics instruction and personal finance. And then this is a very beginning sample of the website we're building. It's going to look totally different. Again, will be available by early spring. But you can see here with the tool we have, you can make several adjustments for accessibility, changing the text colors. There's text to speech, adjusting the font sizing. A lot of really cool features there that will be available for students. Now, in terms of professional development, I said I would get to. So there's two ancillary aspects that come for free with the program for teachers. So one of them is monthly live group coaching sessions for teachers, where they can come on and ask any questions, troubleshoot any issues they're having with teaching the material, how to reach the students. And the replays will be available as well if they can't make it or they want to go back and listen. There will also be a private teachers group chat channel. We use an app called Slack. Has anybody used that before? We're also open to using whatever feature y'all currently use to communicate. I'm guessing Canvas or Google Classroom. Which one is it here? Canvas. Is there some kind of feature where you can chat and ask questions?
Well, we still have Google too. Like
Yeah.
teachers that set up Google, they could keep it, but we just transitioned to Canvas as LMS. And we're not all that familiar with it.
I see. Okay. Well, we can figure out whatever platform that is, but the point is it is unlimited support. So if a teacher, that day is like, I'm really struggling to have this student understand what a credit score is, they can just send a quick message and we will be back in touch within 24 hours with a response and guidance that's tailored to their question. And then lastly, if any of the schools want more support, we also offer add-on customized trainings in person or virtual. I know from several counties I've been speaking to, teachers are really nervous about teaching personal finance for the first time. It's a big burden to put on teachers, right? To go have to teach this pretty complicated area. So we're here, through all these ways to support you. That's our job, so that it's not all on teachers to carry out the new law. All right, I'm going to get into some of the content now. Any questions on what's included before I go further? All right, y'all with me still. So we organize the material in three main buckets of content of how we teach personal finance. First, managing money. Second, investing. Third, income generation. And all of the standards are within those areas, but you can imagine under managing money, it's things like budgeting, bank accounts, credit cards, using credit cards responsibly, strategies for paying off debt, life insurance, things like that, emergency funds, how to save. And yes, as I mentioned, all of the required standards are integrated within those three categories. So we have both all the requirements of the new law, SB 1054, I can assure you I have diagrammed the law like up and down, left and right, so every single thing that the state is requiring is in our course, and all of the best standards as well are all integrated. And then going a little deeper within those 3 buckets, how we actually teach the material, our methodology, we use something called the THRIVE method. So that's an acronym that stands for train your dollars, hold on to your money, reach stability, invest and increase income, visualize and set clear goals, and then elevate to the next level. So as you saw in the image of the course, there's several modules. There's 14 modules total, I believe. And so it goes deeper in this, but that is kind of big picture how we walk the students through all the foundational topics of personal finance and have a system they can put together to really understand how they all work and help them thrive going forward. Yes, here's a list of the modules. Sorry, it's 11, excuse me. And you'll see it in the materials as well. Feel free to ask me any questions about what's included in there. Next, why is this important? So we look to the mission for the county here. We prepare all students to achieve excellence by providing the highest quality education while empowering each individual to positively impact their families, communities, and the world. This mission we absolutely would love to be supporting. Our favorite thing about this work is the impact not only on the students, but on their families and communities. We've seen that almost every student we've worked with shares what they're learning with their families, and the whole family changes going forward. So they'll help their parents who have no retirement plan open a Roth IRA, right, or some other kind of retirement account. They will help them pay down debt. They'll teach them how to budget, and they'll also share it with their friends. So that's why we're really here to support the larger improvement of the financial stability in the community and also the economy here in Okaloosa County. And excuse me, I'm a nerd. I really studied your strategic plan, but I looked at a couple of the goals in there too. I wanted to just point to how they apply in our course. So the first goal on academic excellence, helping students be ready for college, career, or be prepared to enter the workforce. So obviously with finances, this is something that affects all of those areas and goes to that larger vision of helping students beyond the classroom as well through that real life application that we focus on. So they will have financial skills way beyond high school for the rest of their lives from taking this course. Bless you. The second one, growing and strengthening relationships with a focus on investing in staff, educators, and leaders. We would just point you to the professional development opportunities I mentioned, the ongoing support with that monthly live coaching, and the private chat, as well as the teacher's guide to guide students through all of this. And then lastly, modern innovation, helping students reaching their fullest capacity and potential. We would point to the online focus of our teaching and helping students feel comfortable with online learning through this course and using the tools we have. I believe we're almost done here. We wanted to just share a couple student success stories from students we've worked with. Here's a quote from our student Anna. She said, through the course, we learned to break free from the mentality that there are some areas you can never reach, whether it's budgeting, opening a high yield savings account, getting a credit card, investing, you name it. I strongly recommend the International Empowerment course. Adina and Mauricio are a blessing. And then from Grace, I can already see how taking the course was one of the best things to do before entering my 20s. I feel more prepared to look at my financial goals and create a plan of action. This includes investing, saving for post-grad. I felt loving accountability throughout the program. Thank you for making this possible. And that concludes the presentation. Here's my contact information if you have any follow-up questions, but we definitely have some time now for questions as well. So let me know what you're wondering, whatever I didn't cover. Yes?
As I understand it, it's mainly an online course.
Yes, with the print right there too.
Mm-hmm. The students would go through on some kind of a device and go through the modules. What about assessments?
Yes.
They're learning.
There.
How are we doing that? Is that built into the course?
It is. Thank you for asking that. So we have assessments throughout the course with the assignments, and the teacher's guide includes discussion questions. There's, if you've ever heard of Jamboard through Google, it's a way to do group discussion with a kind of a blackboard virtually to look at. We have sample templates for that to guide discussion, activities, but there's also final assessments. There's a sample exam that teachers can adapt or use, as well as sample final written assignment if they would like a essay-based or a project. Yeah, good question.
I think you said this, but I didn't write it down, and a colleague wants me to always ask.
Sure.
This translates to Spanish, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a Spanish version.
Okay. I think you said that, but I didn't write it down.
Yep, thanks for asking. We are also able to translate in other languages if the county wants to. We still have plenty of time to get that done.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yes, you did, because you said that it was by authentic speakers and not
Yeah.
translate. You did say that.
Yes, it's,
My bad.
yes, the Spanish course has been mostly translated by my colleague Maria, who's based in El Salvador, and also supervised by my husband Mao, who's a native Spanish speaker from Ecuador. Yeah. And they say Ecuador has the most neutral Spanish that all people can learn. They send a lot of Americans there to learn Spanish, yeah. Do you anticipate any other languages being needed? I know you're from the district that's more diverse.
We have over 100.
Oh.
We have over 100 languages.
Wow.
We got a lot of Portuguese, we have
Mhm.
Brazilian and European Portuguese and Ukrainians and
Yeah.
Russians and everything.
I was gonna say, I have a lot of Vietnamese.
Oh,
What's
interesting.
that language too? Yeah, that one's high, we have a high number. Philippines, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, with the military, I think we have a lot of different people who come in and out of this area.
Yeah, I imagine.
It is quite a few. The numbers would shock you about just how many different languages we have.
Yeah. And I imagine a lot of them have immigration stuff going on, whether they say it or not. And so that information would be in here, how they could open a bank account too, for example, which is really difficult to find how to do. Yeah. Any other questions? I was wondering, do you all do block scheduling or no, just did, okay, we have also,
We used to have block scheduling. And I know we had it right after the COVID.
Yeah.
That 1 year before COVID, that 1 year.
yeah.
I like the block scheduling. I had the best scores.
We started with that though in Crestview. Remember when we had the 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 1, 3, 5, the next term? No, 1, 3, 5, 7, 2, 4, 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the kids left at noon and we were, free to decorate each other's rooms or whatever.
That was the best.
100-minute classes.
Well, we have a sample for daily and block scheduling, how to break up the lessons per week too. That's on the online teacher's guide.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Any other challenges you all imagine coming up teaching this topic that I could speak to? Or what are people nervous about? I mean, I know this is the first year it's going into effect.
Well, we actually did an embedded course,
Mhm.
economics and financial literacy.
Right.
And then when we found out that we needed to offer it as an elective, then we went to foolproof, and then now it's required, so.
Yeah.
We needed a little, since it's gonna be now on the lineup, then we need to look at another resource, but yeah, foolproof.
I like that foolproof.
Fine.
And it gave you all kinds of flexibility. I could bring in the whole business about buying a car, because I never talked about it in there. I brought in all of that,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that foolproof was, and what made it so good was they had, I'm not gonna call them kids, they were young adults that were talking in all the videos, so the kids related to that, not to me preaching.
That's a good idea.
So yeah, they've kind of been teaching it in
Yeah.
some form for several years now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to put, the last 3 weeks of my economics class would be all personal financial literacy.
Oh, interesting.
I just try, whenever a topic comes up in government,
Yeah.
it's economically based, I try to give as much personal type stuff as possible.
Yeah.
Because it's stuff you don't learn.
Right.
I mean, like Social Security, we get to that stuff, but kids don't know anything about it. I didn't know about it until my mom got sick.
Yeah.
So you'll learn about it too, you kind of go through yourself.
The thing
Yeah.
that has me concerned is they have this as a 9th grade.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just real concerned about the maturity level of the kids, if they're gonna be able to absorb any of this and remember any of it. First of all, unless their parents take them, they can't open a bank account and get a debit card.
Who's putting it in ninth grade?
So my understanding is the requirement is for this year's 9th grade class.
Yes.
They have to have a half credit by the time they graduate.
It's the people coming in the
Oh,
ninth
okay,
grade,
I
but
thought
it's not
that
gonna
we
be in
were gonna
ninth.
have to start teaching in the 9th grade.
As a graduation
No.
requirement.
Okay.
Correct,
so mine-
correct.
It's
We have-
2023, the incoming freshmen have to have it?
Yes.
So we have
Current
flexi-
freshmen would not.
Right, we have flexibility when we offer it,
Yeah.
but that cohort is what triggers that
So it's
requirement.
2027.
Oh.
Kind of like personal fitness, how it's changed over time. You have to have it.
Well, that's good.
So it's,
because-
yeah. It's just the students next year have to do it in 9th grade. Okay.
They'll have to do it before they graduate.
Got it. That's much better. Okay.
Sure is.
So do you know if they're gonna allow them to take it as freshmen, or are they gonna, some of the elective type things are certain grade?
All social studies is 9 to 12, so it's a band.
They're gonna throw it into social studies, that's the department it's gonna be obviously, but, so I didn't know
Yeah.
if they do that or not.
Yeah, pretty much, if they put something in high school social studies, it has a 9-12 course code.
Yeah.
So when you look at whatever it
Yeah.
is, it'll have 9.
But there were some at Fort Walton that we wouldn't let freshmen take.
Yeah, school
Yeah.
decisions a lot of
It's school.
times keep
Okay.
kids from taking certain things in certain years.
Okay.
But
I
that's
said that was
totally a
just-
school,
I didn't know
school
if it was
based.
standard for it, or not. Okay.
Wonderful. Any other questions before I give you all a break between the next presentation? I'm sure you could use it. Yeah. All right, well, I'll hang tight here in case anything else comes up, but thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
And again, if y'all think of any questions after the fact, if you'll send them to me, then I'll pass to you. We'll just relay information back and
Perfect.
forth. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll be on break until 2 o'clock. I've got 212, we'll call it 212, so we'll go ahead and get started. And I'm going to turn the floor over to Ramsey Education.
Good afternoon. So sorry for our delay, but we are excited to be here with you guys. Just to go ahead and say, I'm going to present, I'm going to talk, but I also love a conversation. So if you have questions as I'm going, if you want to talk things out, please feel free to do that. I work a little better in that mode, so I don't feel like I'm talking at people. It makes me feel a little better. So just a little bit about Ramsey Education. So we are a business unit within a company called Ramsey Solutions, and Dave Ramsey started Ramsey Solutions in the early 90s. He is a financial expert on the radio. He's still on the radio. So the business grew over time. People started asking a lot about, or really just saying, I wish I would have learned this stuff in high school. So that is where Ramsey Education came from, because that is exactly what we do.
You have the pop-up ads on Facebook.
So our marketing is
our
well.
social media marketing.
Our marketing team
We
does
have a marketing
does
team.
well. We will relay that message to them.
Research on it like once a week.
I love it.
On it one time.
That's right. You see his smiling face.
So I do want to talk to you about who we are. My fonts are a little different, but it's okay. I do want to talk to you about who we are, but first I want to just introduce us as a team. I know we come in like in full force, but my name is Jessica Britton. I am the team lead of educational products. I was a classroom teacher for 14 years. I came onto Ramsey 2 years ago. I started as a writer. Now I get to lead the team, design some of the content, and train our teachers, which I love. And then I'm going to let the team introduce themselves just so you know who's here, so you kind of know who to direct some questions to that you have.
Hi everyone, Elliot Chambers, product manager on the renewal side of the business.
I'm Kelsey Clymer. I'm a product manager on the new side of the business. So as we have new schools on board, that's kind of my area.
And I'm Chris Hubbard. I'm our curriculum writer, and then I do our training in professional development as well.
So Chris is kind of like my partner in crime. We love training our teachers. We travel and do our PD. And then the platform, which we're going to jump into, works the way it does because of these two. They make it happen in there. So once we get into questions, that might be helpful for you. Sorry, I'm working on my slides here, so I have my notes and up here, so full disclosure. Okay, so as a business unit, this is our mission statement. Ramsey Education exists to equip educators across the country with the tools and resources they need to teach their students how to successfully manage their money and their lives. So 2 big call outs here. We love our students. We are here for our students. But something that I'm super passionate about, and we as a team are, is that we are really here to make sure our teachers are equipped with what they need. Personal finance can be a scary place if it's something that you're not good with or something you're not confident in. So we really go into this with the attitude of let's give our teachers everything they need to feel totally confident in teaching this content. I'm not going to go through all of these for time's sake, but I did want to just point out a few of the ideas, the concepts that really guide us and the philosophy that we kind of build everything around. So we do absolutely believe in authentic learning, giving students authentic opportunities to make things real life applicable is super important to us. Also assessing them in practical ways so that they are actually showing what they've learned, they're doing what they've learned, is really important to us. Our curriculum is student-centered. I talk a lot in PD about how teachers can really work in giving student choice in what they're learning. This curriculum can be cherry-picked, so it doesn't have to be chapter 1 through 13. You can do whatever chapters work, so we really encourage student choice in that. We believe in intrinsic motivation. We also feel like obviously, we know we have diverse learners, and this content needs to be accessible to all of them. The classroom is a place of exploration and discovery. Love it when students are willing to mess up, to do something wrong, to fail, not with their grades, but to fail because that's where they're going to grow, and we know that. And then critical thinking is super important across the board. In the content they're learning, also applying that to real life as well. So this is Foundations in Personal Finance. You see it in front of you. This is our 4th edition. Ugh, I get you. Okay, he's showing me my clock. Okay, so this is our 4th edition. You have the print in front of you, but we are also digital. Today I'm going to hang out in these 3 priority areas with you. We're going to talk through content, we're going to look at how we present the curriculum, and then we're going to talk about learning. And then I'm going to give you time to ask questions. So our content is 13 chapters, 72 lessons, super comprehensive. The topics that we cover you should be able to see in your table of contents there. Each lesson is going to begin with a video that is teaching content. So as you are reviewing our curriculum, I know it may be a little different than what you're used to looking at, but I really encourage you to think of our videos as part of our text because they are instructional, they are expert-led, and they are there to teach. So the video is there first, then we lead students into teaching with the textbook content. So you will have that to review as well. And then we have an activity for every one of those lessons. So there are 72 of those. We also have a lot of other supplemental pieces as well. Woo, sorry about my screen. Worked so hard on those too. Okay, so each of our lessons is built around learning objectives. Yes?
Are these consumable?
Those are consumable.
Okay, so every year we get new ones. Okay, great.
I'm saying yes and I'm looking. It's
Yes.
yearly, right? Yep. Okay, yeah. So we build our lessons around our learning objectives. Your students will see the learning objectives in every lesson, and then they will revisit them at the end of every lesson to see, did I understand that? Do I get that? Can I apply that? Whatever that skill is. Our learning objectives really come from the national standards because we are aligned with Jumpstart National Standards. However, we also meet 100% of Florida standards. We have those correlated for you as well as a correlation to the access points within those standards as well. So you will be able to see that. The correlation document on the right side is going to show you the chapter and the lesson and if it's an activity or an extended learning prompt or video where that standard can be met. So we love that we are standards-based. As a teacher, I know how important that is. But I love even more that our students are learning. They are showing growth, major growth, from pre-test to post-test. Our marketing team did some research. We did learn that on average, our pre-test scores are a 59, which sounds about right. But our post-test scores are an 83. So we definitely see growth. We are seeing our students learning these skills and mastering these standards. So again, with content, we've got lots of video going on. The biggest reason I wanted to show you all of these, first of all, because we have lots of diversity in the videos, but also to just reinforce that this is part of our content, part of our teaching content. So your students are going to see, like this one up top and the bottom of that, we call that it's one of our fill-in-the-blank sentences. Those are going to pop up on the bottom of the screen. They're going to match what your students are to fill out here. And these are going to be guided notes for them to come back and look at. And they're going to have those for each video. And then at the bottom of those video, or after the video is over, we have an analyze and reflect question. It's going to be more of that higher order thinking. But we definitely have, students will be consuming content through these videos. And then they will be applying what they've learned. Oh, no. Okay, good. As far as our textbook content goes, we did do an in-house analysis of our Lexile scores, and we are landing 43% in the grades 6 to 8, 57% of our content in grades 9 through 12. I love these numbers for a few reasons. First of all, as a company, we are cookies on the bottom, which means we take complex ideas and we try to make them accessible for everyone. So that continues in our curriculum. This also makes me feel really good about our struggling readers. They are able to understand what we're saying, but we're also hanging out in the 9 through 12 at 57% because we're hitting all of these more complex ideas and concepts. And I'm happy to answer questions around any of this as well. Like I said, we do have digital and print. Something that I hope you see in our text and our content as you look through it is that, first of all, it is super conversational in tone. So it's going to read like someone's talking to you or having a conversation with you. We use contractions, blew my mind, because 14 years I was an English teacher, so contractions were a no-no, and then I get here and that's what we write with. But we write like we talk, so it's not going to read like a textbook. We also chunk our content, so you'll see we use lots of subheads. We really break that up, which allows for that natural place for students to refocus, for teachers to ask questions, to re-engage. And then we also have an infographic in every lesson that's going to teach some of those more complex skills as well. I have 3 pacing guides for your teachers right now. We have a semester, a year long, and a block. However, I spend a pretty good bit of time in PD or outside of PD actually working one-on-one with our teachers to really help them with their very specific needs around pacing. So this is what we have overall, but one of my most favorite parts of my job is working one-on-one with those teachers. As far as the accuracy of our content goes, it is super important to us that the information we are putting out there is accurate. We do have an in-house research team, and we use a lot of their research in our product, but we also use a lot of outside research as well. And we have our endnotes that's sourced at the lesson level, and then our endnotes, we compile that at the chapter level for your teachers and for your viewing as well. No idea what that thing said.
Real life.
Real life, yes. Okay, so this is super authentic to our students. We give them situations where they see students talking about money. We have lots of what we call man on the street, where George, our host, goes out and literally walks up to someone and just starts having a conversation about money. So you really get to hear real life responses. As a company, we like to say we are warm, real, and bold, and the real really plays out right here. We also give them activities. We ask them to do things that matter to them, that are real life applicable. So we, in an infographic, this is an example of how to win the interview. We talk them through exactly what to do for an interview, and then the activity in that lesson has them actually act out an interview with a peer. We also have them thinking through their career choices. This is an identifying your sweet spot. So even our infographics really tie it to their personal lives. And then we also have activities. This is them determining the ROI on their college choice, or whatever, if it's not college, whatever that next step is for them. Okay, I have 6 minutes. All right, I'm going to jump into Ramsey Classroom really quickly so that I can show you a few things. So Ramsey Classroom is our learning platform that these two have made beautiful, and they keep it working well too. So this is really allows us that flexible learning. We can flip the classroom. Our students can learn independently if it's more of an independent approach, or it can be whole class. This is also where teachers will be able to grade work, but we also have automated grading in there, so they don't actually have to grade. It will grade for them. Teachers also are able to manage the content. So if they want to turn things on or off, if they want to choose a chapter to cover or not cover, or a lesson within a chapter, they can manage all of that there. And then we also have additional resources there for them as well. I'm not sure how to get over to, how do I get, oh wait, there is I've linked it in. So maybe, there we go.
Okay.
Woohoo. Okay. Look at you. Thank you. I'm going to log us into Ramsey Classroom really quickly. So this is our learning platform.
You just want a teacher?
Yeah. You have, oh my goodness.
This keyboard is very sensitive.
I was about to say, how do you know how many of those you have? I'm impressed. It's still.
Oh man, I'm having a tough time.
So you all have login information, and you have access to that, correct? Okay, that's okay. I'll forgive you.
Oh, it's doing it again.
Okay.
I'm very sorry, everyone. I promise I know how to use a keyboard.
Hey, you're making me feel good.
Should we just bypass?
We should.
Okay.
It's probably not going to get better.
Oh, I think it's happening. Nope.
Nope. No, I don't think it's going to get better. Any questions?
Okay.
We'll go back to the PowerPoint.
That's fine. Okay, so I was going to show you, but for time's sake, it's probably best that I go anyway. And then I can go in maybe in a little bit if you have questions, and we can really look at some things. But when you go into the platform, you're going to see the student, what I was going to show you is the student experience, in that each lesson consistently looks exactly the same. So it's broken down, and it's teeny tiny over here, but it's broken down by lesson. And then within the lesson, your students will have the video, textbook, and activity. And it looks exactly the same for all 72 lessons. That's the order that we built it to work in. We prefer that, but we always talk to teachers too about how to adjust it for their needs. And that's the content that teachers can turn on and off. But each lesson will have that video, that textbook, and that activity. Under teacher resources here in Ramsey Classroom is where you will also find the teacher keys that go with the activities that students do. So they'll get the procedure pages and they'll get the answer key for those. And then we also have in the platform our parent resources. We have those at the chapter level. Our goal with those is really that teachers send those out at the beginning before a chapter begins or very early on. Bring them in, bring those parents in. They get an overview of what's going to be in the chapter, and then they also get some questions to help guide them through that, just to really bridge that from the classroom to home. Let's see. Okay, teacher guide. This is digital, but you also have it in front of you. It's the spiral bound. I only have about 2 minutes, so I'm going to be pretty quick. The wrap is really where the teacher resources are going to live. Everything in the middle looks exactly like what the student sees. You will see the same thing at every chapter intro page level. And then a few things I really want to make sure you see are that each lesson is going to come with 2 warm-up prompts. So this is going to allow teachers to activate that prior knowledge or to review previous concepts. So this is a way we can assess early on. There is also, I was going to show you in Ramsey Classroom, there is a pre-test for every chapter that teachers can turn on or off to give as well. Also in the wrap, we have what we call our extended learning prompts. These are going to be differentiated instruction, critical thinking, or cross-curricular, and there will be 2 for each lesson, almost a chapter. There'll be 2 for each lesson. These are all going to hang out in those top 3 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, so we're going to have that higher order thinking. These are also really easy for teachers to adjust, to scaffold, to diversify that learning if they need to. Also, each lesson in the teacher guide is going to come with 2 discussion questions. These are meant to be asked at any point in the reading. They can work in lots of different ways. We obviously talk about that a lot in PD as well, but they have questions for them. Then we have the blurb for the activity that helps them with their planning. They access the activity in Ramsey Classroom. Like I said, each lesson is going to come with an infographic. Your teacher guide will give your teacher more to say, more to talk about with your students about the infographic. And then at the bottom, they get even more to talk about, and the expanding on infographic ends with a question, so it allows some of that formative assessment in there as well. We also have case studies, 2 per chapter, and students have a chapter review for each chapter as well. I'm not able to show you this yet because I could not get into Ramsey Classroom right now. I will try again in a minute. But we do have Spanish, a Spanish version of the text, of the activities, the parent resources, the assessments, and the chapter reviews as well. Am I missing anything?
Spanish transcripts for the videos
Yes.
as well,
Yes.
including subtitles.
Great, thank you. So hopefully you're able to see all that as you get in. I'm going to kind of skip through here just because of time, but just so that you know, this is structured so that your teachers can work through class flow like, I don't want to say most teachers, like lots of teachers do. There's some sort of bell ringer, there's an instruction piece, and then there's a time for application. And this is laid out to do exactly that. So they would begin class with those warm-up prompts. Students would engage in that instruction through the video and through the textbook. They have an exit ticket for every lesson where they have a journal response. And then we move into that application with the activity and the extended learning prompts if teachers choose to do that. Okay.
This is for questions.
Okay. So I'm going to go for just a minute, and then we'll be ready for questions. So just to kind of pull back together, we are all about student choice. I talked to you about how I encourage our teachers to ask students what they want to learn about. I do that very specifically. Our student text has this first page. This is their first page, and it asks them a couple questions, and I always encourage our teachers to do this. It says, what's the number one thing you want to learn about money? And then take a look at the table of contents. Which 2 chapters are you most excited about? I love for our teachers to ask our students that. This is one subject where they realize they're going to need this. They don't ask, why do I need to know this? So giving them the opportunity to speak into that really helps with that engagement. Oddly enough, they love to learn about taxes. That always blows my mind, but that's one of the things they always put here. So we really encourage that, and we talk a lot about that in PD, but we do put that here as well. We also have themes that run throughout the curriculum. So we do have 13 chapters. The content varies throughout. However, you will see these 5 foundations run throughout all 13 chapters. And these are the actionable things we really want our students to do. We want them to save their emergency fund. We want them to get out of debt if they're in debt, and we want them to stay out of debt. We want them to pay cash for their car. We want them to pay cash for college, and we want them to build wealth and give. And we talk about those throughout the 13 chapters. And then we also make the learning stick through the real life application that we give them as well. I'm going to end with assessments. So we have a ton of opportunity for formative and summative assessment. I've kind of set up an assessment journey mentally, so I'm going to take you through it really quick. So we would start students at the beginning of chapter with a pre-test, if the teacher chooses to do that. There would be assessment prior to the learning with the journal prompts. Lots of times that's activating that prior knowledge or reviewing, just seeing where are students coming to what are students coming to this topic with, what knowledge do they have. We have them watch the video, and then we assess their learning there through the analyze and reflect. We also can do assessments throughout the reading with the questions that are with the infographics, and then also with the discussion questions, and then we end that with the journal question. So those are some formative assessment pieces along the way. We also have, when we move into that application, we have activities, like I said, for every lesson, so there's 72 of those. We have the 2 extended learning prompts. They're going to assess in lots of different ways. We have a chapter review for every chapter, and we have also built out a Kahoot to go along with each of those chapter reviews. And then we have our post-test at the chapter level as well. Okay, so outside of not being able to show you Ramsey Classroom yet, which was a pretty big chunk, but we can get back there. I want to give you time to ask specific questions so that I can make sure I'm giving you what you need today. And I am pulling these guys in with me to answer questions as well. So what did I not cover that you want to know? And then I'm still going to try to get logged in here in just a second. What questions do you guys have? Or things you want to see? Yes.
On the Ramsey online classroom, any of the resources and stuff in there, are they able to be like printed off? Like if students need like a paper copy or like, like some have a accommodation for a physical copy?
Of the text?
Or is there like any of the activities?
Yes, they're all PDFs.
That's
Yes, they're all PDFs. Great question.
And that includes the assessments as well, in case you need to make modifications to the assessment, or they have an IEP where they have to have like a paper version of the test, or it needs to be read to them, or any of that. That's all possible.
You're going really slow, aren't you?
wrong.
Well, that's what we're doing, but it's like, Dan's like,
well, don't hold it so hard.
Don't you hold for 5 seconds per key? Because that's what I would do. That's what Mavis Beacon taught me when I was a kid.
What else can we answer for you guys? We're trying to show you things, I promise. You knew it, didn't you? I'm sorry. Yes.
It says that there's a Spanish version of it, but a lot of the other people we talked to, they said that it can be translated into other languages as well. Do you have that option?
We do not currently have that translated in other languages. We only have Spanish. That does not mean that that's never coming or not an option for us. It's just right now, currently.
Someone said like certain things compatible so that they could you could translate it through like some other kind of translation stuff.
And there could be, yep.
So the Ramsey Classroom application is set up to be highly compatible with web browser plugins. And so all the text, including the alt text in the pictures as well, is entirely readable by those web plugins. So if there's a plugin that works with reading text, then that's going to work in Ramsey Classroom as well.
Okay, thank you.
And something that we didn't talk about, but that I feel like ties into that, is the accessibility pieces as well.
Yeah, so same thing with the accessibility. So again, it speaks to that high compatibility of Ramsey Classroom. So we have plugins, speech-to-text plugins will work. We even have opportunity to adjust the text size or the text color. All of those things are all possible in Ramsey Classroom.
Oh, it doesn't like you?
No, we're almost there. I had my email as well.
Thanks.
That
You're
makes
making
me feel better.
Yep, that's what I said too.
Sometimes the initials before your name, your name, and then your initial. And I never remember which one.
Yay!
I have my whole name.
We're in.
All right.
We made it.
Just don't type
Keep asking
anything.
questions.
Okay, yes, this is still I am into your question time, so still ask questions, but I did want to at least have this up if you want to see things specifically. Is there something that you want to see that you want me to directly go to right now that you have not seen?
See that first video.
That first
Well, I
video.
don't care what chapter. First video.
Yeah.
Okay, great. You know, but you said there'd be a discussion.
We'll just jump right in with lesson 1.
The topic of money, finances, in my family was typically a conversation that had some tension, and we just kind of picked up on what we heard.
I grew up in Chile. Most of the people just, you will not talk at all. Like, is it bad connotation talking too much about money?
I knew very little going into the real world. You just didn't talk about it. It's kind of hush-hush.
I wish when I was younger I had known the importance of investing now, saving now. Then it wouldn't have been so difficult when we got married and I had nothing in the bank. I always thought that that was something that I could do later, right? I don't have to get my act together quite yet. I'm still young.
Out of school 4 years, and then 8, 9 years of marriage, and then I'm finally catching a personal finance course, through Dave Ramsey. Like, that's where the light bulbs turned on.
Lower thirds.
If I had the opportunity to take some kind of personal finance class, I don't know whether I would have taken it. It's not really the cool thing to do, but I tell you, it ought to be mandatory.
Absolutely. Having that knowledge early on, it just would have been a game changer for those big decisions, but even little ones. How you buy furniture, how you buy a car, how to do those things without tying yourself down, but doing them out of freedom. Coming out of high school, and we talked about this, it's a fresh slate. For most people, you can do all kinds of things.
What if we knew this when we were younger? If you have this information, do something with it now because you can do great things.
Hey guys, I'm George Camel, and I'll be your host, guiding you along as you learn how money works, and more importantly, how to make it work for you. You just heard from people who wish they knew this stuff when they were your age. Well, good news, you are your age. This is going to be fun, like actual fun, like not needing to beg your parents for money fun, like owning your car instead of borrowing your mom's minivan fun, like never owing anyone anything fun. And if you learn this stuff and apply it now, you're going to avoid a ton of mistakes and have the money to live the life you want.
We're going to jump just a little bit so you can
Now,
see
you may
some
be
future
sitting there
content.
thinking, George, this is...
They said things like stay out of debt. They said things like live on less than you make. They said things like always have a plan, a written plan called a budget. They said things like always be generous. It was just common sense. It was very easy to understand, but the problem was it was really, really hard to do. The problem is that all of these things involve me controlling me. And that is the biggest task on the planet. It's called growing up. And I meet 54-year-olds who have not done it, and I meet 14-year-olds who have done it. Self-control. Not someone else controlling you. You making a decision to control you for a greater outcome in your life. That's self-discipline, self-control. The problem with anyone's money is the person in my mirror. If I can get this guy in the mirror to behave, he can be skinny and rich. But I like chocolate chip cookies a lot. It's a problem. The smell mirror.
Yeah, we're
It's
trying to
not a
show you
fixed
variety.
situation.
So one of our favorite new things that we've been doing with this 4th edition, we brought in students and they sat down with our experts. So we call them student roundtables, but they really engage in conversation with each other about money. This is Deloney with one.
Selling author and host of the creative. Who?
That's my dad's whole income right there.
Is this credit cards?
Or that's how he pays for everything.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Anybody else?
I know friends who have debit cards, but that's right out of, their bank account. My mom has a credit card.
Okay.
My parents use that,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Do you think you can live in America without a credit card?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
How? You say no. Okay. How?
I think cash. I don't think credit cards are necessary for survival.
Okay.
Unless they are.
Hey,
listen, it can be. I mean, I feel like people can.
Yeah.
Do they absolutely need to? I'm not completely sure.
Okay.
But I feel like if you do save and limit your spending, I feel like you can get by with what you make.
Okay.
I mean, if you're going to college, if you're getting your degree and stuff like that.
You say no.
Okay, we're just trying to wrap up on time, so I want to make sure you have time for other questions. What we love about these is that we bring them in and we let them talk, and that's what we capture on set. So it was really fun to hear just their real authentic conversations, and then to be able to put that in front of students where they see that it's okay to talk about this stuff. Like, it's okay to have opinions and to share those. So we really have enjoyed adding that to this 4th edition. What other questions can I answer for you? I don't really know what that means. You may need some hangry snacks.
Anything platform-wise that you want me to pull up now that we're in?
So if they're working on this, let's say at home, we assign some, they gotta do it at home, and their internet goes out, what happens?
So this does require an internet connection, but they also have the textbook, so they would have access to the textbook materials. But then, once they're back in class, ideally, they'd be able to get access to the curriculum at that point.
I just was going to show you real quick. You do have the ability to manage content for that specifically, so you could have students, you could hide the video from students so that they wouldn't know to do it at home and say that they're doing it in class.
Okay.
Yeah, so right here we have the opportunity to hide whole modules or chapters or individual pieces, just so you can kind of guide and direct that.
Yeah, so you could turn off the videos so that if the intention is to watch those in the class, that way they're not trying to access the video content from home. Or work ahead. Some teachers try to prevent students from getting too far ahead of the rest of the class. That's also possible. Which is an interesting problem, right? The kids are enjoying the material so much that they're working ahead. Not a common thing, I would imagine.
You could do this like whole group, right?
Yes,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
As a teacher, that's what I would have definitely projected the video. And if they didn't have the print version, I would have had them have, if they were one-to-one, I was never in a one-to-one school, but if they were, then they could answer the fill-in-the-blanks on their own account. But yeah, I would want to pause and talk about it and ask questions as I went through as a teacher.
We tried to build it out as versatile so that the teacher gets the choice of what they wanted to use the classroom time for, and then make sure the students still had access to the content, whether it be at home. So really, the teacher can cherry pick what they need to.
Our time is up. I want to be respectful of your time. Oh, I still have a few minutes. Oh, okay, cool. We were on our timer over here. So, okay. What else can we do?
I can tell you, I don't know, I'm probably gonna get in trouble for saying this, but I stole your buying a car part. I told them the traditional way, going to the bank, had the loan officer come in, the guy from the car dealership, blah, blah, all that stuff. And then when they left, I told the kids how to 6 years to be able to buy the same car with cash by flipping cars going through.
Mhm.
And I probably modified the version that Mr. Ramsey actually teaches, but kids were absolutely dumbfounded. How can you do that? And I said, we just have to be disciplined and do it.
We talk a lot about the behavior.
Yeah.
It is a behavior thing.
It's the key to all of this.
Yes, we stress that a lot, for sure.
As a kid or an adult.
But it is a
Yes.
unique message in that we reinforce that it is possible and that it can be done, which is not, what they would normally hear with all the marketing messages out there.
It takes you a lot longer to buy a house with cash, but it can be done.
It can be done as well, absolutely.
Anything else we can show you?
I don't know, has anybody else looked at this program? I really did.
My sister took
I really did
this.
research it,
Yeah.
because I was gonna try to get it when I was teaching personal finance last semester. And then I found out how much it cost, and I did have a conversation in passing with the principal about getting the funding, and he stopped laughing as he went around the corner, but, I mean, it's a bit expensive.
The pricing was actually adjusted this year for 2023, so if that quote was last year, then it might be worth taking another look.
Yeah. But if we get it from the whole district.
Then you don't have to worry about that anyway.
Right.
If we get the district to adopt it.
So if the core adopts the material, the district puts the bill for that.
Yeah, so that's a different story. But I really liked everything that I saw in it, because it is so practical.
Great, I'm glad you see that. That is what we hope you see.
Well, it's the way people can be successful living their life. The
Also,
other stuff was real theoretical. But even the foolproof though it was in between this and the book that we had before.
also, just so that you hear, because there are going to be some things that you don't see today or as you're reviewing, because we are constantly adding. So I just want you to hear that I am very focused on adding in the tiered instruction, the multiple layers of that stuff that will be coming. So this is not a one and done. We are always working on it. And we have a team. We also have a team very dedicated to Florida specifically, with Florida standards as well.
We're constantly updating it. We meet with teachers regularly to get their input and feedback, and we prioritize the problems that they're facing.
Do they have the different lessons lined up specifically with the Florida standard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, you'll see the correlation.
All of those activities that she mentioned are designed to make what they're learning from the videos and the text practical, and it gives the students an opportunity to apply what they've learned in a real-life scenario and with others, in a lot of cases outside of that digital space where they're actually interacting with each other and working out a real-life scenario. So we hope that with the combination of that practical application and then the engagement of the videos, that the students feel that student focus, student-centric aspect. You said your sister had taken it, ma'am?
Yes, she has. It's kind of hardcore, but it's good information. And she said the part about getting rid of the credit card, and she said, but I mean, it's a good program. If the students would listen, they could start off on the right foot.
And I think that's a really good point too, that she's probably taken FPU, which is a little different. I mean, it's obviously we have the same principles, whereas FPU is for adults, and this is us trying to get students before they ever need that.
Right.
So we spend time on the budget, which is something that students can start with right away. They're getting their first jobs, they're getting their first bank accounts, and our hope is that they can start the practice of budgeting early in their life and paying themselves first and living on less than they make, and they can establish some of those healthy habits before they, get out there in the real world.
Yeah. It's true, and we've all kind of agreed in here that students really need financial literacy. I mean, everyone does. Because once you get into a bind, it's so hard to get out.
Yeah, we would love for them to hear before they go to college in the college campus where they're giving away free T-shirts for credit cards that you don't need a credit card to live,
I was going to say, I doubt and I purchased.
I'll talk. Yeah, I'll just buy you a shirt.
She went FSU shirt, and I would be.
I did that, started out $1,000, and it's the only credit card I still have 20 years later.
Well, and that's what the research.
Only one I've ever had.
You still have
Yeah.
the shirt? That's it.
Yeah, nice. That pizza's long gone though.
1996, so that was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, there's.
I did it too. Mine didn't end up. I was.
How
Yep.
do you, this is a dumb question maybe, but I have
No.
never figured out how you can rent a car without a credit card.
Did it today.
We did it today. I did it over Christmas.
How? Yeah, because I don't know
I
how to
wanna
do
know
that.
how, I mean, I have tried
Sure.
at the
I know.
airport, you know, make a reservation, the guy, they want a credit card, I'm paying cash. They just go apoplectic. Now
For the
maybe
sake
it's,
of our schedule, we're happy looking into that offline.
Sure. Yeah. We'll touch base. I got strategies.
Education. All right, Ms. Thompson, I'm not going to turn on my video just so my computer doesn't freeze up on me, but if you want to share your screen or however you want to do it, you are on with the High School Social Studies Textbook Evaluation Committee, so I'll turn the floor over to you.
All right, great. In 45 minutes from now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, cool. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Claire Thompson. I am your sales representative for BFW, Bedford, Freeman, and Worth. I'm located in Jacksonville, Florida, and was in the classroom for 10 years before I transitioned over to getting books in your hands. So thank you all for having me. And let me get set up, and we will get the slideshow going. All right, share my screen. All right, can you all see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and just the screen, right? Not all my secret notes. All right, so we're going to be talking about psychology today. And again, I mentioned I'm Claire Thompson, your sales representative. So we're talking about thinking about psychology. And you'll see here our tagline for this book is Psychological Science is Fetching. That's actually one of the author's dogs on the front cover. So nice little side note there. So before we really get started, I want to explain the BFW approach. So our approach to developing our programs is centered around you guys as teachers, because we recognize that giving teachers the right tools greatly impacts student learning and outcomes. So we're committed to bringing you these teacher-centered programs that are designed by the thoughtful and experienced high school authors that you deserve, with the type of teacher resource support you long for, the student materials and digital platforms you need, and then the professional development and implementation support that you deserve. So we'll cover all these things throughout the presentation. So I said I'm going to cover the entire program. We'll talk a little bit about our authorship, moving into a look at the student edition, our teacher resource package, our digital platform Launchpad, our training options, and then I actually want to go in and show you some of the bells and whistles in Launchpad. So to start, our two authors, Charlie Blair Broker and Randy Ernst. To begin, Charlie currently teaches part-time at Hawkeye Community College in Iowa, but has 38 years of experience in the high school classroom. So he was on the committee, along with Randy Ernst, to author the first set of national standards for psychology. And they both continue to be invested and closely involved in the standards development today. You can see he's won awards, including he was an officer in the Teachers of Psychology in Secondary School Talks for 6 years and had an award dedicated to him, the Charles Blair Broker Excellence in Teaching Award. And then in 2014, he received an APA Presidential Citation for exemplary efforts to promote high-quality instruction and of professionalism in teaching high school psychology. So prior to being at Hawkeye, he taught at Cedar Falls High School in Iowa, and he was a member of the task force that authored the national standards for high school psychology. He is also the co-editor of the 4th volume of the Activities Handbook for the Teaching of Psychology, and a member of the steering committee for the 2017 Summit on High School Psychology, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. He has also worked with the National Conference on Undergraduate Education in Psychology and the Forum on Psychology Partnerships. He's also worked in the AP Psychology realm as a test developer, question leader, rubric master, table leader, and reader. So lots of accolades for Charlie. Randy teaches now at Nebraska Wesleyan University and had 16 years prior of experience in the high school classroom. So he was also an officer in TOPS for 6 years, and in 2017 received an APA Presidential Citation for pioneering leadership of modern day pedagogy of psychology. He's received multiple other awards, in addition to being a co-author on the National Standards for Teaching of High School Psychology, the co-editor of the APA's Activities Handbook for the Teaching of Psychology, and an author of College Board's Teacher's Guide for AP Psychology. So similar to Charlie, he has served in the AP realm as a table leader, question leader, exam leader, and on the AP Psych Test Development Committee. And although his name is not listed as an author, Dave Myers is a special consultant on the text. And if there are any AP psychology teachers out there, you probably know this name. So he consults on this book, and then inversely, Charlie and Randy consult on the AP textbook as well. So we really consider this book to be part of that Myers textbook family that BFW is known for. I think if you're familiar with the book, you'll see several features that will remind you of Dave's AP book. And if you don't know who he is a professor of psychology at Hope College in Michigan, where among his many honors, he is also quite popular with students. I love to tell the story where he received a Starbucks card in the mail from a student that just said, "Thanks, bruh." So lots of kids loved him. He was voted outstanding professor. He is also a prolific social psychologist. His articles have appeared in periodicals, magazines, and on the shelves of your local bookstore. He actually just published a brand new book this year. And I think more importantly, he is a humanitarian and advocate who has chaired his city's Human Relations Committee. He's helped found a thriving assistance center for families in poverty. He has spoken to hundreds of college and community groups, and he is the founder of the Myers Foundation, and has written from personal experience a book about hearing loss and is advocating for a transformation in American assistive listening technology. And one more fun fact, he donates 100% of his textbook royalties to charity. So, that is our author team. Quickly, I want to talk about this APA summit I mentioned. In 2017, the APA hosted a summit on teaching high school psychology where our authors and content advisors all served on committees and strands. So this included Randy Ernst, who co-chaired the summit. Why does a meeting that happened in 2017 make a difference now, 6 years later, which is crazy? Several important outcomes came from that meeting. For example, an emphasis on psychology as a science. This meeting also dovetailed with the APA's Intro Psych initiative to re-examine how Intro Psych is taught in colleges. So you have these two groups, the high school teachers and your college instructors, examining how psychology is taught and how psychology should be taught. The outcomes of this summit are so important because they informed the new 2022 National Psychology Standards. And these guys were at the forefront of this committee and summit. All right, so let's dive into the student edition. I want to start by highlighting the feedback that we've received from current adopters of this text. So it was written by a distinguished team of teachers, and this fourth edition reflects up-to-date DSM-5 content and research. It emphasizes psychology as a science. It answers goal-oriented guiding questions and includes outcomes from the APA Summit on high school psychology. Students are sure to be engrossed by the engaging and conversational tone of Charlie and Randy, who have a combined 54 years of high school teaching experience, and again have led workshops in more than 30 states. So because Charlie and Randy were high school teachers like you, they bring a unique perspective to this text. There's a personal style, a conversational tone, and your students will feel like Charlie and Randy are speaking directly to them. The number one comment we hear from users of this text is that it's interesting and students actually read it. The teacher materials follow suit with a plethora of activities and projects that put students at the center of learning. The alignment and organization of this text. So you should have received our alignment documents, and this text is aligned to the Florida State standards. The text is organized into modules, which are shorter than chapters and better sustain student understanding and interest. So clear and measurable learning goals appear in statement form at the beginning of each module to help orient students to the material they're about to read and confirm their understanding as they master that information. The modular format also provides more flexibility for your teachers. So these 37 modules are specific to high school psychology and support the national learning outcomes. Although this edition was organized to the 2011 APA top standards, the book's authors and content advisors, as previously mentioned, served at the 2017 summit. So the fourth edition was written anticipating the 2022 changes. All material in this text is accuracy checked by our content advisory board, as well as discipline-based experts from colleges and universities. Creating this book was a team effort. Like so many human achievements, it is the product of a collective intelligence. We were fortunate in this edition to collaborate closely with a content advisory board throughout the development process. You can read more about our advisory board in the preface to the text. In addition, as mentioned, this book was written by high school teachers for high school teachers and their students. BFW believes a classroom should be free of bias, and this textbook specifically attempts to promote psychology as a science in an objective and non-inflammatory way. Charlie and Randy make learning psychology an immersive experience through their captivating voice throughout the book. Combining, again, 54 years of high school teaching experience, we hope this text engages students in a way that enables them to think like psychologists with the integration of that up-to-date DSM-5 content and research. So let's dive a little bit more into some of the features of the text. So I want to touch again on this modular approach. As mentioned previously, the text is organized into 7 domains and 37 modules. These modules, which are shorter than chapters, are designed to better sustain student interest and understanding while providing more flexibility and ease of pacing for you all, the teacher. Each module opens with a rendering of the author who wrote the module. In this case, it's Randy Ernst. The author then introduces the content with a story, sometimes about their own lives, always speaking directly to the students. We often hear that when students read our book, it's like having a guide over their shoulder, explaining the material as you would. As you can see then, the modules up here are organized by learning goals. The learning goals appear in that statement form at the beginning of the module to help orient students to the material they're about to read. These learning goals are clear and measurable and provide students with a preview of the section material, also allowing them to check off each objective as they master it. The objectives are repeated in an engaging question form within the module and then revisited at the end of the module for review. New to this edition, we also have Module 1, which introduces the book by bringing psychology's everyday applications to life through 11 overarching themes of the discipline, as outlined by the national standards. This new module also provides the rationale behind the organization of the text while providing a brief overview of what's to come in each domain. In this edition, we have 10 new multiple choice questions that have been added to the end of each module. The questions are cumulative in nature and address content areas covered throughout the module. So there are more than 300 new questions in this book, and students have plenty of opportunity to test themselves on the module's content. Answer to these questions can be found in the back of the book. We also have Make It Stick questions. So this is a new feature that's comprised of 2 to 5 questions at the end of each learning goal section. The questions are either multiple choice, true, false, fill in the blank, or short answer, and are intended to assess students' understanding of the content they've just read. Answers to these questions can be found in the Teacher's Edition. We have a new box called Thinking Like a Psychological Scientist. These boxes show how scientific methods are applied to psychological topics. Examples include closer looks at the brain and animal language. Each box feature, this box included, has think about questions as well. So these are paired with 3 open-ended short answer questions to consider about the feature's content. Answers to these questions are also in the Teacher's Edition. So these box sections are intended to help students apply psychological research to their everyday world and show how scientific methods are applied to psychological topics. The think about questions then give the students an opportunity to check for understanding in the moment. We also have a Life Matters margin feature. So these features bring additional focus to specific content on the page by demonstrating its relevance to students' everyday lives. This is where we get that buy-in from the students. It's designed, again, to create a connection to real life and context, and also guide students to think about psychology in a way that can help to create independent learners and thinkers. They start to see psychology outside of the classroom. You'll also notice throughout the book the positive psychology icon to this little head up here. This highlights content that's of this significant and trending area of psychology. This is also an area of psychology that's a specialty for Randy Ernst. This also serves, again, to create a connection for the students, making the text relevant, engaging, and attractive to them. Another boxed feature that we have is psychology in the real world. These are going to help students apply psychological research to their everyday world. So these topics range from detecting lies to managing anger, groupthink, and many others. These boxes are also paired with those think about questions, the 3 open-ended short answer questions. Finally, we have labs. So this is helping to affirm the belief that psychology is a science, and the 4th edition offers a lab with each domain. So these are authored by Stephen Foley at the Lindsley School, and each lab is written with the consideration of common available resources and can be completed within a 50-minute class period. All of the labs are found in the teacher resource material. So when we talk about diversity, I want you to know that we have made very careful photo selections and examples in this textbook. We want to be sure that we're representing the diverse backgrounds of all of our students. In addition, our Teachers Edition includes multicultural connections, which allow teachers to introduce more culturally appropriate activities. In terms of ELL and ESE strategies, we have a glossario that was created purposely to offer side-by-side definitions because this allows our ELL readers to translate the terms in front of them. It's not enough to have both a glossary and glossario as separate documents. It's the side-by-side design that is key to helping these students get ready for any tests or quizzes that you may give them. We also have read aloud features within our ebook, English to Spanish flashcards, and all of our digital platform is compatible with Google Translate. In terms of ESE, there are differentiation strategies throughout the Teachers Edition, and we'll take a look at those when we get into the resources. I want to make a note that VFW is committed to the goal of providing equal access to all products regardless of an individual's age, ability, or situation. And we embrace the opportunity to develop services and information technologies that are accessible and usable by all individuals. Accessibility at VFW is about extending the power of education to all users. In addition to addressing product compatibility with assistive technologies, such as screen reader software, alternative keyboard devices, and voice recognition products, we are working to ensure that the content and platforms we provide are fully accessible. In terms of differentiation and readability, as mentioned before, the Teachers Edition offers strategies and tips for differentiating instruction for different students. They all provide ways that teachers can adapt the materials easily to meet the needs of all learners. Again, I will show you some of these differentiation strategies as we get into the resources. The book was also given a Flesch Kincaid score of 9.4, making it appropriate for all high school learners. In addition, we have an on-page glossary that helps students easily find definitions. So these definitions also appear in the glossary glossario and on the page as pullouts. One more statement I'd like to make is that the materials we offer to high school market do not include teachings about social emotional learning, critical race theory, or gender theory. We strive to present content in the most objective, neutral way possible. We believe that no student should be expected to adopt a political or cultural point of view in order to succeed in the classroom. So now let's talk about teacher resources. The author of the Teachers Edition is Liz Hammer. She is a professor at Xavier University in Louisiana. She is a former AP chief reader and a new author on our AP textbook. One thing I think that's important is she is the director of the Center for Teaching and Learning at Xavier. Essentially, she works teaching teachers to teach. So when she's creating this book, it's going to offer extensive advice on teaching each domain and module and answer all questions in the student text. So this Teachers Edition Blue Pages are your ultimate planning tool. They are going to provide overviews of each domain. They appear at the beginning of each domain and module, as well as what resources, think worksheets, videos, simulations are available for that domain. They also include the pacing guides to help keep you on track. And finally, a differentiation section that highlights the area that bring your students the greatest strife. These tools suggest ways to make these complicated concepts more accessible to all of your students, no matter their background or learning speed. We also have the differentiation tips and the wraparound material too. I'd like to note that some of this differentiation, it goes up and down. So if you have some students who are looking for more of a challenge, we offer tips for that as well. Another wraparound feature in the text is Liz's workshop. So this is Liz Hammer, our Teacher's Edition author. So this includes teaching tips at the point of use, right where you need it. Tips range from engaging your students to assessing their understanding, and of course, differentiation techniques for helping students with more complex concepts. A very unique feature from this edition is this workshop. So these tips are materials that Liz uses in her trainings at Xavier. It's like having a mini workshop with her one-on-one. In these features, Liz presents pedagogical advice above and beyond the content of the text. So based on the scholarship of teaching and learning and cognitive science research, these workshops are intended to address teaching issues that could really be applied to any class. Each domain and module begin with opening activities designed to activate prior knowledge and make the material meaningful to students. So these are two principles that enhance student learning. By using these activities, these domain and module introduction activities, but before you start the new domain or module, you're going to encourage students to think about what they already know about a topic and demonstrate how the material has personal relevance for a high school student today. We also have teaching tips and engagement activities. So these include a dig deeper section. So these are going to provide students with an opportunity to research a concept beyond what is presented in the text, allows them to explore their areas of personal interest more deeply. We have discussion prompts, important questions that help students connect information, create schemas, and broaden their understanding of how psychology applies to them in the world. This is also going to encourage them to reflect on what they're reading. We offer enrichment boxes. These features offer interesting little tidbits about psychology that expand on information in the text. So the enrichment materials enlighten you and your students and add information that you could incorporate into your lectures. We offer teaching tips. These features include helpful tips and reminders designed to give you an extra resource for introducing and explaining difficult topics. And then our differentiation features. So these offer instruction on how to engage your students at all learning levels. We know they're not all in the same place at the same time, so we offer extended help and clarification for students who are struggling with hard to grasp vocabulary or concepts, and optional additional work for students who are eager to learn more. We also have our building connections boxes. So these are going to connect students to connect new material to what students already know or other topics to enhance learning. So we have the concept connection boxes, cross-curricular connections, multicultural connections, and psychology as a science. We also have these assess as you go features. So these are scattered throughout the module and provide you with formative assessment activities to help your students apply and demonstrate mastery of important concepts. We offer a close the module feature. So these are going to provide you with end of module activities and formative assessments to help your students apply and demonstrate mastery of a major concepts from each module. So the closing activity is going to give you an idea for an activity to close out the module. And then the assessments help students reflect on what they've learned and apply that knowledge to novel context. So these are intended as formative assessments to guide your lessons before moving on to the next module. So in addition to all this wraparound information in the TE, we also within the resource materials include professional development videos, pacing guides, lesson plans, lecture slides, image slides, lab exercises, activities, and worksheets, handouts. So all of these are going to be on a flash drive for you, and they're also housed digitally in Launchpad. So I'll show you a few of them as we go through. One important thing to note is that the majority of these resources are fully editable by you. You may have things already created. You may want to incorporate or combine what you have and what we've provide. So they're actually housed in PowerPoint or Word where there's no copyright issues, and you are then allowed to edit them as you see fit. With this text, we also include the ExamView test bank. So it's written by celebrated high school educators, Rob McIntyre, Steve Jones, and Nancy Fenton, and it's available exclusively within the ExamView suite software. This test bank houses more than 2,500 questions in addition to what's already on our digital platform, so you'll never be at a loss for great assessment choices. These questions can be sorted according to various metadata fields and scrambled to create different versions of the tests. So these tests can be printed or administered online using the ExamView player. All right, so I'm going to give you a quick overview of the digital before I show it to you. We have Launchpad. So we've designed Launchpad as a resource to help students achieve better results. Our goal was to increase their confidence by providing a place where they could read, study, practice, complete homework, and more. In addition, we strive to provide a product where instructors and students always get superior service, support, based around our legendary high-quality content. So this streamlined interface helps students manage their schedule of assignments. They can also engage with our social commenting tools, sharing notes with students or with you, the teacher. There's an interactive ebook that brings together the resources that students need to prepare for your class. We offer Learning Curve, which is an online learning tool that helps students rehearse content at their own pace in a non-threatening game-like environment. So this is an adaptive quizzing agent, and the feedback for wrong answers then provides instructional coaching and sends students back to the book for review. The resource link within Launchpad gives instructors quick access to all of our resources, and we have an easy-to-use gradebook that provides a window on performance for the whole class, for individual students and for individual assignments. All right, we'll jump to professional development really quickly. So we offer various ways to learn about the program upon adoption. Options include a live or Zoom, typically, implementation training where we walk you through the components of the program in real time. We also offer video recordings of the same kind of walkthrough that teachers can do on their own time as independent study or go back to as they need. And finally, and this is my favorite, we offer live one-on-one training with our customer experience team. So you just go to our online scheduler, book a 60-minute session to get trained, and they'll send you a Zoom link. One thing to note, this service, this online scheduler, is free and open for the life of the adoption. So you can come back for subsequent training and take as little or as much time within that 60 minutes that you need. We find a lot of schools will use this for their PLCs, for all sorts of different things throughout the year. New teachers come on board and need to learn what's going on a few years into the adoption. They always have that option to get trained. All right, so I am going to pause for just a minute. Are there any questions before we jump over to the digital?
I don't see any.
Okay, all right, well, let's take a look at Launchpad. So here is your landing page for Launchpad, and a few things I want to point out on this landing page, and this is what students will see as well. They have their upcoming assignments, and then you can add widgets. So I love this because you could add notes, you could add websites, you can add anything that you want, videos, whatever you need them to see when they jump into Launchpad can be added on this main page. So let's hop on into the course. All right, so this is your landing page for the teacher. And the first thing I want to show you is the Teacher's Edition. So it's important to note that the Teachers and Student Edition with Launchpad are downloadable on up to 4 devices. The ebook is housed in VitalSource, so it works on just about any device that you could think of. And so it makes it really nice. You can download it on an iPad at home. Students can put it on their phone to read on the bus, but it is fully downloadable and accessible offline. Any notes that students take while out offline will upload when they get back online. So, all right, well, let's start looking at Module 1, I just want to show a few things in this TE. Popping over. Went too far. All right. So you'll see this Module 1, again, introducing the module, teaching tips, Liz's workshop, and I just want to point out a few things. One thing that I do love, and let me find one, in this text is that all of our resources are available at point of use. So let me jump to domain 1 here. And you'll see anything, Liz's workshop, there, anywhere you see a TRM button, like here, you simply click and it will open up for you to download. So this is any of the resources that are housed on the flash drive or in Launchpad are also in the Digital Teachers Edition at point of use and will open straight up to your computer. So lots of great stuff within the Teachers Edition. Again, those introducing the domain and module, building connections, discussion prompts, teaching tips, lots throughout the text. You'll see there, make it stick answers directly in the margin next to those. There's one of those assess as you go pullouts there. So lots of great stuff. But again, I think that the nicest thing, depending on how you set up your classroom, is having those resources downloadable at point of use. You can also download them all at one time from the resources button or the flash drive, but sometimes you might not realize where things need to go within the lesson plan, so this really gives you a good idea there. All right, so back over to Launchpad. You'll also see here that you are able, as the teacher, to download the offline ebook. And a couple quick things in here that I will show you. Our reader preferences, this is nothing earth-shattering, but they are here. So you have different text sizes, different fonts. We do offer an open dyslexic fonts for any of your students who struggle with dyslexia. And then you can change the mode, margins, line heights, etc. We also have highlighters, so they can create highlighters and add different colors to color code for themselves. And then there's that sharing. So any notes that they take with highlights, they can share with a link or enter the email to follow either a fellow student or a teacher. I think this would be a great way to demonstrate annotations digitally as a teacher or have students turn in annotations there. So super simple highlighting here. You simply highlight, choose your color, make a note. This is confusing. And link it right there. So all of the notes then go into their notebook, and again, they can share back and forth with notebooks. We also, as I mentioned, have that read aloud feature from any point in the text, and students can also use this to create flashcards at terms or anything that they may deem important. All right, so back over, because I know we are coming close to time. The resources, as I mentioned, are all located here under the star. So you'll see there is content by type, content by chapter, so we'll pop it up as type. Because here you can see all of the student resources that would be under their resource tab, and then all of yours. So again, those lecture slides, lesson plans, labs, professional development videos, etc. So they're all here in one place in addition to being embedded in the TE. I will show you too that we have a way to create assessments outside of ExamView within this. So you simply come over to your publisher provided questions. We're going to create a quiz, and then you come in to search your questions by domain, question type, level of difficulty. We have some pre-made assessments, so you can really drill in and pull from those questions. I love here too because you can pull questions from previous modules or domains to add into any quizzes that you're going to do. So we'll pull from domain 1, and you'll see here that there are 293 questions for domain 1. You can check them out, preview them, super easy to add them to a quiz and assign it. So then we would review and modify. You can create your settings and then assign a due date, February 6th. Assign, and because the gradebook is not set up, it's going to give me a pop-up. And then you'll see when we come back to our home base, that quiz is now assigned at the top of the page. So it's going to allow students to take the quiz. We do offer offsets and extensions for any quiz if students need extended time or miss a class and need to have an extension on it. Another thing I will show you that I mentioned, let me find in domain 2. So each domain is going to have a learning curve. So learning curve is that adaptive quizzing agent, and it's done based on a total points earned mentality. So you can set your target score, and then students will go in. You can see that the performance details. So it's done, they're given topics and then assessed on each topic. So if they miss a question under a certain topic, they'll be given more questions on that topic until they're able to show mastery. So let's take a look at what it looks like for your students. So I am not sure of the answer here, so I'm going to put dog, submit the answer, and it's going to tell me I am incorrect. So what I can do then is go in and read an ebook page on this topic. So I love this because it's going to set up a side-by-side, pulling the ebook page up to give the student the opportunity to go back in the book. So really by doing this, you're tricking them into reading if they haven't already read, and it takes them right where they need to go. So they could also get a hint or show the answer. So then I'll go to the next question, and you'll see here, like right now, the question value is starting at 20 points. I'm not sure. So we'll put an answer there. It'll tell me I'm wrong. And then again, you can read the ebook. You'll see it's worth 20 points now. If I go to get a hint, the point value will drop. So students are able to get hints, but it's fewer points towards their total points earned. Another thing I love is that if a student puts a wrong question in, they're able to challenge the question, and that will go to you. So for some of those students who maybe are always looking for a challenge or want to really dig in, it's a great way to get insight into their thought processes. So that's a little bit about Launchpad and Learning Curve. And then once students complete, you will get a completion roster for your students, and it will show you whether they completed, how many questions they answered, and you can dive into how each student did topically. You can also see the topic performance details of the class, or details of the class as a whole. So it's a great way to kind of get a pulse on how the class is doing and go back and revisit any topics that there may seem to be some struggles with. So we will end that. So that is Learning Curve. Again, easy to assign, easy to edit. You assign it just like you did the other quiz, and it will pop up to the top. Students can also go into Learning Curve as a means of review further down the road to bulk up for midterms, final exams, etc. And then other than that, I think one more thing I will show you is what it looks like for your students. So you will see here, again, that quiz is going to pop to the top. Students will have access to their resources by type or chapter. All of these resources for them. And then they're able to download their ebook offline over here as well, and go in and see their grades. So I know this was a very quick look, but you should have access to Launchpad, and maybe this gives you some ideas of how you want to play around in there. Are there any questions?
I'm not seeing any, no ma'am.
Okay, and just so you know, we do offer LMS and single sign-on solutions. So depending on whether you guys Canvas, Clever, Schoology, whatever you're doing, we do offer ways to get y'all set up there for students to access Launchpad through all of that. So, all right. Well, I will say, if you remember nothing else, the first thing to remember is that VFW centers everything we do around you, the teacher. We have unmatched resources, an incredible digital platform that's robust and includes a lot of information, and unmatched support for you guys. So if there are any questions, I will take them. If not, I guess it's Friday and y'all are probably ready to go home.
It's been a long day for sure, but are there any questions? so if anybody thinks of any questions after, what they can do is I'll have them email me, and then I'll reach out to you for any follow-up, and then I'll bounce it back off the committee.
Perfect. And then they do have access to Launchpad, correct? Hannah got that over to you all.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, so if anyone gets into Launchpad and has any questions there too, please feel free to reach out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks so much. I hope you have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.